Hello, everyone. Welcome to the day one of the new chess classic, the Champion Chess Tour. I'm really excited because for the first time ever, we have more than one Indian in the Champion Chess Tour. I think this is for the first time ever in the Champion Chess Tour. And we have Vidit Gujarati and the young super kid Pragnananda. This is going to be really exciting to see, first of all, to have two Indians playing in the tournament, and secondly, to have Prag fighting it out in the world stage, in the international stage, and to see how he's going to grow in that environment. Welcome everyone. And hi, Soumya.
Hi, Shri. Absolutely. As you said, for the first time, we'll see Prag fighting it out with such legends of the game, actually. And also, I think the mix itself is a little different this time because many of the players our usual suspects are playing in the candidates. So we have new and fresh faces this time. Like Gawain Jones is playing for the first time, and there is Christiansen Johansson from Norway, who's also playing here for the first time. So there are many new faces. Aryantari is here, and it's going to be a little different CCT from what we are used to.
Absolutely. And before we get into the games itself, actually the game's about to begin anytime. We have the kickoff in the Magnus Carlsen Sergei Karyakin game, with the first move not happened in Vidit's game yet, but some of the other games are on. And yeah, Hikaru also has started his game. So, chat, what do you think will be the score of Vidit and Prag on the first day? We have 5 rounds on the first day. So, what is your guess on the games today? So, Vidit is facing Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen. He starts with Aryan Tari, of course. Then he also plays Johann Sebastian Christiansen and Levon Aronian. This is Vidit's 5 opponents. So let's go with Vidit's your prediction for Vidit's score first, and then we get to Prag as we wait for the Prag's game has also started.
Yes, it has, and we have. But it hasn't. I can see only Magnus's game actually. Is Prag also started playing his game?
Yeah.
It's not updated
Prag's game
on my
started
screen.
with D4 knight f6.
Yes,
And,
I have it now. And his opponent.
Look at this.
Jan
Look at
Christoph
this,
Duda.
Soumya. Today Anish played this Sicilian 4 knights against Fabi. Mm-hmm. And Vidit, who has worked with Anish in the past, he has repeated that exact same opening against Aryan Tari. Is this a coincidence or what?
We will find out only after the candidates is over, I think, whether this is a coincidence or they had some sessions together. But yes, this is the Sicilian 4 knights, or even actually, it's very similar to the...
Sorry. Is your voice broken or is my internet connection? I think we have had a brief disconnection with Soumya. I think so. So Queen D3 played here. Today, A3 was the move which was played by...
Develop the knight on F6.
Soumya, you're back. Either you got disconnected or I got disconnected.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize. And I was going on with my opening analysis of the game. So a little bit about the position on Vidit's board is that, as Shri said, this is the 4 knights. Actually, I never knew what to call this opening because, after, let's say, the second move E6, third move D4, CD4, knight D4. And here if black plays knight to C6, this is the Taimano variation, which is very similar to what we have on the board. The difference being that after knight to C3, black plays queen C7 or A6 first, actually, and he develops the knight on F6 pretty late. Whereas over here, he has already developed the knight to F6 on the 4th move, with the knight on C6 on the 5th move. So this is slightly different from the Taimano.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one difference is that white can simply transpose to the Sveshnikov here with the 6th move knight D5. And after d6, white can go bishop to f4. And after e5, bishop g5, and we have the Sveshnikov Sicilian on the board. So this is the reason why when black plays Taimanov, he usually avoids playing knight f6 on the fifth move and prefers to start with a6 or queen c7.
Right. That's a fantastic introduction to this variation. In the past, these things were called as four knights. Nowadays, to sell courses, people have started calling it the four horsemen.
Oh, really? I thought it's the Anish Giri variation after. We never know. It might be called the Anish Giri variation once the candidates is over. And
We never
what's
know.
interesting for me is that so we know that Anish is prepared for the Sveshnikov, and that's why he also he chose to go for this move order, because in the first two games of the second part of the candidates, as we call it, he did play the Sveshnikov from black. So it seems that Vidit is also prepared for it, because if white goes knight to b5, black doesn't have many good choices, let's say.
Yeah, indeed. Black has to either go d6 or bishop b4. But we do have some interesting moves from the game. So Aryan continued with queen d3, and then with it directly went for the center with d5. By this point, I think we both are out of the book. And after e into d5, knight b4, Aryan has gone queen g3. And now I'm not sure if either of them are in their preparation. But the game has gone
Wow.
into some
Wow, Queen G3,
new directions.
a very direct sort of move. I mean, you are actually preventing black from developing his black bishop very easily, though black can give up the G pawn and still play bishop C5. And probably this is what Avidit is considering, whether he can afford to give up the G7 pawn for the initiative, maybe. But doesn't look so easy to make this decision, because after bishop c5, queen g7, rook g8, you need to consider a move like bishop b5 check, which could be annoying.
True. And now things get really messy for black, yeah. But black does have this king e7 move, reminding me of this game of uh, Prague
Yes.
against this
Um,
US kid,
yes,
Christopher Yu,
yes.
yeah.
Yes. I remember the game you're talking about. Even though the pawn structure was very different, the king on e7 was very safe in that move. And probably here as well, king e7 might work. Um, yeah.
This attacks the queen and it attacks the knight on d4.
Yeah.
So king e7 would be really strong, which, as you mentioned, it really makes bishop c5 a very tempting move to consider and delve into, considering that if white doesn't have anything better, then c2 is suspect.
Right. And bishop c5, one more reason why we want to play bishop c5 is also usually in Sicilian, giving up the g7 pawn is many times it's okay, because we get the g file open. And unless it doesn't work by force, I think Vidit will surely go for this move.
True. Bishop c5 would be very interesting, and I don't think queen into g7 works here. So as such, white has to queen into g7, rook g8, bishop b5 check, king e7 is a really easy trap to fall into in shorter time control games. But I think in rapid there is enough time uh,
Think
to
and
calculate this.
calculate.
Yeah.
That's
But
true.
yeah, I think white will probably play something else here. Something like bishop b5 check and bishop b5 check first. But even here, it's not completely clear how. Uh, I mean, white can go
Yeah.
knight c e2, I guess.
Yeah, actually, for
To
bishop b5 check, also we can play something like king f8 or king e7, and it's not clear how white responds.
Yeah, here I thought knight c2. So we do have bishop c5 on the board. And for those who are new to the Chess 24 broadcast, the live board with the evaluation bar on your corner, the right corner, And the main board is the analysis board where we make moves. We bring out the insights of the players and all the other things. Sometimes I get bored and I draw random arrows. So that's where the action happens on the analysis board. Yeah,
And
so knight
let's
c.
have a look at Prag's game, shall we, Shri? Because even in Prag's game, the knight is on b4, black's knight, but the position is completely different. Pragananda playing black against Jan Christoph Duda. And
Yes, this is very interesting, Soumya, because I'll show you how the opening started. D4, knight
yes.
f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, d into c4, e4, b5. This is the Vienna variation. In the Vienna variation, there are two ways to play. After d into c4, e4, bishop b4 is one of the ways. The other way is to play b5. This variation with b5, this was actually popularized by Duda in 2018.
Oh, yes, I do remember. And there were a lot of games in this variation in the previous CCT as well as in the Challenges Chess Tour, isn't it, Shri?
Yes, absolutely. So Prag sticking to his guns, sticking to what has worked for him so far, and he's taking the Duda to the Duda. Let's see how. Let's see how
Very
this
nicely put.
works for him. So yeah, bishop e7, bishop e3. Here Duda did not go for the most principal line with queen d2, queen f4, the top suggestion of Stockfish. Instead, bishop e3, short castle, queen c1, attacking this pawn. Prag responding with knight b4. Bishop into c4 will give black a lot of strategic compensation on the light squares, but also after knight into c4, queen into c4, bishop a6 with the threat of c6, black is likely to get back material with interest. So the pawn on c4 not yet touchable, but instead Duda just plays a3, knight d3, queen c2. This is the present position that we have, and Prag has already gone below his name, so we don't even see his full face, but you can still see his eyes. If that gives you any picture of what he's thinking, what he's feeling, you still have his eyes to look at.
He's certainly thinking about c6 or c5 here. That much I have a
And see
gut
in his
feeling
eyes.
about it. Yes, I can see it in his eyes.
You can see the C pawn in his eyes.
Mhm. And it also makes a lot of sense, right? To break the center with c5. If if black gets a chance, usually in these d4 structures, c5 is always a good break to take.
Yes, but the question is if it works concretely, because let's say I take d into c5, how do you intend to recapture?
Yeah, great point. Because now bishop into c5 doesn't work very well because of bishop d3 intermezzo, and cd3 allows queen into c5, while bishop into e3 allows bishop h7 check, king h8, and pawn into e3, and white comes out a piece up. So I will not blunder my bishop, my knight, but I will instead take on c5 with my knight when you take d into c5. How's that?
Yes. Black probably virtually forced to capture knight into c5, but here it feels a bit
Annoying?
suspicious to me for
Yeah, because
black.
of rook d1 and bishop d7, and now the d file is completely in your control.
Yes, I have this d6 square, and the c4
Right.
pawn feels very fragile. After a knight d2, it
Mm-hmm.
looks set to be captured. Doesn't look simple to defend that pawn.
Yes, I do get your point now. So that's the reason c5, even though very tempting, but might not be the best option here. And he's gone for c6, which is
Yes.
a calmer move, pushing away that knight from b5, asking white to take the decision whether he wants to go knight d6 and sacrifice his pawn or retain it. And he does retain it after knight c3. And now c5 actually might be an option as well.
Yes, I was exactly thinking the same. I was exactly thinking that c5 might be an option, and I also thought that would be immediately what you would be thinking. Uh,
Yes, and
And
the reason why it works better now, to just show our janta, is that after c5, d into c5, bishop into d3, we have pawn into d3, and white cannot take on c5 with the queen because now the knight blocks her. And this is the key difference in this position. So, because we can take it with the bishop, I think our position becomes a little free, and we have more space to
yes,
uh,
yes, yes.
place our
And you can
pieces.
probably take it with the knight as well, because now c4 is
Mhm.
not as
Weak.
yeah, and also the knight going to c3 from b5, it gives access to additional squares for black's pieces. So this knight no longer looking at d6 menacingly. It's a small nuance, but makes a whole lot of difference.
True. And Prague has gone bishop a6, though. He wants to keep the pawn. So, and they are playing very fast. So, it looks like, I mean, they have taken some time, but they are playing considerably fast. So, both the players seem to be knowing what they are doing. And I would surely consider a move like b3 in this position now. But the problem is, after c into b3, you attack the queen, and after queen into b3, black has a move like knight c5 even. Ah, no, not right now. We shouldn't blunder because the e2 bishop is free. Yeah, it's not clear, no? Maybe just c5 instead. Maybe just c5 after c into b3, queen b3, c5. Because otherwise the knight on d4, d3 becomes so vulnerable, and I'm just afraid to lose it.
Yes, yes, yes. C5 makes sense, but here also it's not clear, yeah, because after d into c5, your a6 bishop is also hanging. So it requires a bit of calculation to pull this off. But I think black should be okay because there's this useful intermezzo bishop c4. So this way the bishop is not hanging, and black can recapture knight into c5 at black's will.
Right.
Whereas with the yeah,
That's a
whereas with the
very
bishop
important
on
move.
Whereas with the bishop on a6, let's say black takes knight into c5. After bishop into c5, the a6 bishop is hanging. And if black takes bishop into e2, then after bishop into e7, the queen is attacked. And if bishop into c5, bishop into a6, white is just a piece up. The same way, if bishop into e2, bishop into e7, here also at the end of this variation, white is just a piece up because he takes knight into e2 after queen into e7. One extra knight.
Yeah.
But yes, because of this bishop c4, b3 perhaps not the most optimal way to go directly, but the threat and the strategic idea is always lurking in air. And Duda has just played rook f d1 with the idea of eventually getting b3 with in a better situation.
Right. Actually,
So
black
rook f
is
d1.
playing with fire with the knight on d3, but at the same time, the knight on d3 is also very, very annoying. So I think that's the reason why both players must be sort of uncomfortable with their position. Black always wondering whether he needs to, bail out, and black, while white is always getting annoyed with this knight on d3.
No, I mean, frankly speaking, I always found white more comfortable against this variation.
Uh-huh.
This variation can be extremely hard to play as black. And uh, I think it takes a very high level of skill to pull it off. So,
Mhm.
usually, as black, this is played against someone who is lower rated than you to try and get a position from where you can complicate things. But to
Right.
have this as your main defense in a tournament like this, it's a very risky move, in my opinion, from Prague. But having said that, I imagine Prague would be someone who likes to stick to his strengths. He likes to stick to what he's the strongest at, and he's probably not thinking about uh, what his opponents are stronger, where his opponents are stronger, or things like that. He backs up his strengths. So that could be one of the reasons why he's just sticking to his guns and going for the positions where he's most comfortable and where he perceives himself to be the strongest.
Yeah, great point. And do you I also feel that these kids play a lot of different openings. So maybe it could be just like something that he decided to play today, and maybe tomorrow he changes, or maybe he already changes in the third game where he will again be black.
No, I think that
So,
will be tough to do. If anything, at best, he might be able to play like one or two openings
mhm,
because it depends on your level of opposition. So, for example, Prag against a 2500 or a 2400, he
right.
might be able to do 10 different things. But he might not be able to do that against someone at 2700. Then the options become limited because you need to be really good at your openings in order to be able to get a good game out of the opening. If you go off slightly, then you get into a terrible position. It's hard enough to play against players of this class in a normal position, but if you have a bad position, it becomes so much more harder. So I think he will probably have like maximum two openings also, which he can like one main opening and one backup or something like this. I don't think he will shuffle a whole lot. That will be really tough for him to do.
Right. Great insight there. And can we quickly go and see our friend Raja's game, because it is getting liquidated? He's playing against Gawain Jones and he's white, but a lot of pieces seem to have already been exchanged. If anyone can try in this position, it has to be white because the b7 pawn is very weak. Uh, at the same
Yes.
time, it looks like black is just like one move away from equalizing, and if he has some resource here, um, maybe we can try to understand what's happening.
No, I think White has a clearly better position because
Mhm.
White will win this B7 pawn at some point. And if
Right.
White does that, White has a very good advantage. It's a clear extra pawn, a passed pawn, an outside passed pawn. And apart from that, Black's pawns on D4 and E7 are actually still a weakness. Even if White wins the pawn, they're still a weakness. So this opening, which occurred in Raja Jones after knight into d5, queen into d5, bishop e3, this is actually a pretty interesting line. It can be equalized comfortably by black with best play, but black has to be pretty accurate here. And Gavin probably not remembering his preparation here because he kind of went wrong pretty soon. I'm not sure exactly where, but in I think in one or in two or three moves he immediately went wrong here. So a quick check at the yeah. So bishop e3 here already queen d6 is a suboptimal move, and after rook c1, knight d4. Knight into d4, c into d4, bishop d2. Here, white already has a large advantage because you have this g2 bishop, which really makes your life hard on the queen side. As blacks, the bishop on c8 cannot develop easily. And if you try to defend with something like rook b8, two things. One, it makes this a7 pawn weak after rook b8, and it also allows things like bishop f4, creating more weaknesses on black's camp. So something like rook b8, queen a4, bishop b4, white's pieces are set to invade black, whereas black hasn't even completed his development. So here already it has become unpleasant for black, and black has a black has an accurate path to equality. So black has to play bishop e3, and black has to play bishop d7 at this point.
Oh,
Bishop
really?
d,
I would
yeah.
have expected something like a bishop b2 maybe. But and also for the chat, I just want to point out that in this position black has to be a little careful and not play lose moves like b6, because the g2 bishop is already very powerful, and once you play b6, tactics like knight into d4 uh, come into the air, and you lose the piece. So that's the reason this position can get very uncomfortable for black, with the queen on d5, the rook on a8, everything in the diagonal of the bishop. But why wouldn't a move like bishop b2 work here, Shri? Like, this is something I'm curious about.
Bishop into b2. I'm not I'm not exactly I don't exactly remember what happens after bishop into b2, but I do know for sure that this is maybe not the
The
best way to equalize.
Right. I think one reason could be after rook b1, bishop g7, knight d4, and when the queen moves knight into c6, this position is a bit is quite uncomfortable for black because of the pawns on c6 and c5 being very loose.
Yes, true. This is one of the factors, and yeah, there are also I think questions with yeah. So this is one of the factors where these pawns are quite fragile,
Mhm.
and also some move like queen a4 can be uncomfortable for black with keeping this threat open and also the rook coming to c1. So this is like a reverse Benko gambit with a much improved version, with white having that one extra tempo.
Right. I think one of the strengths of the English and one of the problems of facing it with black is that you are aware that there are many ways to equalize. You're aware of this fact, but you still need to choose something and you still need to play something, and then you can go wrong very easily. This is a
Yes,
big problem.
because the differences are very subtle, and as white you don't lose anything at all. Yeah, you have a pretty safe position. So just for the sake of completion, bishop d4, knight d4, queen d6, knight into c6, bishop into c6, bishop into c6, queen into c6, rook c1. This is how the main line here goes.
Mhm.
And here black has a few different ways to like take the a2 pawn. Like you can go queen e6, queen e6. But after queen a6, rook into c5, for example, here it's very important and useful to add this move b6 before taking on a2. Otherwise, even here it can get worse for you pretty quickly as uh,
Wow.
black. Because if you take queen into a2 first, then white has this, sorry, if you take queen into a2 first, white has this move rook b5. And here there are quite a few games actually where white has managed to beat black. Karpo 1980 is one of those games, classic where Karpo shows excellent technique, and some pretty strong players have lost this position as black to avoid this rook coming on to b5. Because after rook b5, b6, queen b3, the queens get exchanged, and if the queens get exchanged, then the endgame is really good for white. So you have to try and keep the queens on the middle game in this position. So it's important to insert b6 first and then take queen into a2.
Wow, that's really subtle, and exactly, that's the reason why the English can get very, very dangerous, because a move like b6 is very easy to not play it. Think to yourself, okay, what happens? Let me just take the pawn and then get into a really bad end game, which you explained.
Yes. These are things which are not easy to figure out over the board. So usually you have to be prepared.
Yeah, and it also reminds me of Nepomniachtchi Alexienko game in the candidates, which was 2 days ago. Nepo won really quickly with the English opening, and many people watching the game live were very surprised that at such a high level you can win a game so quickly. But that's exactly the point. Against the English, you definitely need to be very sure what you want to do, and in case you try to play something on your own over the board, your opponent can simply crush you out of the opening itself.
True. Absolutely. As it is happening to Gawain right now, I think
Mhm.
Raja is just showing immaculate technique. He's a pawn up. He's gearing to collect his second pawn on e7 with by doubling the rooks on the seventh rank. And it's really hard for Gawain to generate counterplay here in this symmetrical position. So I'm pretty sure we can expect a win for Raja and
Victory.
yes, in this game.
Wow, nice position to play, and a great result for Raja coming in. Shall we move to Vidit's game now, because it has progressed quite a lot since the time we left off.
Yes. We left off at around bishop b5 check, king f8, and here Aryan playing a3, an obvious move which I missed. And after knight into d5, knight d2, I think white is completely out of problems. Yeah, and black has this long-term problem of having his king in the center. So I'm not really sure if this is the position with it intended to get out of the opening. Pretty soon he continued with bishop d7, bishop into d7, queen into d7, short castle. Yeah, but with it being the immaculate strategic player, getting rid of his light square bishop, which was restricted by the e6 pawn, and after takes short castle, rook d8, b4, bishop d6, queen f3, bishop e5, bishop b2, queen c6. This is the current position we have, which seems to be better for white because more of white's pieces are out there in action, whereas black's rook is sadly out of the game. And it's not easy for Vidit to bring it into action because king e7 will always be met by knight into d5 check, the bishop on e5 hanging. So Aryan, I think he can maybe play something like rook d3. Although this does exchange the queen, yeah. So here Aryan has to be careful and find something strong for himself. It's not easy. It's not easy. This position, initially when I looked at it, I saw the computer's evaluation and I thought white looks better on strategic grounds, but here there is pressure against this c3 point, and if Vidit takes knight into c3 and goes into the endgame, then his king comes very quickly, and the king on f8 is no longer a problem.
Exactly. I was also thinking of the same, that even here in this position, even if black remains in the middle game and he manages to get king e7, which at this moment is not possible because of knight d5 check, but he manages to get king e7, rook h d8 and king f8. Even that could be an artificial castle that would make black very happy. So white has played b5. Maybe he wants to solve the c3 problem very, very concretely. Let's see what happens for something like queen to c4 here.
White, absolutely, I think he had to play b5 because this knight into c3 was getting problematic. Now perhaps rook d3, now that the queens are not getting exchanged. So probably he saw rook d3 first and then realized that after knight into c3 it's a problem. So b5, queen c7 played, which is understandable because it protects the b7 pawn. But after knight into d5, is there a problem here? Why is the bar c4 played by Aryan?
Oh, c4 I missed completely. I actually wanted to play queen c4 intuitively, but then when Vidit played queen c7, I quite liked it because I thought his idea is to play king e7 and rook h d8 now that the e5 bishop is supported. But c4 looks very strong, no? c4 looks very strong.
Yes, c4 looks very strong, and I'm afraid I have to say that Vidit is in a spot of bother here. Aryan looking in a pretty comfortable situation. I'm not sure if this is true, but someone told me all the three Norwegian players, Magnus, Aryan, and Johann Sebastian, they're all playing from one location. I'm not sure if this is true though.
Oh, wow, really? And Aryan is very good with initiative, and that's one of the reasons why I feel he spotted this c4 move very quickly. I have observed that he always tries to play games with initiative and double-edged positions. Unlike Magnus, who loves to go for simple stuff, outplay his opponents, play long games, they have a completely opposite style. We can see Aryan's camera here. Maybe if we have a look at where Magnus is, we would get a better idea of whether they are in the same location or not.
Maybe we'll find out in the further course of this broadcast.
Yes.
But yeah, Aryan's camera looking sharp and professional. Yeah, you can see a full view of him. His sponsor's logo and the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour in the background with the sponsors new in chess.
Yeah, very nicely done, I must say. Very nicely done.
Yes. Fantastic quality of camera. I would love to have that someday for myself. Yes, but back to the game. After c4, it's really in a huge spot of bother because if you move the knight anywhere, then after bishop into e5, queen into e5, black just loses this pawn. He not only loses this pawn, but the rest of black's army, they're not in a position where they can immediately mobilize themselves. And if the other move, bishop into b2 happens, then after c into d5, the e6 pawn under attack, and here also the position gets opened up. So because black's king is vulnerable on f8, kind of exposed, the opening up of this position with c4 and c into d5 coming, this is also far from desirable for black. And one of the key moves was queen d3 in the opening, because after knight c6, the main moves, knight d b5, knight c6, knight into c6, and if caught by surprise, then white goes a3. These are the generally played moves. So queen d3, it was already a move which is not usual. And it's clear that Aryan has done some fantastic work in the opening, which has uh, which has resulted in a position where he was more familiar compared to his opponent and could very well give him a full point. I'm re- uh,
But
I really
Sri,
like the yeah.
no, please go on. I didn't want to cut you, but I just wanted to mention that they both are very low on time. Just look at the
Uh,
time. They both
yes,
have
yes, yes.
2 minutes and 1 minute. So it's getting, difficult for VD. At the same time, they both are under time pressure. So that is, I would say, good news for VD because, in a difficult position, it's good to have your opponent also in time pressure, I would say.
True, true, true. When you have not so when you have not so good position, then time is the other solace that you look for off the board, and knight f4 played on board. But here it's not. I think 3 minutes is actually a lot of time for Aryan in a position like this for converting it. Yeah, d6 on the board. So with it probably has to play queen d7 and then knight h5 coming up, or uh, maybe not
Ouch.
that clear.
This
Yeah.
looks very painful, actually. This looks very painful to play as black, but oh my god, with the knight coming to d5, can white play knight d5 here after queen d6, knight f6? We have queen f6. So knight d5, queen d6, maybe queen f5 can be tried. But then black at least has queen e6. So he doesn't play knight d5, he plays knight h5, which is more logical.
Yeah, I
Which
think I think
is
it's psychologically very tough to give this d6 pawn because that's the main
right.
strength of your. Of course, if you see a direct follow up to knight d5, queen into d6, then that's yeah. So now I thought queen g3, but queen g3 can be defended by f6.
f6. So anyway, white will play f6 here, I suppose. Try to play f6, then queen f, then king f7 maybe, or he plays rook c5. He plays
Yeah,
rook c5.
white played rook e1. No, you could not defend with f6, yeah, because now there's the pin
Right,
on
rook
f5.
e1. White has played. So after f6, rook into e5 was hanging. So he plays rook c5, defending e5. And you also guard the d5 square sort of, but then uh, white can also regroup with knight g3, knight e4, but probably he'll defend the b5 pawn first with a4. Yes, that's a very time pressure move to make, and also makes sense to not give up pawns for free.
It's also a
Uh,
practically effective move because on one hand, white does have time in the game because it's really going to take a long while for this rook to get activated. Secondly, now Vidit has to think and make a move, because if you make a direct threat, then he instinctively defends and he can do it quickly. But if you throw the gauntlet to Vidit and say, okay, now you think and you make your own move, that's very unpleasant for a person defending a very bad position.
right,
And it
there
also
is
gives you the
f6.
time.
Right, and there is f6, knight g3 on the board, knight e4 coming in. It is annoying. It is annoying to play this position with black. Black plays rook c4, not allowing knight e4 with a tempo, so that after knight e4, black can decide whether maybe he can just take on a4 after knight e4. No, but then knight into c5, right? So black still has to be very, very careful. After knight e4, a move like bishop b6 might run into knight f6, pawn into f6, queen into f6, and this is very dangerous. After king g8, there is rook e5 coming in even. So,
Yes.
oh my god, looks Looks tough for Vidit.
Yeah, when you calculate these kind of questions, you just have to try and survive move by move. If your opponent is not able to finish you off quickly, then you might just be in with a chance. If your opponent misses direct ways to finish you off, that's the only chance you have. He just takes rook into e5. Yeah. I uh, I thought that would happen because rook into e5 was the reason why he played rook e1 earlier, and after f6, knight g3, rook c4. With it under pressure, he missed. Maybe he didn't miss rook into e5. Maybe, but he didn't have a lot of good options to choose from.
Right.
Rook into e5, queen g4, and at least Vidit is able to prolong the game and take it into the end game. Again, he will be in with a chance if he's able to just keep the game going for a bit longer. And if he's able to get this rook on h8 into the game, then he's in with a chance. But if white is able to prevent that using concrete means, then it's game over. But it is Vidit who has nothing to lose here, and it is Aryan who has to make some precise decisions to get the game in his favor. So Queen G4, the
Right.
last move, Queens exchanged, and as white, I'm thinking just Rook E4 here.
Yeah, rook e4 makes absolute sense because I was even considering rook c5, but then black simply takes on a4 and asks white, what does he have in return to black's threat of playing king f7 and rook e8. So rook e4 on the board, white will play this endgame with a pawn up and a strong passer on d6.
Yes, Rook E4 is a very, very human move, a very natural move. But the engine evaluation went down by a large margin from +y to +1 after Rook E4.
Wow.
So guys, that's just us humans. We have this is how we think.
Wow, seriously? And after, what was the point? I think the point was after rook c5, rook a4, white has rook c7. Or he doesn't. Rook c7 or bishop into c7, pawn into c7, and king e7 is annoying. But then you have knight f5, and there is this back rank mate over here after king e6, rook d8, rook a1. So it's actually crazy. I don't understand the engine evaluation at all, I'm sorry to say.
Likewise, Soumya. It just shows that we are humans. It's a good thing, I would say. So this is how the game continued, and this is exactly the variation I also calculated when I suggested rook e4, that white gets this knight c5 and probably nets the second pawn, because if black plays b6, then after knight b7 and d7 next, it goes into a position where black just cannot free himself ever. Black is permanently subjugated on the back rank. So this position with knight b7, this would appeal enormously to any human player. And yes, rook e1 also making sense. So now the king cannot come to the e file, and after d7, knight d6 check and rook e8 would be a threat. But after d7, if black plays bishop e7, now what happens, Soumya?
Actually, I was looking at rook d8, but bishop e7, huh? Maybe just a5. Maybe a move like
maybe
a5 works. Yeah. But then can white play, sorry. Yeah, it's actually very unpleasant for black, but can black play rook b8 instead of bishop e7? I was just thinking.
No, the problem is knight d6 check and
knight d6 and rook e8 is annoying.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work either.
So bishop e7 was forced, a5, and now b into, probably has to take b into a5, knight into a5.
Knight a5.
Rook d8.
But the knight c6,
knight c6
this is very unpleasant because knight d7, knight e5 fork coming in. Oh, this is unfortunate. But very strong game
with
by
bishop b4. Yes,
Aryan.
very, very strong game by Aryan. He was fantastically well prepared, but still game on. Still he has to finish.
Bishop b4, maybe rook a1, yeah?
Yeah, he has to play rook a1. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if I missed bishop b4. I'm not sure if Aryan saw this in advance, but he always has rook a1.
Yeah, and what's funny, after bishop c3, rook a3, Um, can we play? We can't. We can't. I was thinking if we can play bishop a5, rook a5, and some back rank thing, but there is nothing. Like black has
Yeah,
no square on e8 or c8, so that is the d7 pawn is too strong.
it's a consequence of strategically bad position. Then none of the
But he's
uh,
played rook
oh,
a2.
oh, oh, he
Rook
played rook
a2 is a
a2.
huge
He
blunder, no?
missed. Yes, yes, yes. He missed the fact that the c3 bishop covers the e5 square.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's a
wow,
huge
what a
blunder.
turnaround. Yes, this is an incredible
Wow,
turnaround.
he
And
missed.
Vidit has equalized this because after
Wow.
rook into a7, knight into a7, this pawn on b5 so nearby, the king is just going to walk in and take this pawn. And if b6, then there is bishop d4. So Aryan has he has blundered.
Managed to, yes, managed to mess it up a bit, and with it does have a great chance to defend this position now.
Yes, guys,
Pragananda,
Vidit is back. Yes, yes, yes. Tell
yes,
me, Prag.
just wanted to say that Raja has already won his game against Gawain Jones, so he starts the New in Chess Classic edition of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour with a win in the first round. Congrats to Raja. And there is Prag's game going on against Duda. Let's have a quick look at it because both of them are in time pressure. Um, what's happening here? I think it is equal. I think it should be equal.
Yeah,
This
I think
position.
it's pretty equal. Pretty equal. Equal pawns. White has this extra c6 pawn. Black has this d5 pawn. And uh, uh, after knight a5, I was even I think Black can easily make a draw. So it's a very comfortable equal position for Prague. A very very good start for Prague in the uh, elite level, I think.
Yeah,
Although it's
definitely.
although I'm not entirely sure if this is his first ever elite tournament because he did play in the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz in Kolkata, which was also a kind of super tournament. Only uh,
Yes, he
I
did.
think only he and Ganguly were the non 2700 players in the tournament.
Yes,
Everyone
he
else
did.
were rated. Yes.
And I remember he played in the rapid section and Nihal played in the
No,
blitz.
no. He played in the Blitz. Nihal played in the
Oh, is
Rapid.
it? So then maybe technically this is his first elite
Rapid
level
event.
tournament. Yes, because that was a blitz, and blitz can get very blitz is a very different ball game altogether. Actually,
True. But equally punishing for a young kid who's playing at the elite for the first time. I remember
mm-hmm.
Prague had a very difficult time scoring even half a point there in the initial games. But towards the end, he managed to score quite a few points. And even against Vichy, he was actually
Yes,
fighting very well on equal terms in one of the very interesting games I've ever seen in the Blitz format. That was a very memorable tournament for me because I remember Vichy had a pretty uneventful day one after a bad rapid tournament, and
mm-hmm.
then in day two he just started winning games after games after games after games. He just started winning everything, and then went on to beat Hikaru Nakamura in the tie breaks. That was one exceptional feat by Vichy, winning the tournament in front of an Indian home crowd.
Yes. Wow, and to witness it live must have been very special. I think to witness Vichy winning a tournament live must have felt so special, Shri. I'm trying to recollect if I have been at any of his victories, and I don't think so. I don't think I have been at any tournament which he won absolutely. So, must have been a very special moment to be there and see him crush his opposition.
True. And with Vichy, even if we are not there live, I think we are always there in terms of
Yes, of
in
course.
spirit, because with Vichy, a lot of his successes, it almost feels as if we are a part of it, and we have seen it happen so many times, uh, so many times.
Yes, for sure. So,
So actually,
Prague
this Prague game, yeah, I
game,
mean
the king,
it's
the king is being very, very active on d3. Wow, I really like the king on d3. And now it's on d2 even. He's just going to push the pawn to d4. It's
No, actually, Prag
actually,
is winning now.
yeah, I think black is the one dictating the terms, because if white goes knight e6, then the c6 pawn falls. So he goes rook e6, supporting the c6 pawn. But I think we can simply push d4. Oh, he even plays
Yes.
knight c4. So
Preventing
that,
any rook d6. Yes, yes,
yeah.
yes. Yes, actually, Prag is winning this, and 5 seconds is a lot of increment for Prag because these kids, they are used to playing non-increment chess and 1 second, 2 second increment. So here, 5 seconds is such a lot of time, and Prag is really good with these little calculations. So we might even see a win for Prag here. This is such an exciting start, no? With it making a draw from a completely lost position, and Prag starting off his debut with a win. That would be like an awesome beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, with its position, let's stick to this game. But with its position, if we can just go to that position for a 1 second, the knight on a7 is so stuck, so stuck. It's not coming out at all. So actually, maybe black is the one trying, even though, of course, it should be a draw logically.
Yes, yes, yes. And also there's a psychological thing, yeah. When you come back from a bad situation, you're actually
Yes.
psychologically better placed than your opponent.
Yeah,
So now
that's
this d pawn is going to queen, and Duda's pieces are so awkwardly placed that there is no way for him to prevent this d pawn from queening. This is actually a pretty straightforward advantage for Prague. So the pawn going to d4 next. Yes, knight c5, d3, and white is not on time. So Duda over pushing. He goes knight d6, hoping for some knight b5 check, knight e4 check. But Prag is of course not going to fall for these things. Prag is the headmaster of this trick school. He's so
so
I
so
think
yeah, maybe
yeah,
like, yeah,
yes, yes,
black.
yes. This is winning.
No,
This is
I'm just
winning.
wondering,
Yeah.
it's clearly winning, right? Because after king f2, d2, there is no king e2 here because of rook e7 check. And after king d1, there is rook e1 checkmate. And if white just plays any random move here after d2, then king c2 and d1 is queen. So what a beautiful king stroll by Prague, in like he just kept on pushing his king. His king was on g8. He just kept on bringing it towards into White's camp, and now uh, it is Prague's king who dictates what happens on his game.
Yes, and Prague, I'm pretty sure he's going to win this game because it's really straightforward from here. He just
Yes.
goes king c2, d1 queen. Maybe uh, Duda will fight on with takes king d5, but black has a lot of additional time, and Prague is really good with calculation in these types of positions. So he just goes king c2, king d6, rook c8.
Oh, he can even
Uh,
give Rookie-san check, which he did, because he is
ha
forced
ha
to
ha.
come back now, and then he makes the queen. So he doesn't
Yes.
allow king d5.
Yes, and I expect a resignation from Duda at this point. Yes,
Yes.
there we have it.
Wow.
Wow,
Beautiful start.
chat Prague OP, and he's continuing from exactly where he left in the Challenger Chess Tour. Yeah, 16 and a half out of 20.
Yeah, maybe we can count his score as 17, and you have done that already after
Yes,
15 and a
yes,
half out of
yes.
19 over there, and now he's on 16 and a half out of 20. Yes, that's true. That's true. In fact, only yesterday, me and Shri were discussing this off stream. That I mentioned it to Shri that it seems like Prag never took a break from chess. He's so fresh, and it's great to see him play well and have such a nice start over here.
In the meanwhile, in the other Indian game that is going on, Vidit is actually a pawn up now.
Wow, what a turnaround. What a
What a
turnaround.
turnaround, yeah. This is such a fantastic start for India. This is so positive. This is such a wonderful feeling, um, and especially for Prague because your first win is actually incredibly hard to achieve in a level like this. Because when you come in as a new entrant to something, the existing people they start bullying you. They don't allow you to get that one win because they see you as a target and they try to uh, exploit it as much as possible. Whereas you, being the new, fresh entrant, you are filled with self doubts. You have a bit of trouble believing if you belong in this new place. So it generally takes time for most people to get used to it. But then there are some special prodigies, and Prag is definitely one of them. He's special in a lot of different things. He's a great chess player, but his psychological features have always stood out. He's incredible under pressure, and he doesn't get phased by the occasion, which uh, which is, I think, something of an exceptional thing to have.
Yeah, I think that actually, I think this is an incredibly hard quality to possess, but whoever we know personally, whichever players we know personally who have this have gone very, very far ahead in life in their career. For example, even Koneru Hampi, I was watching one of her interviews, and she mentioned that whenever she faces a situation where she's put under pressure, it actually motivates her to do even better. She looks at it as a challenge, and she's never nervous about it. So maybe there
Absolutely.
are some players and people in general who thrive under pressure, or either they thrive or they simply don't feel the difference, and both these qualities are amazing to have.
Absolutely. And I think we are probably going to have a draw in with its game because this knight
Really?
on g6
Yeah.
ensures that black cannot create a passer or make any progress. But having said that, I think it's a very, very important psychological breakthrough for Vidit, because if he started with a loss against Aryan Tari, who
Mhm.
is like the second last seed in this tournament, uh, it would have made things a lot harder for him, facing people like
Yes.
Magnus and Hikaru.
Yes.
So, and especially he has to play those games at 2 a.m. So, when you have something positive going, at least it can take you through with that momentum when you have a difficult situation like playing at 2 a.m. And
Yes.
yeah. Suyash
That's
Singh has
true.
a super chat. As top chess players, you guys travel a lot. Any advice on how to fix sleep cycle? What a question to ask to me.
I would say usually most chess players who can afford to do it, they reach a place at least 2 days early so that you can get used to the climate, and you can adjust your sleep accordingly. And for me, it takes a few days to fix my sleep schedule. So I always feel a bit of a jet lag in the first 3 4 days at least, and even after this tournament I'm going to feel a jet lag for sure. It takes me about 3 4 days, or at least maybe even a week if I'm at home, to completely fix my sleep cycle. And I would say, like, just forcing yourself to sleep on time every day, even if you have to simply lie on bed and do nothing, is very useful. Not checking your phone when you go to bed is very useful. So there are some typical methods that you can follow. Keeping changing the bed sheets and keeping the room very clean is also very useful. I can't believe I'm giving out sleep advice on a chess team, but yeah, I think nowadays it's very important, this kind of advice, because nowadays everyone's sleep schedule is so screwed up that
I'm the poster boy for that now.
you are with you and your Valorant streams and your Among Us streams, you are. This is a cute way to draw, by the way, the one they have taken with Rook G3, King H4, and Rook G1. Very cute draw.
Yes. Uh, yes. So with that draw, I think this will be like the last
Oh, they're
game
playing.
of this round. Yes, I think Vidit will keep playing because he has no chance to lose this.
Mhm.
So he probably wouldn't see a reason why he should cut short. This bishop is always going to protect these pawns, and it is Aryan who has to focus and stay concentrated, get over this disappointment of uh, drawing a lost game and the fact that he has to be the one fighting for it.
But he
Whereas
looks
with it, with nothing to lose.
But he looks very calm. No, I've been observing him, Aryan, because it's the first time I'm seeing his camera. It's his first tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, I believe. So he's so calm. He's so calm. I
I
mean,
think he looks calm only in the outward.
uh-huh.
Inside, I'm not sure
Maybe there is a
if
storm
he's.
brewing inside. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think inside. Sometimes even if you don't realize it yourself, there's a lot of difference between how you feel when you win and that bitter negative feeling you feel when something disappointing happens. That really impacts the way you play your next game or you do things in the next moment.
Mhm.
And this really reflects well when you play these bullet tournaments where there's no break between the games. And there, when you have a good momentum, you just keep going forward and keep getting good results. And then once you have a losing slump, it keeps going because it really takes a hit. And I think it can be difficult to get back your. So now we have a
Yeah.
pretty interactive draw. The the light square being out of access to black's bishop, and so therefore we have a draw. And I expect we are going to have round two pretty soon because although with its game will be delayed, the other games are expected to start on time. A quick summary
Yeah.
of results of round one. Raja defeated Gawain, and yeah, we have the Gawain Prague game ready of round two. But yeah, round one, Raja defeated Gawain, Aryan drew against Vedith, Levon drew against Dominguez, Johann Sebastian Christiansen lost against Lee Kwang Liem, Magnus drew against Karyakin, Hikaru defeated Mamedyaro, and Ali Reza, who was knocked out by Wesley So in the quarterfinals of the previous Champion Chess Tour tournament, got his revenge, defeating Wesley So, one of the
Yeah.
top guys in the Champion Chess Tour. Is probably at the top of the standings. And Ali Reza, the 17-year-old kid, just 17 years old, already at the elite level, and he's starting to beat the best of them.
And
Very, very
his
impressive.
and his second round game against Mamedarov has already begun.
Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Yes, his game
So
has started.
he is black against Mamedarov, and this opening QGD on the board with knight B D7 on the fourth move.
Yes, if you remember, this was also the opening played in Prague against Nihal game in the Challengers Chess Tour.
Oh really? No, I don't. I don't quite remember the opening of that game, but I remember the game really well with Bishop G2. Very interesting sacrifice by Nihal, which unfortunately did not work. So this is the opening, right? Let's. The idea, of course, is that Black wants to play C5 directly and not play C6, right? That is the idea
Uh,
of playing knight bd7, I would
there
assume.
are there are actually so knight b7 over the difference between knight. Oh yeah, Prague game has started. Gavin has started with e4,
Wow.
and no, one of the things about knight bd7 is I think it allows Dane to c4 in many situations in a favorable way.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one of the big advantages. Gavin
Mm-hmm.
started with the close Sicilian, which he has written a book on e4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight d4, knight f3. But I don't think this is going to bother Prug much in terms of the opening. The opening itself is, I think, it's probably going to be a comfortable position for Prug, especially in the stun control. Uh, Again, Prague with a score of 1 out of 1 after one round may not seem like a big thing at the outset, but it's a remarkable thing. It is really, really hard to get your first win in a new level like this. It takes even more experienced, more illustrious players like Vidit, Adiban, who took their first step in the elite chess. Even for them, it took a while to register their first win in an elite setting. Krug managed to do it in only his first game, the very first game. and with such confidence and such immaculate chess gameplay. I'm impressed.
Yes,
I'm
me too.
impressed, and I'm just gushing with praise for Prag.
No, he deserves all of it. And also, he won with black, even though I understand that for kids, white and black simply doesn't matter over the
Oh
chessboard.
no,
But
it
still,
matters a lot. It matters a lot
it
because
does.
with black, yeah. Because with
It does.
black, it's more of a struggle to equalize.
But I would presume that, some kids, and I think Prag is in this category where you really don't focus so much on the color and you're just like, right, I'm just going to play fighting chess no matter which color I'm playing.
Yes, definitely, but it's certainly more easier for them to play white,
Hmm.
especially against people stronger than them.
Right.
By the way, Soumya, we have a very very quick update. A game has
Mhm.
already ended, even as we were starting.
What are you saying? Oh my God, not again. The Berlin draw, which we all dread, is on the board in Sergei Karyakin versus Hikaru Nakamura. There we have it.
Yeah,
In case anyone was missing this draw because of the Challenges Chess Tour and the Candidates Tournament, you guys have your wishes fulfilled. We have it here in the CCD.
unbelievable. Yeah, we didn't see a single episode like this in the whole of Challenges Chess Tour. There was so much freshness. There was so much youth out there, and
I was going to
also
say that we didn't see a single CCT without this epic draw. So we should rename it as the CCT draw and not the Berlin draw. I think we need to file a petition on behalf of CCT to rename it as the CCT draw.
well, I'm really not sure if CCT would wish to brand itself with a draw like this. If they had a choice, they would go for the Bonklo draw.
Oh yeah, that's definitely more attractive. Uh, And Vidit's game is yet to begin. He is going to play Levon Aronian with the white pieces. Raja's game also yet to begin against Aryan Tari. Raja will be white as well. Oh, so Raja starts with two whites in the CCT event.
And Praga
And
started
let's
with two
go.
blacks.
Oh, right. So let's go back to Prag's game.
Oh yeah, we never
Yes.
left from Prag's game. So Bishop f6 has been played. So White has completed his development, but Black is just two moves away. And with Bishop f6, he takes control of this d4 square, the central square. So it's not easy for White to make further progress. If Black had played something like Knight f6, then Gawain could have just played Bishop f1, short castle, and now played d4. And this would have been a really nice position for White because after c into d4, knight into d4, White has a much better version of the open Sicilian with this bishop developed on b2. This allows him to play c4 later, and this gives a lot more better control of the center. So bishop f6 played by Krug, this is actually a pretty clever move, taking control of the d4 square.
Right. Yeah, Bishop f6 is very smart. Bishop e7 and Bishop f6. So he will develop his knight to e7 and short castle, and then he also prevents e5. I mean, in some cases, maybe he also plays like knight e7 castle, queen c7, and then plays d5. This is also an option, right?
Absolutely. Once you prevent white from playing d4, it's all up to you in order to develop the way you like, break in the center the way you like, and Gavin going for it. He goes with e5, trying to take advantage of the fact that black is still a bit underdeveloped, and so he doesn't mind trying to uh, open things up, trying to get his pieces, trying to show the superiority of his numbers, that his pieces are more developed, more out there. And
This
guys, we
is
have had such a fantastic start for the Indians. Prague with a win, with a draw from a completely lost position. Let's get the likes going and subscribe to the channel if you haven't, so more people can come in, more people can join in, and we can cheer with even greater numbers.
Yes, absolutely. And this game is going to heat up. I have a feeling. E5, Gawain Jones, a very aggressive player, by the way. Let me tell the Janta who are not very familiar with him. He's a very, very strong English grandmaster. He's been 2600 for a really long time. He even wrote a book on the dragon variation. He plays the dragon very often with black. Always tries to go for aggressive chess, and usually quite well prepared in openings, especially for open tournaments. He plays a lot of open tournaments. So e5, a very typical Gawain move, I would say.
Yes, a very typical Gawain move. Gawain likes to play these, bluff kind of moves really fast
Mhm.
and create problems for his opponent. He doesn't always prioritize playing the most accurate moves, but he's more focused on setting his opponent problems.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Very well put, actually. I have faced him with black ones, and I remember he was playing so fast in the opening, and I was so intimidated that he might have something up his sleeve. It was actually just a normal opening, but I just got intimidated by his pace, and I quickly made a mistake in the opening. So, this is something that players do quite often. They play really fast and tricky moves really fast and try to put psychological pressure on their opponents.
yes. Gawain is an expert in doing this, and he has taken rook into e5. Again, not taking a lot of time to do that, just about 30 seconds. Now he can either play queen g4 or queen h5. Queen g4 attacking the pawn on g7, and queen h5 attacking the pawn on e5. And either of these moves can make life very difficult for black in the near future. Although black has extra material, so that ensures that the position remains around equal. But there are some immediate difficult problems for Prag to solve.
Even knight e4, I would consider for sure in this position, because you open up the bishop immediately, and black needs to find a way to defend the e5 pawn.
Yes, Soumya, I would, if we played tag team chess, I would tag you in and let you full reign of this position. With this initiative,
I
I
know,
would
I
just
know. I
take.
love. I actually would prefer to be white in this position. I'll be very honest. But yeah, we don't know the real actual evaluation of this position. For that's a different thing. But as a player, I would choose white, because white has all the free hand in this position, and black is the one who needs to defend. Let's see how Prag manages to solve his problems, because I'm sure it's defendable. After Queen G4, even King F8 comes to mind. Even King F8 comes to mind.
Yes, and King F8, I think uh, a very solid move in this position, because you're not actually creating any pawn weaknesses on the king side.
Mhm.
And in the future, maybe you can hope to get some f6 and king f7 and knight e7 going. So you also keep your center intact.
Right, and you can also like play knight e7 and knight f5. So okay, Prag gives up the pawn. He doesn't want to give white the initiative. He wants to be the one with the initiative. So he plays knight f6 with the idea of queen into g7, rook g8, and maybe queen d4. Maybe queen d4 coming in now. No, queen d4 would be a
f6 is
huge
hanging, no?
blunder. Yeah, because f6 is hanging. So maybe b5 and bishop b7. Maybe
Yes,
b5 and
b5 and
bishop
bishop
b7.
b7. Yeah, this would be better. Although white
But I don't
having the
know.
one tempo mode. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like, now that this position is on the board, I'm not very glad with the move knight f6. I just feel like king f8 would have been a better way to play this position. I don't know. We need to see how the game progresses. But giving up the g7 pawn didn't feel quite right.
Yes. Prag's still a young little kid, not very well versed in the ways of greedy VD. So he decided to give the pawn back immediately. Reminds me, Vidit's game has started. And look at the opening on the board, Soumya.
What do we have here? Wow.
Guys, chat, guess the opening.
We have we have the Chess 24 India favorite opening, or the Srinath's favorite opening, as we would call it. Maybe a favorite of Anish Giri as well. The Catalan. Anish played an excellent game against Wang Hao 3 days back, again in the candidates, employing the Catalan opening, which Srinath has made a chessable course on. And Bishop G to C5 on the board.
Yes, but
Castle
why
Knight
is Vidit
C6.
spending so much time on the seventh move? Hasn't he studied my course?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
is
You need to check with him, Sri. What is this? What is this? Come on.
this is not nice, Vidit. This is not
Hmm.
nice.
So DC Bishop G to C5 Castle Knight C6. I think E3 is also a move here, right? Okay, D into C5 he takes.
No,
So
not
this is
here, not
now.
here. Here you can either play Queen A4 or
Oh,
D into
right,
C5.
right.
Then also Knight E5 and Knight A3. These are the four main moves.
Right, Queen A4, C into D4, Knight D4, and this variation is quite popular.
Yeah. So Queen A4, black goes Bishop D7. Because after C into D4, as you said, Knight into D4 is there. So black plays
Right,
Bishop D7, then Queen into, that's
Queen
D
into
into C5, there
C4.
is Queen into C4. Yeah.
Right,
And this goes into a big main line.
right.
And apart from this, D into C5 is another move which goes into this endgame after takes bishop into C5. This is actually also the direction of Nihal versus Anand in the Tata Steel Rapid tournament which Nihal played, his debut. Nihal was actually slightly better at one point in the game. He was actually having a slight edge throughout, but it ended in a draw. There are two main moves here again. One is playing this knight to d2, and
Mm-hmm.
then it goes into this position c3 b into c3, short castle, knight b3, and knight e1 is another move here. Apart from the knight f d2, this is a lot more reasoned move. Here the point is you prefer to take the pawn with this knight, but in doing so you're also opening up your light square bishop. So knight of d2 and knight a5, understandable move, defending this pawn. Knight a3, bishop into e3, b into e3, short castle, bishop b2. And these positions can get really tricky as black because you need to play really accurately in order to equalize. If you don't, white can get better here pretty quickly. But I'm a bit surprised with this choice of opening by Aronian with c5, knight c6, because Aronian is someone who likes to keep the game going, he likes to get these positions with where he can keep the game going. But there's variation with c5, knight c6. Here, black equalizes, but with a lot of concrete force. You usually equalize by playing the most accurate way, but you have to remember like 30, 35 moves, and it goes
Ah,
straight into that. You have to remember a lot of things here. So slightly, I think both me and Vidit were surprised by this decision. Also explains why Vidit spent so much time on his seventh move, because he probably didn't expect this line from Levon. And this is probably not a great sign, because if you enter with this knight of d2, with white you have to be the one who is more well prepared and trying to pose problems for your opponent. So here it looks like Levon has kind of got one over with it, and that's also the slightly negative side of having an opening like Catalan at this level, because your opponent probably expects it to come for at least one game. So your opponents are going to be well prepared at this level for sure against the Catalan. So
right.
I'm not sure if Levon prepared this specifically against Vidit, but he probably anticipated that he's going to get at least one Catalan game, and he has gone for this. I could be, of course, I could be absolutely foolish if Levon has played this line before, but from what I remember, he doesn't usually go for this variation against the Catalan in general. I think he prefers more classical systems.
No, but what you said makes perfect sense, that he perhaps didn't prepare it specifically against Vidit. He might have as well, because Vidit does play the Catalan very often, but in general, he must have prepared some lines specifically for the tournament, and the Catalan is something you do expect your opponents to play. So this could be his weapon of choice against the Catalan for this tournament. Bishop
Yes,
b2,
and these
knight
kind of
d5.
surprises are very, very effective because your opponent, he has a certain idea against you, a certain plan to enter a certain type of question, and then you throw it all out of the window with something like this. It is very effective.
And also what
I
you
just
said about Aronian being a very being a kind of player who always chooses fighting variations, I would say that this position, let's say after knight c6, queen a4, if Vidit had gone for the queen a4 line instead of the dc5 line, that is actually quite fighting because black does get a lot of play in return for the pawn. It's a very long theory after queen a4, bishop d7, queen c4, b5, and there are many games in this position, but I remember
yes.
that black does get a lot of play in this line, and maybe that's what he expected with it to go for.
Yes. These lines are very, very interesting and fresh. These positions after Queen E4, lot of interesting directions here. Interesting fact. Here, Levon has never entered these systems with Dame to C4 in the last 1 year since the
Wow.
pandemic started. He has always gone either Bishop E7 or Bishop B4 check. So glad I I just did a
Wow,
quick check while.
great research by Shri in a very short span. And let's quickly have a look at Gawain Jones versus Pragananda, which we left off. And now the queens have got an exchange. So this is, I don't know, like, how do we even evaluate this position? Because the bishop on e4 and b2 look great. And at the same time, black is an exchange up for not a single pawn. And bishop c6 might also come in. So
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I think
now
it's
finally he
definitely more
does.
pleasant for white. This type of question after bishop c6 takes with this pawn structure of black. I think it's
Right.
definitely more pleasant for white, even though he is a rook less. He has how many pawns? One
He
pawn,
has
right?
one
Yeah,
pawn for the exchange. And also black's pawn structure is not so great.
yeah, that is the main thing. The black pawn structure is not so great, and the thing with rooks is they need good open files with targets, and here the rooks are not in a good place to occupy them. Because if you put the rook on a d5, then white just places the pawn on d3. This bishop on e5 controls a whole lot of squares, so this rook is blunted like this. This rook on g8 also in a semi-open file, but again easily blunted by g3. And white can just put another pawn on f4 in certain situations, where cement the e5 bishop, get this pawn to a4 or keep it like this, rook e1, rook e4, attack black's pawns. So it's an unpleasant defense for white, I think here.
Yes, I agree with you, Shri. And also, it's very hard for black to exchange one pair of rooks, which would be his dream in this kind of position. But how does he do it? So there is no way to, after rook e1, rook e4, the plan which you suggested, there is no easy way for black to even exchange or threaten to exchange pair of one rook so that he plays with the rook versus the bishop in this endgame. And that's kind of annoying.
Yeah. For starters, Prag has played king e7, so he wants to put, I think, his pawns on f6 and e5 to try and control this dark square bishop a bit, and also to get rid of this annoying bishop which is controlling a lot of squares on e5. It's actually a good thing by Prag, because if this white pawn was on g5 instead, it would make things really uncomfortable for black. I think white would be
Right,
straight up better there. But with
right.
this f6 and king f7 e5 coming in, because if you play f6 e5 directly, then no, yeah, okay, yeah, if you play e5 directly here, then after f4 this pawn can be falling. So just make a move like king f7 and then
But then,
play e5.
yeah, but then white can always take bishop a3. I was thinking white will go bishop b2 and not h2. So that after f6, bishop b2, king f7, and now bishop a3. And you take the c5 pawn as well.
True. This would be
So maybe Yeah, maybe black also goes rook d8, rook d5. It's a long and hard defense, but maybe he does go for it. And rook on d5 is actually quite well placed, no?
Yes.
Rook on d5 is actually very well placed. He would feel very comfortable there, and he can also jump to the h file if he wants. Yeah.
Yes.
But
Rook
imagine a
d5.
position, like just imagine a position after rook d5, and black also plays e5, and then the rook on d5 is like, what is he doing?
Sandwiched, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Bishop b2, and then Prag immediately lashes out with c4. That answers a lot of her questions immediately.
Yeah, he doesn't want to keep the rook on d5 where he
It's
could
quite clever
have
by
nothing
Prag.
to do.
It's actually quite clever by Prag, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because how do you recapture now? He takes with the b pawn. Gawain takes with the b pawn. So yeah, now rook b8. So Prag managing to get his pieces active. He's not binding himself down. Also, yeah, Prag's pace of play has been very impressive, because again, when a newcomer comes into the big stage like this, initially they can be quite tentative. They can end up taking much more time than they should be. But I think Prag has managed to play with pretty reasonable speed. Still a bit slower than his opponents, but he's more accurate so far.
Bishop c3, I found it very surprising, and rook b7 Prag goes for, but I thought black will play c5 now. That's the reason I was thinking that white will play bishop d4 instead, not allowing c5. Like,
No, bishop d4, rook g4 is there, no?
that's the problem. That's the problem. But you always have bishop c5 check, no?
Yes, but then you allow entry to b2.
Yeah, then I allow entry to b2. So that's the reason white played bishop c3. And Prag doesn't play c5. Maybe he thinks that he can anyway play c5 on the next move. Let's say rook b7, a3. That's what I expect white to play, not allowing rook b8 and rook b1. So my idea was that after a3, rook b8, I can give bishop b4 check and block the b file. But then after a3, I think black can play c5.
And then get rook b8 and rook
And
b1.
then
So,
play rook b8, yeah.
Yeah, I think Prag has actually found a way to get his rook on an open file, which we are talking about. Yeah, this move
Right.
c4 is actually quite fantastic. He has managed to get one of his rooks on the open file, and his immediate priority is to infiltrate it with rook b7. As you said, if necessary, he can add c5. But if white doesn't bother to defend with a3, then black can just go rook b8 and rook b1 directly. So
Right,
Prag
but
with the initiative.
right, actually, it's not easy, for white to prevent this exchange, because, for example, if we play a3 here and c5, and white plays rook e4, like just thinking off my head, and let's say now the idea is after rook b8, white wants to play rook g4.
But now rook b8 is no longer necessary.
Yeah,
You
you
can
can
just
say,
go rook b1 and rook c1.
oh, even that. And I actually thought you can even play a move like h5, like preventing any kind of rook g4 stuff even in the future. And actually, the rook on e4 is doing nothing.
Yeah. This also works. But eventually, the big problem for white, this rook entering the white's territory. So
Right.
rook e4, g3 has been played by Gawain in the game. But a3 and so g3 has been played. This is the current position.
Mm-hmm.
And now my question is, what does he intend against this rook b8, rook b1 coming in? Probably just king g2, rook b1, and rook e2 for now. And just holding the position like this. But I don't think white can harbor hopes of dictating the initiative anymore. It's actually black who is holding the initiative, and white is trying to I think, fight to equalize here, which white can probably. Yeah, so rook
Yeah.
b1 on the board, rook e2 on the board. And now maybe Gawain will try and play g4 and g5.
Yeah, G4, G5 is very strong, very, very attractive, and yeah, looks like a nice plan for white.
Yes, but also this kind of question, it requires concrete calculation, yes, because if black manages to enter with his rooks, rook c1 and rook b1,
Hmm.
it's actually not immediately clear which pawn black attacks. He has played rook c1. It's not immediately clear which pawn black attacks because c2 is defended by the e2 rook. a2, there's no access. And even if you get these rooks on c1 and b1, uh, immediately there is no immediate threat. So, uh, yes, that is a uh, yeah, that is a question on how what exactly black's direct threat is if white doesn't do anything.
Yeah, like one idea is to maybe play rook b1 and then maybe a move like a5. This is something I would consider. Even now, a5 actually. Even now, a5. But then now a5 doesn't work because of bishop a5, rook a8, bishop b4 check. It's annoying. So maybe a move like king f7 first to avoid all these check tactics because they are always in the air, right? Like bishop d2, rook c2, bishop b4, this stuff. So I would definitely play a move like king f7 just, to save myself from any kind of check tactics in the future and go for something like a5 and try to liquidate.
Right, right. King f3 played on the board, which is what we were analyzing. It's a sensible move by white because if black gets a position with rooks on b1 and c1, the white king on f3 is completely protected, and Gawain can even harbor hopes of g4 h5 in the future. Not so easy to play g4 g5 because black always has this rook h1 move after g4. But as white, I think you just have to hold your position, not move anything, and defend. So yeah, king f7 was your move here, yeah, with ideas of a5. But honestly, I'm not sure if I would be if I would be so scared of a5 because that does get rid of a potential passer. But I do see your point that the rook comes to a2 and I also attacks the c2
Yeah.
pawn.
Exactly. And if you like, let's say white ignores it, which he won't, but just hypothetically, if white ignores it, then black can just simply push the pawn up to a3 and then rook b2. And that's just completely annoying for white. So white will have to take on a5. And then it's okay. So yeah, king e4. He wants to come to c5 with his king. Prague clearly wants to come to c5 with his king, and maybe maybe he's also like asking black if he's willing to play c5 here himself. Maybe black does play c5 now.
Yeah, also, it's just typically in tune with how Gawain plays. Yeah, at least he has to make his opponent think about something, have a lead on time. These things are must haves for Gawain. This is how he. This is his USP, his way of trying to win chess games. Prague playing h5. Yeah, he just makes sure that there's no g4, g5 ideas anywhere in the future, just a prophylactic move, and he also understands that he has the time, so he can afford to do this.
Right, I would definitely play c5 here as black, by the way. I'm just wondering that why would white even like sort of force black to play it over here?
With white, I don't think you have anything to do except wait around.
Hmm.
If you move anything, then it can get very dangerous for white.
Right.
So I think white has nothing to do but wait around. But you have to be also careful when making moves like c5, yeah. Because for example,
Mhm.
if you play c5 and I go back king f3, and now if you play a5, you allow additional possibilities like bishop into a5, rook a8, bishop b6.
Right.
So you have to make sure that these things don't affect black's position, yeah, because eventually if you get into this position with 3 pawns against 3 pawns, then white draws very comfortably.
Absolutely. Yeah. So white is basically waiting for black to commit something. He does play c5, by the way. He does play c5, and let's see what white plays. Maybe he just goes back king f3, as Shri mentioned. I actually thought he might even go to d2 with his king, but then it gets it can get annoying after rook b1. It can get annoying after rook b1. So maybe he keeps his king on f3 and just waits.
By the way, another quick update, we have another decisive game. In this case, Wesley So has lost in just 20 moves
Wow.
with the white pieces against Jan Christoph Duda.
Wow. Two
What an
losses.
amazing.
He begins with two losses. Wesley, that was, nobody could have predicted this result for Wesley, who's always so great in these CCT tournaments, especially, and in general. Like, he's world number 3 and such a strong player.
Yes. We'll have a look, closer look at this game if we have time during the break in between the games. Meanwhile, back to the live action. King f4, Rook b1 on board. And do you want to know? Do you want to have a look at what's going on in Vidit's game?
Absolutely. I was just about to mention Vidit's game, and a lot of stuff has happened. Black has given up an exchange for a very, very solid central passers on c4 and d5. Very nice pawn chain here. E6. Just look at this pawn chain, guys. E4, E6, D5, C4, and B5 with the bishop on C6 supporting everything. I think this is actually quite good compensation for the exchange. Knight on A4 is also doing a good job, because black will push E5 even and then try to push D4, and then the knight on A4 sort of supports the C3 C pawn when it becomes a passer. White has to be very careful here. White has to be very careful here.
Yes, but also black has to be careful, yeah, because when you sometimes advance the pawns a bit too much, they can get vulnerable.
Yeah, for example, maybe E5, rook G4, king F7, F4 might be an option. I wouldn't say it is, but it might be, because, or maybe just rook E1. Maybe rook E1 is a better.
Yeah. I think rook e1 is more flexible, just in case you need the rook back. And this position, when you look at the pawn structure immediately in the live position, it's essentially a fight between light squares versus dark squares control. So white controls all these dark square, all these squares on the dark squares, and black has control of all these light squares. So if, for example, white manages to get a position with this pawns on the light squares, this can be really good for white, because he just needs to put his bishop on d4 and he controls all these pawns. It's like
I'm just wondering. But I'm just wondering if it's possible to do it. I mean, I understand your point, Sri, but it's just that whether it's actually concretely possible to put the bishop on d4 without allowing black's d4.
Yes, that needs to be calculated. It's purely dependent on the time factor, whether white is able to do it. But for example, to give you a concrete illustration, let's say white plays f3 here.
Yeah,
White starts with f3.
Yeah, and f3 is a great resource here. And it's not clear what black is doing, because maybe black gives up the e pawn and plays d4, but then you open up more files, you give up the e pawn, and you open up more files in front of your king, because after fe4, even though the e file is now closed, the f file is now open. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, we played e4, which kind of plays into white's hands to illustrate this dark squares thing.
Yeah.
Rook G, on the other hand, rook G4 check, king F7, with it went rook H4, greedy VD going after pawns, and Aronian quickly playing king G8. So this is going into this typical situation where I think Vidit has a nice position, but is down on time, and his opponent has, we have a result. We have
Yeah,
a
he
draw.
took. Did he take a draw?
Gawain against Prague ended in a quick draw. They
Wow.
agreed for a draw after King E4.
Oh, wow. King E4. C5 was played. King F4, Rook B1, King E4, Rook B8. This was how they made a draw. King E3, Rook B1, King E4, King F7, King F4, King E7. Both the sides not finding any way to progress.
Yes, quite understandable, yeah, because again, as we mentioned earlier, when you play something like A5 to try and force things, if all white needs to do is exchange the C5 pawn, and this position with 3 pawns against black's 3 pawns is a draw, even if white has an extra exchange. So quite a few quick updates. One of the updates is that yes, Wesley so lost in 20 moves. Ken Nakamura was the fastest game, and I think Vidit has also repeated a couple of times. So we might just see another draw here as well. If that happens, Indians are still undefeated after 2 games, and with a combined score of 2.5 out of 4. How impressive is that, guys?
That
How
is
impressive is
impressive.
that?
But Shri, I'm not. It isn't very clear to me why Rook E1 doesn't work concretely. Let's say Rook H4, King G8, and even now Rook E1.
Rook
What
E8,
is
you want
black?
Rook H5, yes?
No, I wanted to play, Rook H5, and so that after E4, I have F3 here. So this is something I couldn't really wrap my head around as to what as to what would black reply F3 with. Maybe just a
Uh,
move like knight B2, knight D3, maybe.
Knight B2, I'm not sure, yeah, because this allows Bishop C3. So start with Rook G5
Right.
check, King F7, Bishop C3. I would
So
be
maybe
scared to allow
so maybe
this.
F3 I just play E3. Yeah, this is annoying. This is annoying. After F3
No,
I just play
E3,
E3.
E3, Rook H4.
Rook H4, not allowing D4. Oh, that was deep. Okay, Rook H4. Can I play something like C3 here?
Yes, you can.
Being very concrete, but if it works, it works.
But this can become dangerous for black because if I can get my pieces on time, if white can get
Yes.
the pieces on time, then these pawns start falling off. So you need to be really, really careful.
Oh, you know what would be even more smarter? Rook H4. Maybe I just play a move like knight B2 now with the idea to play knight D3.
Yes. I anticipated this, but again, I start with Rook G4 check. You have to go
King
King F7,
F7. Yes, I go King F7. And I
and
don't
now
care
Bishop
about this Bishop
C3.
C3 stuff. I ignore it. I play knight D3.
Okay. I do see your point, and now Rook G7 check runs into King
King
F8.
F8.
And
Exactly.
the problem for white is if white plays Rook E2, then you have Knight
Knight
C1. Yeah.
C1. Yes,
Then I go
exactly.
Rook C2, then you come back Knight D3.
Oh, yeah.
And now if
It
I
is
play King
not easy
F1,
to tackle this. No, I can play. Can I play a move like D4? Is my question. I can, right?
wow, wow. This
Yeah,
is a
Bishop
very nice
D4
and
and Bishop
strong move.
F3.
Yeah, and E2 and E1 is coming by force.
Yeah. This can
Yes.
get very dangerous actually for white. So maybe he does repeat the moves and they take the draw which they have. And I understand it completely now.
Yeah. With
Can
with
get
it, it
very
would have been
dangerous.
for him. It would have been very dangerous to continue on because he has so
Yes.
less time,
Oh
and this
wow.
question can go out of hand in just one move.
So Vidit does make the draw against Levon Aronian, and Raja has won his game, his second game, 2 out of 2 against Aryan Tari. We never looked at this game, but the game is already over. Raja has won. Um, Linear Dominguez, by the way, also won his game against Johan Christiansen Johansson. So many results already on the board. Shahryar Mamedov won against Ali Reza Firuza, a very important result there. And the only game going on right now is Magnus Carlsen versus Lei Kwang Liam. Let's have a quick look at that before that gets over as well.
Magnus, completely in the driver's seat, having a 3-minute advantage on time over Li Kuang. And in terms of position, his king is so much superior in terms of activity compared to White's king. So this, I think, this is the biggest difference in the position. Although they are 3 pawns each, so materially they are equal. In terms of piece activity, White is very much on top because of Black is very much on top because of his king activity. Bishop
Right.
c6 on the board. So Soumya, what do you think? You're the concrete calculation arm of our team, and the
Calculator.
strategic. Yeah, you're my calculator, my human calculator.
No, I mean, first thing that came to my mind was rook f3 and bishop into c6 and just take on e3, but that would be a draw. And Magnus is playing for a win, so he plays bishop e6, um, and he wants to put pressure on the g4 pawn.
Yeah,
Well,
with Magnus, for him, it makes sense to keep the game as less concrete as possible. Yeah, one thing is in terms of the position, it becomes easier for White for White, it's easier to defend concretely. And secondly, with less time, the more forcing it is, the easier it is for him to react. And with bishop f3, this allows bishop d7 or rook b3 as well. Yeah, rook b3, and now black is winning for
oh
sure.
my god, rook b3 so smart. Rook c6 doesn't work because rook into e3, rook b6, and there is bishop d5, and the bishop on f3 hangs. And after rook c6, rook e3, king f2, black has rook b3 back, defending the b6
Rook
pawn.
into f3 check, no?
Oh, rook into f3 is even stronger. Just take on f3 and bishop d5. This is
Yes.
actually yeah, is this winning? It is winning because king d6, king c5, king b4. And how does White stop it? He can't.
Yeah, this is winning for sure. I see it in the evaluation bar on the live board, and no arguments for me. It's like the Supreme Court for me, the Stockfish evaluation. No,
Yeah,
no,
this
no
is
more questions.
losing for Li Kuangliam. He plays e4, but I guess bishop into a4 works because bishop into a4, king a4, e5, king
Square,
b5, and
square,
the king
square,
is in
square.
the square. So this endgame is winning.
Yes. You can explain people the concept of square, you know.
The concept of square is okay. I hope I do this well because it's a very important concept. After bishop a4, king a4, e5, as we can see that there are three moves for the white pawn to queen. And so we count three squares to the left or the right of the pawn, whichever side the king is on. And if the black opponent's king, that is the black king, can reach this square, any of these squares on time, then he's in the square. So basically, you count a square from the place the pawn is on uh, and see if your opponent can reach it.
Oh,
So
okay. I didn't know this. This is a new thing for me.
So basically, let's say bishop a4, king a4, the king is still in the square of the e4 pawn, but the difference is that it is white's turn to play. So this square is not counted. After e5, you have to count. And this is an important thing. And I think this is something a lot of players, like automatically they count the square with the pawn on e4, but because when you're learning chess and learn the concept of square, you automatically count the square with the pawn on e4, but you actually have to count it from e5 so that because it's white's turn to play. And an easy way to do it is just count the number of squares in front of the pawn after you play e5 and see if black can reach any of the squares to the left or the right of the pawn in that squares. Like वो 3 squares है तो अभी king b5 या king c5 या king b5 पे पहुंच रहा है तो वो square के अंदर है.
This is a new thing
Did
for
I
me.
explain it properly? Like, could I explain it properly, Chad? I hope I didn't confuse you further because it's a very, very important concept.
Yeah, no, I don't know about the chat, but I'm certainly more enlightened because
Really?
I use a different technique.
Okay.
So I look at the queening square of the pawn,
Mm-hmm.
and then I look at the queening square of the pawn diagonally,
Uh-huh.
and then the square adjacent to this. And if the king is able to reach within these squares, then the king stops the pawn. This is how I've been taught to count the square, to draw the square. I didn't know.
Uh-huh.
I didn't. I probably didn't know this technique of counting the pawns, counting the number of pawn moves. No, I didn't know this. I just take the queening square of the pawn, the diagonal of the queening
Uh-huh.
square of the pawn,
Uh-huh.
and then the square of the diagonal, the file of the diagonal, and the
Right.
rank of the pawn.
Yeah, this is what is given in Dworsky's book as well, in Endgame Manual, actually. But the thing is, I learned the concept of square on my own. Like, no one taught
Wow!
it to me. So this is how
Wow!
I learned it, because it was just easier to calculate it this way, like how many squares in front. So then see how many squares on the side. And I just found it easier to visualize it than make all these diagonals and arrows. Like,
This is brilliant. This is brilliant. I will also use this the next time I'm teaching. Yes, both the things are same, but it's two different methods, and some people might find something else simpler. So the simplest thing in these things are the best things. Simplicity wins.
yeah, whatever helps you remember it, basically.
Yes, whatever helps you
Understand it,
remember.
first of all. First of all, whatever helps you understand it, and then whatever helps you remember it.
Yes. Meanwhile, we had AD have giving a brief cameo appearance. Welcome, welcome,
Wow.
AD. Shout out to AD. His comments were, "Am I the only one who thinks she looks silly and funny?"
What are these comments? Like, what? Anyway, I am really glad AD made that comment, because as a commentator, as a female commentator, I hope I can address this, but as a female commentator, I get a lot of comments on my looks, but my male counterparts don't get them at all. So I'm very glad AD made this comment.
But
At
Soumya,
least,
you get positive comments now. People don't call
but
you
still,
silly and funny.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But but still, I'm just like, dude, I'm here for chess, not to like. Well, okay, I understand.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a good step for equality, but a step in
Not
not
the
a
best
good
direction.
direction.
Oh God. This is so.
But
Do you
yeah,
want
I'm
to have a
I'm
quick look at Wesley's game, Shri? We decided to
yeah,
have a
yeah, yeah,
look
yeah,
at it
yeah. I
in
was
the
I was I
break.
was going for that. I was going for that. But yeah, I should say I'm honored to receive a comment just being
On
acknowledged by someone as legendary as AD, the author
as
of several
a
books and video courses, which hasn't seen the light of the day yet. But that's how it is with a lot of legendary things. They never get appreciated during their time. We always only appreciate them from the future.
By the way, I played a lot of B3 in my last Blitz stream, and it was a lot of fun. I just wanted to mention that. And I wrote to AD about it, and Adi's like, oh, wow, I'm going to include your games in my course. So watch out for Adi's course. I was just like, yaar, iska course ab tak aaya kyun nahi? I could have used it in my Blitz games.
But Soumya, I think do you want to win, or do you want to study the course?
No, but I actually think it's a fun opening. I know you have your views on it, but I actually think it's a lot of fun to play B3.
No, no. I also think it's a lot of fun. I troll it a lot because I hope that at least that pushes AD to finish it at least sometime in his lifetime. Because I'm also really looking forward to getting it on my hands.
And by the way, I just read the chat. Is it Forum's birthday today? Our mod on Chess
They
24.
they, they always try to troll the streamers like that.
Oh, really? Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe forum you can confirm in the chat if it's your birthday, because we would like to wish you as well if it is.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing to get trolled by the
Anyway,
chat.
great day for forum, because I know that she's a huge Anish fan and Anish played an excellent day today. So if it is your birthday and he won like this today, then yeah, very nice day in general, I would say.
Yes. So the Wesley So Duda game, it started with the London system, knight f3, e6, bishop f4. This opening is called the London system. It's one of the most popular openings across club levels because it's very easy to play as white. You just develop your pieces in an uniform way. You put the knight on f3, the bishop on f4, pawns on e3, c3, h3. And Magnus Carlsen, as a young world champion in his early 20s, he started making such openings mainstream. So when me and Soumya, we were growing up, these kind of openings were considered as sidelines and not so important lines. But Magnus came into the highest level and he started showing that even in the highest level, people are not so well prepared against these kind of variations, and it gives you a very good game. And at some point in chess theory, the main lines also kind of started petering out towards equality. So this came into prominence, and now you'll find that an opening like London system, it's very versatile, very easy to play, and it forms a repertoire of almost pretty much every top player in the world these days. You can just go and play a London system if you're looking to just get a position which doesn't immediately end in a draw, like it happens in Berlin so often. So it started like this, and then c5, e3, and black played queen b6. This is a slightly ambitious setup. It attacks the b2 pawn immediately, and if white spends a move like queen c1, then it disrupts white's development. So it causes disruption. When things get disrupted, the normal way of life goes out of the window, and as humans, we are very uncomfortable with disruptions. The same thing happens with a move like queen b6, but fortunately, white has this move knight c3. The point being that if black takes on b2, then white has this move knight b5. So c into d4, e into d4 was included because after queen into b2, knight b5, this can get very, very dangerous for black. There are moves like knight c7 check coming in, and in some cases, the queen can also get trapped. Bishop c4, rook b1, or probably not bishop c4, but some move like c3 and rook b1. The queen either gets trapped or it gets out of the game. And so Duda wanted to play bishop b4 check. All these
But
things are, yeah.
no, sorry, Shri, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I'm very surprised that this stuff works. Does it work? Like, I'm sorry if I interrupted you in the middle of a
No.
variation.
Don't worry. You didn't.
Because
It
it
doesn't work. It
looks
doesn't
so
work for black.
dangerous for black. Yes, taking the pawn on b2 looks so dangerous, but of course, Duda won this game. So, yeah, let's look how the
It
game
doesn't work,
progressed.
but practically it's not so easy if you don't remember the best computer lines. So the game progressed with knight d2, knight d5, knight d2 reinforcing the threat of knight c7 check. So black defends it with knight d5, defending knight c7, the threat of knight c7. So white went rook b1, queen into e2, and rook into b4, distracting this knight so that the c7 square is accessible. And Duda had to take this because otherwise he's just a piece down. And at this point, uh, knight c7 check is possible, but it's not the strongest move because after king d8, knight into e8, black also gets a lot of pawns in return. Knight into c2 check, followed by knight d4 check, then knight c6. He gets like 4 pawns for a piece. So instead, white has to play knight d6 check. This is the correct move. Wesley so played it.
Wow. Okay.
And king e7 was played by Duda. But at this point, white had to be a lot more accurate. And Wesley so played bishop c4, which directly went into a lost position because after knight into c2 check, king f1 forced because again king e2 runs into knight into d4 check. And after king f1 and queen a1, which is a very important move because
Wow.
if you stay in
Unbelievable.
the middle game, then black's king is very vulnerable and dangerous, and white's pieces are very well developed. But with the queen's exchange and queens off the board, the game completely turned. So the critical point was around this point with king e7, and here white had to play queen h5. to
Queen
ensure.
h5 looks so powerful actually, right? Because you're threatening queen f7 as well as queen c5 here. And queen
Yes.
g5 as well, actually. You're threatening like a lot of things here. So I was thinking queen h5, maybe knight c2, but I think white has a move like king d1 here because I mean, not allowing any kind of check. Like, because first I thought knight c2 works, but because of king e2, knight d4 maybe. But then I thought, what does black do for knight c2, king d1? And I really can't find a move.
Yes,
Does
there is
this
absolutely no check.
works?
Yeah, what you're saying is completely true. There's no check at all. And all these threats of queen into f7, queen g5, queen c5, all of them in the air. So black is completely lost here after queen h5. So this was the move which Wesley had to find, but this is not at all easy without computer or without knowing it already.
Yeah, I'm sure he
So
knew it. He just couldn't recollect it. And in rapid, sometimes, if it was a classical game, he would have taken his time and thought maybe. But in rapid, you tend to play very fast as well, out of inertia. And he just
true,
played
true,
fast,
true,
maybe.
true, true. I think he just missed this knight c2 queen a1 idea,
Right.
and it's actually it's actually sad for Wesley to start like this with 0 out of 2 and losing a game with white in just 20 moves. It's
Yeah.
sad, and I don't think any of us would have predicted that. But here we are. It happens sometimes. It's like CSK losing 2 matches in a row, but sometimes it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it is quite possible. And also, it will be interesting to see how he handles it because top players are also very good at handling difficult situations, even difficult psychological situations like he's in right now. He's on 0 out of 2, but there are still 13 more games to be played in the prelims, and he has ample number of chances to cover up. So it will be something to learn from, I feel, how he comes back.
Definitely, definitely. Oh, the games have started. The next round has started. With its game has started, and with it continuing on with his Sicilian defense, I wonder if his opponent will also repeat this Queen D3. Johann Sebastian Christiansen, one of the top Norwegian players. He's one of the most young and exciting players. A bit similar to Jordan Van Forest, who you might know very well by now, the winner of the Tara Steel 2021 Tara Steel Masters Chess Tournament. In that sense, is similar in the sense that they are both, filled with exciting new opening ideas. And Johann Sebastian Christiansen was actually a second of Jordan Van Forest in the
Oh,
2020 Tata Steel Masters. I'm not sure if he was a second in 2021, but could very well be. And Aryan Tari also probably works with these guys. So this Queen D3, which I really liked, the direction in which they went. These guys, they are basically what they are doing is they are finding new solutions to old problems, and they do this by taking the game into new unexplored territories, which their opponent was probably not anticipating. This is a very, very effective strategy because they pick up some obscure move which the opponent has not likely considered, and they are very well prepared in that. So it's a bit like an ambush, and they are very, very efficient at doing this. So I've been very impressed with how well they have executed this over the last 1 to 2 years, and the pandemic has probably helped them add to this quiver of ever exciting new ideas in the opening.
wow. So that's some very great insight into what kind of a player Johan is. Great introduction for him as well. And yes, it has been confirmed that Magnus, Aryantari, and Christiansen Johansson are all playing from the same location. As you can see, there is someone watching the game from behind as well, perhaps an arbiter, perhaps a family member that we don't know. But yeah, that's a very nice thing for the Norwegians. They must be feeling each other's support as well. And for the two youngsters, it must be very inspiring as well to play alongside Magnus, almost like
Definitely.
as if they were a part of the same team or something.
Yeah, definitely. And they also have this added advantage that they don't have to set up their own camera and settings and stuff.
Oh
There's someone else
yeah.
doing this for them.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
That does help. That does help. Um, just wanted to say that in Prag's game against Wesley So, if we can just quickly look at the opening, because just now the queens got exchanged, but this is such an exciting opening. And um, I felt like after e6, there's a line that after e6, white plays bishop g5 here and f6, and I think uh, white and there was a line I remember where black plays knight to c6 even, and white gives a queen sacrifice. Do you remember this line,
okay.
Sri? This is a very interesting line that white could have gone as an option, but I think the line went something like d5 e6, bishop g5 f6, and come back to bishop e3 if I'm not wrong. And here uh, there were there was a move like knight c6, um, and even a move like queen a4 actually. Um, Even a move like queen a4, and after bishop. No, queen a4 allows c4, so knight c6 was the point, I think. But anyway, white played this c4 here, so he went for this queen exchange. And after knight d2, knight a6. So we have actually got a completely different position from what we usually get in this system.
Yeah, this variation against the Grunfeld with bishop e3, it's actually Vidit's go-to move. And I think Vidit has played quite a few games here, including a spectacular opening idea against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the online Olympiad. And I also vaguely recall another game of Vidit here where he showed a brilliant idea. In I don't exactly remember which game it was, but I do remember Peter Swidler, who has a fantastic course on Grunfeld on Chessable. The part one has been released. He was talking about that game, and he has included that game in his course as well. So
In
Bishop
fact,
E. Yeah.
in fact, you mentioned Swidler, and Swidler has a wonderful game in this line himself, which was one of the model games for this line. And let me check if I can quickly get it. But we can surely see this game as it progressed, because it went into a completely different direction.
Yes, Prague has sacrificed a pawn, little Prague, and now we can only see the we are only able to see his hair for a few seconds. Now back to the ice is sharp eyes. What do you see in his eyes, Soumya? What do you think he's thinking? What
Oh
do you
my
think?
It's hard to guess at this moment.
It's
Just
hard to guess with this camera. Yeah, we should send him a new camera, like the Norwegians have.
yes.
Yes. So he's gone h4, and I'm also not very well versed with this part of chess. Also, few people might be wondering why Prague's rating is only 1781. That is because a lot of these kids, they didn't play a lot of rapid rated tournaments in India after they got their initial rapid rating, and for this reason, a lot of these kids uh, have a rating so disproportionate to their actual strength, like how Gukesh had 1900 in the World Rapid. And then these kids end up playing these tournaments in Chennai, these rapid tournaments where people like me go and play. So imagine what damage it causes to our ratings. I'm like 2500 in rapid. And then I play against these guys like Prag and Gukesh, who are rated above me in classical. But in rapid, they have these ratings like 1700 and 1900. So if I beat them, I gain like absolutely nothing. But if I lose to them, I lose quite a lot of rating points.
Yes, I can totally understand. And actually, this is a huge problem. Like, I think in India, a lot of players itself, not just kids, but a lot of players are underrated. And this is a problem many people face, that they go by the player's rating and not by their actual playing strength. And then they really pay the price for it.
Yes, but in this blitz and rapid, it's so incredibly disproportional. Very, very. You see it with everyone. Arvind had something like 2200. Nihal still has, I think, a very underrated rapid rating. His blitz has caught up in FIDE, but his rapid rating is quite low. And Prague, as you can see, is 1781. Imagine if this tournament was FIDE rated.
But I can't believe. So that means he hasn't played these World Rapid and Blitz, I guess.
Yes, he actually hasn't. I think he might have played once. I'm not sure, but yeah, he didn't actually. The last one in 2019, he actually skipped it because he had played some 4 tournaments before that in a row, and even Prague, with his incredible stamina, sometimes needs to rest from chess, which might be hard to believe for a lot of people watching, but yes, that
Yeah.
is the
By the way,
case.
Shri, as we were talking, I could retrieve the Peter Swidler game. Maybe we can just show it a little bit of it, because it's such an interesting line. And I was so
Sure.
excited to see the line on the board. So what happens is that after d5 e6, and I think this is what Wesley wanted to tempt Prague into. Maybe like
Mm-hmm.
after d5 e6, white goes bishop g5. Black plays f6, and white comes back bishop e3. So he has basically blocked white's bishop, black's bishop on g7 by provoking f6. And black plays knight c6 here, utilizing the pin on the d5. White plays bishop to d3, supporting the e4 pawn. And now black plays e into d5, e into d5, and pawn to c4.
Mm-hmm.
So after bishop c4, he plays, now the d5 pawn was attacked after c4, and after bishop c4 he plays bishop e6. And white plays rook d1, and white plays knight to e7, still threatening the d5 pawn. And here white has a really nice queen sacrifice with king to e6, rook d2, rook d2. This is a completely crazy position that was reached in several games, but mainly in one of Peter Swidler's games against Vladimir Potkin in 2010 Russian Championship. And that's where it got really popular. And after that, it was utilized a lot in the top level. So this crazy position might be something that Wesley was aiming for, but Prague did not allow it on the board, because he went c4 directly instead of the bishop g5 line on the 12th move.
Yes, C4, one of the most standard ways to go. But to be honest, if I was Prague, I would feel a bit underprepared here, and
Mm-hmm.
there's already a 6 minute advantage for Wesley on the clock. But yeah, I mean, if Prague was entering a main line like this, I think Prague probably had to know this a bit better. But having said that, Prague has, so far he has constantly shown positive surprises. So I hope it continues on that trend. The first game, his opening choice looked a bit risky with black, but he actually pulled off a win. And
Yeah.
second game, it initially looked more pleasant for Gawain, but he managed to draw in a very comfortable way with him dictating the terms. So quite often the younger kids actually know uh, better than old hats like me. So although I have opinions, I always observe what the younger crowd is doing. They
That's true.
set the
But here,
future.
that's true. They do find new ways to solve old problems, like you put it a few minutes ago. But I actually do like I play the Grunfeld a lot as black, and I think black is also quite happy to play this position. First of all, he got the a3 pawn for free. uh, After bishop b2, bishop a3, and it's true that his bishop is distracted from the king side. It cannot go and help his king right now. Bishop on a3 looks completely out of play. But how does white create an attack? So after castle, which is the position on the board, even h5 is not very effective anymore. And in the long term, the a pawn will be black's trump.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This a pawn can get really dangerous. And knight c7 was the more I was thinking, because this knight can be really effective on d6 in the future with this pawn blocking with e5. And then
Right.
the a pawn just runs. This can be very dangerous for Prag. So I'm really not sure if again I'm really skeptical about Prag's Prag entering this position without knowing it really well. But again,
Right.
that's a bit of an inevitable thing, because you cannot have the kind of preparation that people have at the absolute elite in a matter of few weeks or months. It's part of growing up. Yeah, they have better opening preparation than these younger kids, but the younger kids, they generally they're quite tricky and creative, so they manage to solve and set a lot of problems on the board, and wriggle away from a lot of difficult situations.
That's true. That's true. But actually, I was thinking this is probably the exact reason why White goes for this sophisticated maneuver of bishop g5, 6, bishop e3, the line which we saw, because going for straightforward stuff like c4 and exchanging the queens right away does not work for this very reason. This knight a6 maneuver is actually very strong. Like, even if White doesn't play a3, there is knight b4 coming in, and it's not easy to deal with it.
Yeah. True. Night before was coming in, and again, this is probably one of the areas where I'm not. I understand really little these kind of Grunfeld mainline questions. I really intend to spend more time on Swidler's course during the next month. Uh, so usually when I look at a question, I'm able to explain it pretty fluently. But here I have to admit, I would love to know better here. But yeah,
No, this knight a6 maneuver actually is a very typical maneuver in this particular line. Even with the queens on the board, knight a6 is a very common maneuver, with going knight b4, and after a3 even knight a2, because the knight never gets trapped there. There is always knight c3, and the bishop on g7 is such a beautiful piece to have. And you even give up the c5 pawn in some cases, because just to keep your pieces more fluid. After bishop c5, b6, it comes with a tempo, then bishop a, there are so many tactics coming in all the time. So actually it is White who needs to be careful in these kind of positions. Even though it looks like White got everything with such a beautiful center in place, it's actually White who needs to be careful.
agreed. Completely agreed. Also, even with my limited knowledge of this position, those are the few things I know. So back to the live position with h5. h5 has been played, but again, my question is, what if Black just plays a5 and starts pushing this pawn? How does White address this?
Sorry, I was a little distracted by the chat. It seems it is Forum's birthday today. So, a very happy birthday, Forum, to you. Wish you a great day and a year ahead. So nice that it is our mod's birthday today, and we can actually celebrate it a little bit on the stream. I see everyone is wishing her. It's such a nice feeling, and somehow we all end up on our birthdays on the Chess 24 India stream, right?
Yes,
It's a thing.
happy birthday, Forum.
It's a thing. Yes, wish you a very happy birthday and wish you a great year ahead. Be safe and enjoy chess.
Yes,
So
happy birthday.
uh, coming back to the games, see, you were discussing how black responds to h5, right?
Yes, I was wondering what happens to a5.
Yeah, a5 looks very normal, no? Because yeah, he does play a5. So a5, a4, a3, a2 would be my go-to plan here. And just ask white what white is doing. Yeah.
Yes, this looks very very uncomfortable for Prag. Prag is actually a great defender of worse positions, by the way. And one of Prag's first brushes with the elite was his match against Wesley So in the Leon Masters Rapid in 2018, if I recall correctly. And that match was actually pretty interesting. It was a 4-game rapid match with similar time control. And it went on till the last game, and Wesley So won by a narrow margin of 2.5, 1.5. With this is a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old Prag that we are talking about. And even then, he managed to get the match so close with stunning resourcefulness. So with Prag, I would never ever write him off in any position.
Wow, that's, and by the way, in BD's game, it's almost as if they are mirroring in some way, because in BD's game also, against Sebastian Christiansen, Sebastian Christiansen, pardon me, white has gone h4 and being very aggressive, but I think black is the one who is in the driver's seat over here, because the d3 pawn is definitely a weakness. And white needs to be careful. White needs to be careful not to become worse. So he's
Yes,
been
but
very aggressive actually. G4 played, king G2, rook H1. Probably that's the plan.
true, but it doesn't really look inspiring for White. I think he's just lashing out with some sort of counterplay because he has no answers to with its pressure on the center. So sometimes when you don't have a good answer, you have to try and distract things on the other side. Yeah. So this is what White is trying to do here, but this doesn't solve the problem that. This doesn't solve the problem by itself, and the problem with this attack on the king side is it's really hard to mobilize White's pieces towards that spear of the board. So yeah, you can get h5, but then what? I mean, after g into h5, g into h5, how does the attack continue? It's not. It's not at all easy. On the other hand, Black's plan on the queen side is really really clear. He plays b4 and then he creates a passer with the queen side majority. Black has one pawn more on the queen side, so all he needs to do is exchange one of those pawns, b4 say into b4 say into b4, a5 a4 b3, and if he manages to achieve this, then white will be really pressed on this side of the board. And in the meanwhile, the king side distractions, it's basically just going to be probably it will backfire on white.
Yeah, G4 H5 looks very desperate, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I mean, it's a very practical maybe approach कि चलो position खराब है तो थोड़ा attack कर लेते हैं. But I think VD will coolly defend it if we know him well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I expect VD's first win to happen in this game. Let's see, Chan. Let's see. What do you think? What do you think will this be VD's first win on Forum's birthday? Was he waiting for the clock to strike 12 so that he can score his first win in this tournament and make Forum's day?
It's a nice way to put it. Let's see what the chat says. And meanwhile, maybe we can have a quick look at Raja's game. Raja is playing black against Levon Aronian, who recently shifted to USA, but in this tournament, he still plays for Armenia. And there was, again, a London system in their board as well. Raja replied with the B6, E6, B6 system. So maybe we can call it like the Queen's Indian system in response to the London system. And very, very logical way to play H3, C5, knight B D2, knight C6, C3, D5.
Yes, yes, yes. I like how you called it the Queen's Indian system. This is an old favorite of Karpo, by the way. This is how Karpo responded to the London system, and Karpo kind of used to play exclusively the Queen's Indian setups against 1d4.
Oh, I see. That's good insight. And Raja is actually a very classical player. I have observed that he usually goes for these, even though he's like very dynamic as a player, but only when he's forced to. He usually likes to play all these classical systems, and his knowledge of classics is amazing. He has. I mean, even in the previous two games that we saw, he won them in a very technical manner, just putting pressure on his opponents. ऐसा नहीं कि attack किया और जीत गया. So that's
Yeah, yeah.
usually the way he plays, unless he's forced to be very aggressive. Then he channels his inner fighter and just goes all out.
That's the way he rolls, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's got this position on the board where he had a choice whether to keep the center fluid or not, and he chose to go c4. So
Yeah,
he's
and keep
going
it
to.
closed. Mm-hmm.
So I think he's going to, like, he played bishop c6 next, so he's going to play b5 and b4 as well. He wants to press on the queen side.
Yeah, but
And
he really needs to be careful on his king side, yeah, menacing bishop and queen build up, and also the opening up of e4 somewhere in the future when white's bishops will be better positioned to take advantage of the opening of the position.
in the opening, he decided to give up his dark squared bishop, sorry, for the knight on e5. And that was a very responsible decision, but he quickly got his knight to f5. Just see this very nice maneuver, like he went knight e7, knight f5, and now he can even go knight d6 and knight e4 anytime he wants. So
Yeah,
I think that was a very important and useful maneuver for black. A very good defensive piece as well, with the knight on f5 blocking the bishop always. So white, whenever he wants to attack, he needs to make some weaknesses in his position as well with g4. It's not so simple.
true. You're talking about the present position, yeah. I think it's a nice double-edged position. Can go either way. I'm a bit biased by the evaluation bar, which is why I'm rooting a bit in favor of white.
I see.
But
Okay. So the evaluation bar favors white, is it?
yeah, the evaluation bar favors white on the live board.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting. So white is going for f3, e4 in this position. And Raja's playing so fast. They both have less time, so that's the reason they're taking decisions really fast now. They both are down to white is down to 6 minutes and black is down to 5. So he took BC. Maybe he wants to go queen d7 and bishop a4. That is definitely a move black will consider here, just so that the queen is distracted from this b1 h7 diagonal, and also it could get trapped there. Oh, queen a3, even more powerful actually. Queen a3 is even more powerful, with the idea to play bishop a4 and trapping the queen.
yeah. But probably not that difficult to solve. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
But yeah,
just
knight
knight
f1.
f1. Knight f1 is probably the only move.
But yeah, the problem is black cannot get rook b8, rook b2 so easily, yeah, because this bishop on h2 is watching like a sniper.
Yeah. So definitely giving up the dark squared bishop was a responsible decision, but then you get some things in return, like quick play on the queen side, and this knight on f5 also is quite strong.
That's life, yeah. You give certain things, you get certain things, and you can't have them all.
Yeah. The Devil asks why Levon has Armenian flag. Didn't he change federation to USA? I think it takes some time. to change federations. I mean, he has decided to change the federation, but I think it takes some time for it to reflect in FIDE, and there is a whole process involved. So that's the
Yes.
reason it doesn't
Changing your
reflect it.
flags is not as simple as flagging your opponents in bullet games, my friend. All right. Which game shall we move on to next?
Yes. Let's go to Prag's game. It's beautiful. Look at the center with d5, e5, e4. Crazy center. And the pawn on a2 already on the second rank. I mean, I think his last three moves were a4, a3, and a2. Black's last three moves were a4, a3, and a2. So black kept on pushing, while white kept on being aggressive in the center. So I think what Prag wants to do is basically he's ready to give up the exchange anytime for the strong bishop, the dark squared bishop. Anytime black plays bishop c3, Prag will be like, le lo mera rook aur de do mujhe aapka bishop. So yeah, I think this is the right way. I mean, I don't know if it works, but it does make sense because his position was already very difficult.
But Soumya, sorry to interrupt you, but the thing is, Wesley is not going to give up an exchange. Yeah, he wants the whole rook.
Yeah.
He's going to go the greedy way.
Yeah, now I'm just thinking like if there is a way to defend against this rook f8 stuff. So rook f8 has been played, knight f3, bishop g4 coming in. Probably bishop h3 first. Okay, he goes bishop g4. Maybe bishop h3 was stronger, no?
Next he just comes bishop c3, no? And then your f3 is under attack, your a1 is under attack. And I think Prag just has to resign. Yeah.
It's lost, I think.
Yeah, again, it's very, very dangerous to get into positions where you're underprepared against players of this level because they study these things so deeply and so well. I mean, this is general convention, general conventional wisdom that you have to know these positions that you're entering into really well at the elite level. Otherwise, it can be really hard to solve these problems over the board, especially in shorter time control games.
And especially in the Grunfeld, and especially in the bishop e3 variation in the Grunfeld. It's like the absolute one of the main lines of the Grunfeld, and a very sharp one, and it's actually very concrete. So, in Grunfeld, there are some variations in which are very concrete, and if you know them really well, only then you can enter them. Otherwise, it gets very, very hard to tackle these positions over the board. Like, for example,
totally. Grunfeld is an example. A lot of Sicilian openings, like the 6 bishop g5 in Naidov.
Yeah.
A lot of examples where if you don't precisely know your way, you're going to get lost like a little kid in a big city.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, looks very difficult for Prag to save this. So,
Meanwhile, how's the VD boy doing?
Let's jump to Vidit's game. Vidit has the game. Yeah, he did take GH5. Oh wow! Did you see what Christiansen did? He put his king to G3. I mean, I just like the idea. King G2, king G3. He's just marching ahead with his king. So Vidit did take on H5 finally. GH5, GH5. Now he'll just push the pawns on the queen's side. A4, H6, GH6, rook H1, and king H7.
Yeah, but just like I mentioned, black gets in the passed pawn on the queen side really easily. And this king side distraction, which white was attempting, it actually ends up backfiring because now it's only black who is going to attack white's king, not the other way around.
Yeah,
rook
actually.
G8, rook G6.
Actually, absolutely true.
So, yeah, I mean, Johann Sebastian, he had to accept that he was slightly worse and he had to sit and defend that position. This kind of extravagant play on the king side, not backed up by his pieces. These pieces were not well positioned to support such an enterprise. And as such, he's going to pay the price of this. And again, once again, Forum's birthday with its win, all of them happening after midnight.
Not a coincidence. But tell me, Shri, like, was it h6 too desperate? I would have expected something like rook g1. Now that the g file is open, finally you have some chance to create something. And then you play h6, opening up the file not only in front of your opponent's king, but also in front of your own king.
Yeah, true. Valid point made by you. I think H6 was just bad, and
Yeah.
I think he kind of misjudged something here. Maybe he just missed that Vidit can just take the pawn and uh, just bring his rook on a g5, which is actually pretty surprising. Knowing Vidit, knowing him from the YouTube streams, the greedy weedy nickname, g into h6 should have been the one and only move that Johan should have considered for h6.
Yeah.
So king h2 on 4.
he should see more of with its streams for sure.
True.
Queen e3, rook g8, king h2 on the board, and maybe time to bring the other rook in with rook g6 and rook d8.
Yeah, totally. Once again, question where I would totally tag it to you, to play the black pieces and checkmate white. Rook d8, rook g8.
Thank you so
Where
much. Even rook d4 comes to mind here. Rook d4 is so pretty. Rook d4, come on, let's play rook d4 here.
Yeah, rook d4, rook g1.
Rook g1. Rook g1 is strong. I was thinking rook d4, and then I play rook g4 on the next move. But rook g1, and maybe now rook to g4.
After rook g1, you cannot do that because h6 is hanging.
No, your
Moral
king
of
is
the
on
story.
h2. Your king is on h2, Shri.
You mean in the present position?
Yeah. I mean in the present position. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yes. But you have to be careful when you're drawn to these pretty moves, like rook d4.
It's not working?
Rook d4, there was rook g1, no?
Yeah, rook g1, but I think he has rook g1 anyway.
No, but the problem with rook d4, rook g1, it creates two threats, right? One is rook into g6, attacking h6. Another is knight into d4 is also a threat now. So this is actually winning for white.
No, I actually don't. No, I meant another position actually, but okay. I think maybe I have the position wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had the position wrong on my board, so I meant another position, but it's okay.
Okay.
So in my position, the rook was still on h1 with the king on h2 for some reason. Like I got it wrong.
Okay. Got it. Like this, yeah.
So
and now you wanted rook d4.
No, then I had the rook on g8 as
G8.
well. Yes, in this position, this exact position. And then I wanted to play rook d4. I'm sorry for the confusion, but I don't know how I got that. There are glitches that happen.
Glitches in.
This is
but I think
completely
is just
winning now.
posting.
Yeah, this is completely winning now. He's played queen f4 on the board. Maybe queen e8 comes to mind. Even rook queen e8. Rook g7 would be a blunder of sorts because of rook into g6 and rook into g6, queen f7 coming in. So black needs to be a little careful. Queen e8 would solve black's problems.
Yeah, queen e8 would solve black's problems. Also, do you sense that clear difference in level that we are seeing across the different ratings? For example, Vidit against Aryan and Johann Sebastian, it's a lot easier to play, because there is a huge difference in level between 2700 and 2600. And this we were not able to see. So apparently, because Vidit was exclusively playing against people about 2750 in the earlier editions of CCT. But now in a more mixed field like this, I think it makes you appreciate the elite players even more, how incredibly strong they are and unforgiving if you give them chances.
That's true, actually. I think the difference in level is, yes, as you pointed out, it is obvious, and you can see it in these games where 2,700 players are playing against, let's say, 2,600 players, or even 2,550 players.
Yes, fantastic grandmasters, very strong. But again, elite is something a different level. And of course, there is always a little bit of difference even amongst the elite of the elite, yeah, which people like Anish and Nepo are showing right now. They are playing chess at a level even above the 2750 class. They are clearly showing a difference.
Oh, absolutely. That candidates is like this candidates that's going on is like the epitome of chess. Any kind of candidate tournament you see, the games are at absolutely another level. And you can learn so much by just watching the tournament.
Meanwhile, you had a result update on two of the games. So
Right.
Levon drew against Rajabo
Yes.
in a very interesting game, which we briefly had a look. And in the other game, Aryan Tari drew against Gavin Jones. So that's also, that was also an interesting draw in the Sicilian Dragon. And back to the live action. Back to the live action. Probably this question is already hopeless for white. Black just
Yeah.
played f5. White cannot play into f6 because bishop d6 pins the queen. And if white prevents it with knight e5, then after bishop into e5, queen into e5, now h6 is no longer attacked. So black just plays rook into g4 followed by queen g2, and it's ggo. So f5, and after f5, if white takes rook into g6, then after black recaptures rook into g6, h6 is defended, f7 is no longer a weakness, and this b3 pawn, an outlier, will comfortably queen with no one to protect it. So rook g1 played by Johann Sebastian after a lengthy think. Johann has lost his first two games. Now this is exactly what I was talking about. Why I was so happy with Prug's win, because Johann Sebastian also making his debut in an elite event. It's not at all easy to move up to a level, even when you're one of the best young grandmasters in the world. And it can be a very intimidating experience making your debut. Uh, it can be really hard to get your first points, and once you get into this downward spiral, the momentum, that can also be extremely hard to break. So queen into f3 wins here, yeah,
I
or
was
maybe
thinking,
not.
I was also thinking of some sacrifices, maybe even B1 I was thinking of, but why? Then I thought to myself, why should we go for it? Let's just play calm chess, and if
Queen
that can
b7.
get the job done.
Yeah, just go queen b7, vd
Queen
style.
B7, yeah. Queen B7 is more of with its move, I would say. Um,
Yeah, but also Vidit would play the strongest and simplest move here. Vidit will be absolute professional. He will, he played queen b7.
yeah.
And now
Rook
rook g2 check,
B1.
king h1.
Maybe bishop. No, I was thinking of bishop G5, but no, queen into B2. So maybe just direct bishop G5 here. Direct bishop G5 with the idea queen B2, bishop F4, king H1, rook G1.
Nice, nice, beautiful.
Nice. This is very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, great.
yeah.
Looks great. So another win coming in for Vidit, and tough start for Johan Christiansen. But Shreya, I was just thinking about what you said. It's very easy to get intimidated, but that's also the trick. That's also the catch 22 situation, that if you get intimidated, you perform even worse. So the point is to not get intimidated, which is a psychological factor you understand only after you have probably made some mistakes in these tournaments
Yes,
already.
but how does a person who is intimidated not get intimidated? How do they change that?
Yes, and I understand it's not very easy to
Hey, Soumya,
deal
what's
with it.
going on here? What is this bishop f8? What if white takes this pawn? Ah, you have a mate, yeah?
Mhm,
Chat. You find the mate. Mate in three. Black to play mate in three. Meanwhile, you had an official result in the Prague Wesley So game.
mhm.
Wesley So managed to win,
Right.
giving Prague his first ever loss in the history of his Meltwater Champion Chess Tour. And yes, so here chat black to play made in three. Let's see how efficient you are at finishing things off. Yeah, meanwhile, Soumya, yeah, how does a person not get intimidated?
I think it's that's the main, that's the key, that's the key to understand. Like once you realize that it's very important that you don't get intimidated, you sort of shake yourself up and start looking at your obstacles as challenges. But when you are already intimidated and a position of fear, let's say, you're always looking at your opponents as a god, I mean, let's say you're facing Magnus or even a 2700 very strong player, let's say a top 10 elite player. They're almost like gods. Like the first time I played a 2700 player, it was Lei Kwang Liam. I lost in like 20 moves without giving up a fight, because I was so intimidated by his rating and his, I was like, isko to sab aata hai. मैं इसके साथ क्या खेलूंगी? And I prepared for like 4 hours before the game, and I was so tired before the game started even. And it took me a while to understand that they are also human beings, and you just have to go and play chess. That's it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the key to understand is that they're also just human beings, just like us. Yeah, and the hype that we create, it's all in our mind.
It's in our head. That's true.
Yeah. So I think Vidit is set to win his first game in the New Chess Classic. Knight G1 on the board. He probably will play Rook into G1, and Johan will resign here. So that's Vidit's first win. Vidit OP, guys, VD OP. I was really hoping that it would be the previous game where Vidit played Catalan, but it's okay. I'll forgive him for not looking at my course and also set an example that if you didn't study my course, you make a draw.
By the way, it's a very nice checkmate also on the board, with which we did finish the game. After Rook G1, Queen G1, Queen H3, Queen H2, and Queen F3. And now after Queen G2, Queen into G2, checkmate. Very cute checkmate on with its board that his opponent didn't allow till the end. But what a nice way to win a game.
True. And going back to that question which we had asked the chat earlier, a lot of them got it right. Uh, I think I think this was what point was it at?
Yes.
Not here.
After Bishop
No,
F8, what happens for Rook B2? That was the
Yes.
question.
Rook into B2, Rook G2 check, King H1, and now Rook G1 check because there's a spin. King H2 is the only move, and now Rook G2 mates white. And quite a few of them got it right. Sohail Mistry, Shankar Narayanan, Palak Gajar. Yes, well done, chat. And yes, guys, we have had a fantastic start for the Indians so far. So do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you're new here, so that more people can come and show the support. We can then support with more numbers, and let's get the cheer and the support going. Our players playing at 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. It's not at all easy, as I tweeted about it earlier. It's a whole lot different, watching a movie at this time or watching a stream compared to actually playing in an intense chess game at the highest level. It's not at all easy. Even if you practice it for a few days beforehand, it's not easy because I think every cell in our body has these light receptors and its own circadian rhythm. So even if you're trying to trick your system into believing that this is the actual sleep cycle, it's not so easy to trick it, and the fatigue kind of starts setting in at some point at night. So it takes incredible willpower to pull it off. But we have Vidit and Prag, two of our awesome champions, and all their life they have made a habit of overcoming obstacles and overcoming challenges and doing fantastic in these kind of demanding situations. So all power to them. And again, let's get the likes going. Let's get the support going with as much numbers as we can, so more people can tune in and join and get the cheer going.
Yes, absolutely. It is very, very tough to play at this hour. And before the next round begins, Shri, I was wondering if we can have a quick look at Jan Christoph Duda versus Shahryar Mamadarov's amazing game, which Shah won with an
Sure.
incredibly powerful attack on the king side. So, if we can just have a look at the position after the 16th move.
Yes, Soumya. But there's actually one game which is still going on between Hikaru against Lee Kwang Liang. There's still one live game going on.
So this position, what is happening, should be a draw, no?
The 3 versus
Should
2,
be a
yes,
draw.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think just like attack, endgame is also your domain, yeah? You really like the endgames, right?
Oh my God. I like them, but I don't get them very often, you know. That's the funny part. My games usually get over in the middle game itself, or at least they get decided. Like by the time you reach the end game, it's very clear what's happening.
It might have something to do with your direct style of checkmating the opponents.
I don't know. I think I need to I was just thinking, like, even on my blitz streams that I do, like half the time, my opponents, they're not even, most of the time, like right now, my online rating is not very high. So I'm usually not playing very professional or let's say competitive players, they are mostly hobby players. And even then, they manage to trick me in the opening or show me an opening trap that I'm completely unaware of. And I just kind of realized that, okay, I definitely need to improve my openings. That's something I have taken away from my recent blitz streams.
Interesting insights. Meanwhile, I have a question. So, for example, in this question, what if as
Yeah.
white, okay, I have one extra pawn, right? And what if I just take this, allow you to take rook into f3? Okay, I understand. So, my question initially was, what
Mm-hmm.
if white just goes here? But chat, what will black do here? What is black's move?
Yeah, it's a very nice
This is the
trick.
key to black's defense, actually,
That's the
because otherwise,
reason
I
he
think
went.
white can really try.
Yeah, that's the reason he went king h5.
Yeah, true. So how does black defend here? How does black? So this is the reason why the evaluation bar is showing it as 0.00. Otherwise, white could otherwise white would just be winning, because white has this extra pawn. So what is this defensive construction that black has, and why does it succeed? Initially, I was also baffled. Why is this a draw? Because there's an extra pawn, and white just takes the pawn and goes and promotes the a pawn. Until I asked you the question, and the next second I realized, yes, Rahul Srinath has got it in the chat. Black simply takes rook into a4, and now if white recaptures, then it's a stalemate. And if white doesn't recapture, black just goes rook into h4, and here also things are pretty, because if I play rook b5, then how do you recapture?
Oh, that's cute. I can play rook a6, I guess. Or I can
Yes,
play king h4 also, no?
yeah, you can take king into h4.
Yeah.
But if you take rook into h4, then it gets really interesting.
That's cute.
Heartbreaking for black, but also interesting to show because king f6 is just checkmate. With its third game, with it won. And with this, with 2 out of 3, Prague with 1.5 out of 3. Hikaru actually continuing on. Uh, he has sacrificed this f pawn for his a parser, and this is the present position that we have with the a parser trying to run towards the a square. Rook a4 probably coming up next.
So I will
And
definitely give one check on f3 first, so that in case he goes king c4, I have rook a3 and I have like a extra move. And after king a4, I have rook f1, so that after rook a1, it's still a check. Like just one extra move for black in the race.
yes,
Um,
so Hikaru probably heard you, so he went king a2, not allowing you this either of
uh,
these two
but
ideas.
what's the point? Let's say I play rook f2, you go rook b2 doesn't work. So what happens?
Uh,
Because rook
I
b2, I
think
can
he's
even,
just
yeah, I'll
yeah, he's
take it.
probably just making moves.
Oh, he
He
played
goes
rook
rook
b2,
b2.
but can't I take
Uh,
it?
it's just a test, calculation test. But you have to be
Uh,
careful, yeah, because if you take this, then after f4, white king is within the square,
no, but
you know. But
uh,
as black, you have to take it. You're much farther away, so you have
no,
no
but I will
chance.
take the pawn and I'll make a draw because I'll go king b5. Let's say rook b2, king d5.
Mm-hmm.
And you play king c3, king c5, king d.
H5.
Okay, h5, king b5, king d4, king a5, king e5. I don't I don't reach f8. Oh my god, I don't reach f8. Oh my god. This would be an epic way to lose.
Yes, so this is Hikaru. Yes, he sets you problems like this when you have less time, and you have
Oh
to
my
make these
god.
tricky decisions. And he himself he
Yeah.
sees these things very quickly. So this
Oh,
is Hikaru's USP.
that was nasty. That was nasty. I was sure that I'm coming back on time, and just like I didn't.
And these kind of things like Rook B2, you can play even if you have not calculated it as white completely, because with white you have no chances to lose. But
Right.
with black, you have to be careful. So you can just set your opponent these problems, even if you both are low on time. You don't have to be absolutely sure. You just need to be sure that you're not losing. Apart from that, you don't actually have to be absolutely sure.
That's true. With white, the task is a little easier because you are playing for two results basically.
Yes, yes, yes.
So Rook F4, a very accurate move by Lei Kwang Liam. He plays King A3. A3.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? And now maybe King A3, and now Rook F3. He'll play Rook B3 even maybe. But then no, Rook F3. Maybe you just go King A4, right? Rook F4. You go King B5.
You mean in the 76th move? After king a3, rook f3, king a4. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's tricky. Yeah, the game is still on. It's not a simple draw. It's not a straightforward draw. Although it was like 0.00 when we started out. So many tricks that we saw. Yeah.
yeah. Actually, it's not at all easy. Yeah. So Rook G4 again accurate. Rook B5, King D6. He wants to give up the F5 pawn and just bring the king closer, basically, which is the right attitude. A6, and now King C6 would be a blunder after A7. Rook G8, Rook B8. So King C7 is correct. And
Yes.
this would be a draw after A7, Rook G8.
Yeah. 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 True. So how would Hikaru try and set problem here? Maybe he plays h5. I mean, I don't know. I'm not Hikaru. Yeah. I'm no Hikaru. But yeah, H5 as white, you want to just try and keep the game going, prevent it from becoming absolutely dead. But yeah, H5 does just rook G5. So
I was thinking
uh,
H5 and Rook G1. Does that is that more easier? Like I don't know.
maybe, could be, could be. Um, so
So,
he
but
went rook
maybe just
B7
King
check.
A2, yeah.
Yeah, but King A2 you
King
can play
A2, I
rook
have play
G2 check.
F4,
Yeah,
and I also have F4 stuff.
yeah, because after A7 there's always rook G8. So yeah, Rook G1, King A2, F. The game is Rook B7 check and Rook
C8.
B6, King C7. Now A7, Rook G8 will follow, and now maybe he takes Rook into H6, yes. And now Li Kuang probably just plays Rook F8 or something else. Okay, King B7, King A8, and that's also a draw because after Rook H7, King A8, Black will return Rook F8, and this pawn, H5, Rook F8. Okay, just go F4.
There was a hilarious question in the chat that is Hikaru streaming side by side. It's hilarious.
Understandable question.
Hilarious to stream professional tournament. Do you think there will be a day, Shri, when they even stream professional tournaments?
Yeah, I think the day is already here. If Hikaru is allowed to stream, he would happily stream, and he streams many of these professional events in general also. And especially with Rapid, you get more time to explain your ideas and stuff. So once you get comfortable with talking while playing, I think it's a very normal thing to stream the
Even
Rapid games or the classical games.
classical game.
Yeah,
Even a classical game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rook F7. Can you play Rook F7 now?
Rook H8, no? Rook H8,
Yeah, Rook
no?
H8. Yeah. So the problem for white is black can just take Rook into H7. Yeah. So finally we have a draw just as the clock is about to strike 1:30, so that we don't have to wait much for the next games. So this is the thing about the Champion Chess Tour and the Challengers Chess Tour. There's always action happening on the chessboard, except during some of these Berlin games. But yeah, and the Bound Cloud games. So what are we looking forward to in round 4? Round 4 is going to be this big game between Vidit Gujarati against Magnus Carlsen. This is the big headline of round 4. Vidit with the white pieces. They had a pretty interesting game in one of the earlier CCTs where Vidit had a fantastic position and he kind of gave it all away. And Prague will play against Shakriya Mamadiyaro with the black pieces. That's also an exciting game to look forward to.
Absolutely.
Apart from that, yeah.
And Shahryar has won the last 2 games. So he lost the first round and he won the last 2 games, just to give some background to this contest.
Yes, and the big game has begun with Vidit playing 1d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. Oh.
You're disappointed. You were expecting a Catalan there, but it is a Nimzo Indian on the board. But I'm curious to see what is, we don't see a lot of Nimzo Indians nowadays, I have observed. Like, we simply don't. We see a lot of Catalans and we see a lot of QGDs. And there are very few Nimzo Indians now being played these days. So I'm quite curious to see what.
Yes. The Nimzo Indian has become like tigers in general. It has become dwindling. But the thing about Nimzo Indian, I think it kind of equalizes in all the lines. But with Magnus, Vidit knows for sure that Magnus is probably not going to, go for this forcing equalizing lines. So this is actually an interesting choice to play the Queen C2 Nimzo. It's a very, very solid system. And with Magnus, you can be sure that he will be looking to get a fight going. So I think this is a pretty interesting choice by Vidit. And Vidit can actually maybe try and get a... Vidit also plays Queen C2 Nimzo from his childhood. Mm-hmm. So he really knows these positions quite well. He knows the intricacies, he knows the different lines and all these things.
Right. And Magnus looking like a professional snooker player there with his vest and all that, reminds me of snooker players. Maybe he's setting a new trend. The world champion always sets new trends, so we never know. In the next tournament, in the next, chess players, they're always in suits and formals and blazers. It's a thing with chess players, right? And now Magnus turning up in these vests. So we never know in the next tournament, more players might also turn up in
Actually,
dress.
AD has already set the trend there. He turned up with a vest similar to this in some of the initial streams. So
Oh,
sorry to
really?
disappoint
He
Magnus,
did?
but AD has got one over him here. Yes, AD. So yes, I think with
Prag's
it,
game is also begun, by the way, and it is a Queen's.
also a Nimzo Indian,
Yeah,
no?
it is also an Nimzo Indian actually. He played bishop b4 and knight f3 b6 on the board. Okay.
Yeah, 4 knight f3. Also an old Nimzo Indian system. But these are the kind of things Shaq plays quite a bit actually. He he plays a lot of these funky systems as white, which again not the most solid setups with white, but can be very tricky to face over the board.
Queen
So
b3,
here
right? I
this
mean,
typical Azerbaijan chess. Yeah.
I'm actually seeing this position for the first time in my life, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Knight f3, b6, queen b3. Very rare setup, no?
Yes, I agree with you. It is a rare setup, and uh,
Bishop c5 for sure. Bishop c5, g3. So it is similar to Queen's Indian with g3 and b6 in. Um, and knight
yes, in
g4.
terms of structure, it is similar.
Yeah, in terms of the structure. Just that in Queen's Indian, white white doesn't take on c5 himself. He and sometimes has this d5 idea. Many times he has this d5 idea actually. So in that sense, it's different.
But yeah, I think Prag has got a pretty comfortable position out of the opening. He just has to casual shot, and get d5 in.
Right.
Usually, this kind of positions with the center in good control of black, they tend to be quite comfortable to play as black. And this queen b3, it's a move that feels a bit off. It feels like white has spent a tempo there. It's not completely unheard of to play a system like this. But having said that, here after short castle d5, it's certainly not an ambitious system for white in terms of trying to get an advantage. So short castle d5, and I think black is doing pretty decent here. So this is one way to play, and black also has this option of playing knight c6 and controlling the center this way. He gets like rook c8, queen e7, rook d8. Yeah, knight c6 played on the board by Prag.
Mm-hmm.
So this is another way of controlling the center with a piece, and then castling short rook c8. Here also d5 can be pretty effective. But yeah, here there's also an option to pressurize the c4 with some knight
c4.
a5.
Yeah, exactly. Because the queen on b3 is a little awkward. So maybe that's the reason Rug decides to go knight c6 and not some straightforward stuff with d5 to keep his chances.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
it's
Yes.
it's very nice. It's a very good attitude by him, no? That he doesn't like play for equality, but just plays the position, and he's just playing what is logical and what he feels like playing. I mean, it doesn't depend on who his opponent is. His choice of moves are not dictated by the strength of his opponent. Which is
Definitely,
something I
definitely.
like.
That really defines this young generation from India, maybe across the world as well. But knowing these Indian kids a bit more closely, all of them are they are as a whole they are a very fearless bunch. They just play chess. Few exceptions, but mostly they just come in and try to play good moves, unfazed by their opposition. I think a bit of that has to do with how they grew up in the online world. So, they faced these opponents like Magnus and Hikaru and these kind of people when they were less than 14 years old. And they also had their first wins against them. So, for them, it's a lot easier to understand that they are just another human being with their imperfections. Yes.
That's
It's
true.
they got that evidence firsthand much earlier.
Yeah, also in general, like to have that exposure where you are even playing in the same tournaments as them, you know. For example, nowadays, Magnus or even Vishy, all these top players, they have started playing in open tournaments, which was unheard of when we were growing up. Like the first time I saw a 2700 player in person, apart from Vishy in some, public events, was in 2010.
Wow. Wow.
So I had never even seen a 2700 player before that. So apart from Anand, so just to be able to play in the same tournaments as them also kind of humanizes them much more at a younger age, at an earlier age in your career.
True, true, true. Going back to the Vidit Magnus game, uh, the showstopper game of the round four, I think Vidit has managed to get a slight advantage. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm actually having a look at his game and this f3 e4, getting this early f3 e4 idea. Um, Looks nice
Mm-hmm.
with queen b3 and it's also very like precise. No, after f3, black goes queen c6, so that after e4, you can take on d4 with the pawn. So white plays queen b3 again, threatening e4, and now white plays bishop a6. So that after e4, maybe he takes on f1 and uh, spoils black's castle basically. So bishop a6, knight a6. Now the knight is on the edge, and after knight e2, castle e4. So he got his e4 in, and the knight on a6 would have preferred to be on c6 instead, I guess. So
Mm-hmm.
rook f c8, king f2. Yeah, definitely something that White is happy about. He has achieved what he wanted to, and Black is the one who needs to solve problems.
Right, right. Yeah, absolutely true. But I kind of sense that this is probably how the opening might turn out in this game, and it is how it generally goes in these Vidit Magnus
Wow.
games.
Wow, did you
Uh,
see? He played knight b8, Shri. He played knight b8 because he doesn't like the knight on a6 and he wants to centralize it with either knight d7 or maybe even knight c6.
yes, true, true, true. He definitely wants to improve that knight. And this is a typical Magnus move, except that he probably lacks a bit of time here. Yeah, so here White has to maybe just continue with Rook d1, and then try and get some d5 in and try to bully Black. A4 is also, I think, not a bad move at all, because now he's trying to play a5 before Black can develop the knight to c6. So he's trying to hurry Black a bit here, with it probably looking a bit better prepared for this tournament, yeah, because this is how the games between Vidit and Magnus typically go. With Vidit having white pieces, Magnus, generally tends to take a bit of risk with Black in the opening and tries to enter a kind of ambitious position where White is slightly better. And there have been a couple of games where Vidit has managed to get an advantage, but ended up losing somehow because he took too much time to try and convert his advantage and ended up losing the plot. So with it probably a bit better prepared for this game and having
Oh,
had those experiences, I think he'll try to play a bit faster here.
oh my gosh, Shri. We will have a further look at Vidit versus Magnus, which is definitely the game of the round right now. But let's quickly go to Wesley's game. What happened? What happened there? He's losing a piece out of the opening. Just
Wow.
look at the position on the board. Oh my God, what exactly happened there? And Gawain Jones showing off his preparation for sure. He has 14 minutes on the clock, playing really fast. I was following this game for the last 2 minutes, and he was finding these moves really quickly. So either he just, so I'm
But
sure
what
he
are they
had this.
going to repeat and make a draw here?
No, I don't think. I think White can play f4. No, after what knight f3 he played? Huh? Queen f5, knight h4, queen
Yeah,
e5.
yeah, he repeated once. He repeated once.
Maybe he
And
repeated once, and he wants to play f4 now.
possibly, possibly. So after f4, he loses a piece, yeah, because after
Right.
d3 check, king h1, the queen is attacked, and the c5 bishop is dependent on the queen. So black goes queen d4 to keep defending this bishop. Then after knight f3,
Yeah,
again the queen is attacked, and the queen has absolutely no squares from where it can defend the c5 bishop.
exactly. And it's what a nice queen trap here. And actually, this is the Gawain Jones played Scotch against Wesley, rightly sensing. First of all, maybe it was just in his style. He anyway plays Scotch as white, I guess, and also a good opening against a player who's already having a tough tournament. So
True,
to
true, true, true.
intimidate him in the opening itself and try to catch him in the opening, especially after seeing what happened in his game against Duda. So I think it's a very good psychological decision by Gawain Jones, which worked out.
Yeah, excellent preparation by Gawain, and he has actually played this f4 and d3 check and king h1, queen d4 also on the live board, and I think after knight f3, Gawain will be a piece up. A pretty bad day for Wesley, so he lost a
Yeah.
game in 20 moves, and now this. Meanwhile, in the Prague game, Prague is actually better.
Oh, you know what? I think. Sorry, just one variation I wanted to show. Maybe what Wesley is hoping for is knight f3 d2 and give up the queen for the piece. But after like let's say knight f3 d2, knight d4, d into e1, queen and queen into e1, bishop d4, there is always f5, which is so unfortunate. The black's pieces, they are so badly placed with the king in the center. He'll never be able to get out of this, even if he tries to put some tactics and give up his queen and everything, because something or the other is always hanging in his position.
Yeah.
It's the kind of position where you can't make a huge mistake with white.
Agreed.
Okay. So you were on Prague's game, right, Shri? You were on Prague's game?
Yes. So in Prague's game, I was actually just going to show this line: bishop g2, knight c6, and here if white played short castle, then after knight a5, queen a4, bishop c6, white is actually losing this pawn on c4. But what Mamadero probably thought was after queen c2, knight into c4, knight a4, he probably thought that he's either getting this light square bishop as compensation or one of the pawns back after knight into c5. But what he probably missed was that Prag can simply move his bishop back with bishop e7. And now after queen into c4, b5, queen h4, b into a4, Prag is simply a pawn up, and it's a very nice pawn because this pawn on a4 is actually quite advanced and it's doing pretty well.
That's a big miss for Shak, and Prague actually has a very good position. And I was analyzing one of Prague's games a few years ago, which he played against Padmini in the Gibraltar Open, and Padmini was my roommate at that time. And what we realized was once Prague gets an advantage, he is so clean with it. He was so clean with converting it. And that's something I realized even in the in the Challengers Chess Tour while commenting on his games. So I think that's definitely one of his strengths, that he's able to handle the advantage really well, which in chess is very hard. In chess, it's so easy to give up your advantage and slip for the win to slip away. But Trug seems to be really good at it, and I'm actually feeling very optimistic about his game.
Absolutely. I cannot agree less with you on that. He has fantastic nerves.
Yeah. He does. And queen b6, queen b6, queen b7 also is a very nice plan to back up this bishop on this beautiful diagonal on a8, h1. Also, the b2 pawn is always weak, so it keeps pressure on the b2 pawn as well.
True, true. So yes, Prag doing really well and poised to maybe have a second win in the tournament. And in the other Indian board, Vidit is also doing really well. He has an advantage on the board, and he also has an advantage on the clock. And one thing I really like about Vidit's play so far in this game is that he's really been trusting his instinct so far. So he's really played quite quickly. So this has been probably the uh, one of the features in the Vidit Magnus games, in the earlier games where Vidit had white. He was burning up a lot of time in really good positions. And here, what he has done so far is he has really trusted his instinct, and he has played all these natural-looking moves, which comes really well to him because he has a very good understanding, and he has Magnus under pressure because his bishop much stronger than uh, Black's pair of knights, and also the formidable center that he has, and it gives him a lot of space. So this leads to a lot more smooth coordination between his pieces, whereas for Black it's not as easy. And with h4 he has ideas like g4, g5 in the air. So Magnus trying to get some pressure off by opening up the c file and trying to double his rooks. Basically, it's like opening up a window to get some air. His pieces were feeling cramped and humid, so he's basically trying to do this. And for Vidit, it's really easy to prevent this incursion onto c2 with something like rook d2 and keep his plans going on the other sides.
Yeah, it's a really nice way to put it, Shri, that he just opened up a window there for his pieces to breathe fresh air. And yeah, g4, g5, actually, even I like it now. Now that you mention it, g4, maybe not even g5, maybe just like g4 and then wait for what Black is doing. Maybe you can even push h5 and then g5. So yeah, this rook on d2 guards everything. c3 is covered by the knight. c1 is covered by the knight. Then there is basically no entry on the c file. And if you did not know who was white and Black in this game, then you would think Magnus Carlsen was the one playing white here.
Yes, and yeah, so there are basically two ways for white to restrict Black's entry. One is to play rook d2 and prevent this rook from entering the seventh rank. The second is to, if you want to be extra careful, then you can also do a wholesale exchange of the rooks, on the c file. And Black really has to commit to this because otherwise white will enter on the c file. And if everything gets exchanged, the endgame is also pretty pleasant for white. So this is also totally in the style of VD to destroy any little counter chances that Black has.
Mm-hmm.
So
But I'm
curious to
actually
see.
expecting him to keep the pieces and maintain the tension here, to be very honest, because it's not often that you get a position of strength against Magnus and you want to enjoy it a bit.
True, but you also the position with the endgame, it's also a position of strength because there also you're kind of pressing without giving a lot of chances, and the middle path is exchanging one pair of rook so that the incursion on the c file it's weakened, but you still keep one pair of rook so that in the future if you have some ambitions on the king side, you have this one pair of rook, and it's not as easy for Black to invade with one rook as opposed to two rooks.
Makes sense. Also, a quick update is that Wesley has resigned. He did lose the game, and the variation that we saw with d2 actually happened on the board, but it was not enough as we discussed. So
Yes.
Gawain has won his game, and Wesley starts the New in Chess Classic with 3 losses on the first day. That is painful.
Very painful and very uncharacteristic, yeah, because in the previous Champion Chess Tour, Wesley so hardly lost a game, and it looked really hard to win even one game against him. And there VD goes with Rook D C1, I told you.
You seem to know him better since you've worked with him on a very close level. So you definitely
Yes,
understand him
also
better.
I know this greedy weedy boy from childhood. Yeah, I've played against him so many times.
So you can
I
predict his
know.
moves very well.
Yeah, I know that he likes to destroy his opponent's chances even before they realize that they have the chance.
Mhm.
He's a very very safe guy on the chessboard. So yeah, rook c1, rook c8, queen
Queen
d3.
d3. Okay, queen d3 with the idea to keep the rook on b file on the b file. So after rook c1, we can expect knight c1 maybe. Or bishop
Yeah,
c1.
bishop c1. You're right. You're right. So
So
he keeps
bishop.
control of this b5 counterplay. With queen d3, he ensures that the queen on b7 cannot move that easily because always the a6 pawn will be hanging. And now that he has achieved this, so he has his pieces in place here. The queen on d3 is there, rook on b1 is there. b5 is protected against, any counterplay on the c file is protected against. So now he, after neutralizing his opponent's counterplay, now he'll go back maybe and then start playing moves like g4, start
I,
advancing his own ambitions.
I actually think he can go bishop a3 because the bishop on a3 is so strong and it controls this f8 square, so that after g4 and when you push open on the king side, the king can't escape via f8 and e7, you know.
Yes, that's also a very, very, very sensible idea, what you suggested. So, in essence, Vidit is, he has situated himself in a place where he can advance his plans without having to worry so much about opponent's counterplay. So, that is basically his strategic understanding coming into the fore.
But it's
Magnus
knight
trying to get,
e8.
yeah, knight d6, knight c4.
But anyway, bishop a3, no? Like, I mean, I thought bishop a3 was anyway white's idea. So what is knight e8? Oh, he plays bishop f4. Okay, anyway, controlling d6 as well. Um, no, I didn't understand knight e8 at all. Actually, what is
Knight
the
e8, he
idea?
wanted to get the knight to d6. Yeah, that's one idea. And
Yeah, but
yeah, I
I
mean,
thought white was anyway going to play either bishop f4 or bishop a3, and both the moves control d6. So I'm just curious as to where the knight is going.
yeah, I understand. I understand what you're thinking, but
c6 and now queen a3, maybe rook c6, queen a3.
yeah. So he wants
Just,
to play rook c6 and queen c8. This is how Magnus wants to place his pieces. So
but what
yeah,
Ah, but what if I play like rook queen a3, queen c8, and now rook b2, for example?
yeah, you can play that, and then maybe
Oh,
Magnus
maybe
tries to
not
get
queen
some
rook
knight
b2.
c7 or
No, maybe rook b2. You anyway play rook c2. Yeah.
yeah, that's also an option. So basically, with it restricted Magnus from getting this queen to c6. So now Magnus finds a way to get counterplay on the c file anyway with queen c8. This is basically high level chess, high level strategic chess. It's a dance between uh, creating your own strategic threats and your opponents stopping them. Um, very very instructive and insightful for me.
Yeah. This queen c8 idea is actually not so easy to counter.
Indeed, indeed. Black's position is actually quite solid. Once again, it's a question of time. Yeah, if White had a few extra moves, White would be totally winning. But it's a question. Both these sides they have their strategic goals in the position, and it's a question of who gets there faster. That's a very important element of chess and strategic chess in general. The concept of time and calculating precisely and evaluating these things, these dynamic factors. So here, white does not have enough time to exploit black's transgressions, and I'm also not too happy with it getting low on time against Magnus, but it's understandable because when you think you are more precise, when you play faster, you lose out on precision, but you save yourself that time pressure thing.
Yeah,
But
and
against
also
yeah.
Also, I think Vidit is very good at playing in lower time controls because of his experience in blitz and bullet in the past 1 year. You know, he has improved so much in that area. I mean, he was always good at it, and he has improved also so much at it that I feel very comfortable when Vidit is playing with low time. I don't get like those heart attacks which you would get with other players. I feel like he's going to handle it. I always have like confidence in him even when
He has
he's
gone
playing.
G4, G5, by the way. He has gone G4, G5. Magnus anticipated it. He replies almost instantly. Takes Rook C4. Magnus is really, really fast, by the way. He's incredibly fast. Uh,
Rook
it's hard for
C4.
me to describe it, but yeah. So he's played Rook C4.
Would you consider something like Queen A3 here, or is it too much? Like Queen A3, Queen C6, Queen E7.
I think it's a very, very sensible idea. Once again, your instinct in a position of initiative, I think it's very much on point. And if Black plays something like Knight F8 to drive away the queen,
I think we can play Rook H1. Can we play Rook H1? Or is it too much? But then Knight
Knight G6.
G6. Knight
Yeah, this is my
G6 is
idea, no?
annoying. Yeah.
No, but I thought you had D5.
D5, but if I take Queen A4, you play D6 anyway.
Uh, yeah, yeah, or even
Yeah,
or even
D6,
take Rook
D6
into
works, no?
D6. But
Rook
maybe this is too
B6, Rook
much.
B6, Rook B6, Rook B6 works because Rook F4, Knight F4, Queen D4, there's Queen E3.
Yeah, but the problem is there is Knight G6 here. And here I thought Rook into G6 should at least guarantee a draw, but I'm not sure anymore. But yeah, I don't. White cannot really lose the kind of position like this because the D5 pawn is too dominant. So at the least, White can make a draw, but look for more. So
Even
D6,
Bishop
D7.
E5, no? Even Bishop E5 instead of Queen E6. And then D6. Or even direct D6.
Yeah. White has all these attractive moves, but again,
No,
White has this deposit of a draw whenever he wants.
yeah, yeah, direct D6 I don't like because after this Rook F4 stuff, no. Maybe we can play D7 even actually. Rook F4, D7. Can we have a look
Yeah,
at that line?
yeah.
That's
Look at
so
for
pretty.
D7.
Yeah. Actually, that's amazing. Yeah. But unlikely to happen. Um, Queen A3. Yeah, Queen A3 on the board, guys. Queen A3 on the board.
Yep, Queen A3 on the board, and
Oh, Rook C2 played. Magnus sensing that after the idea is, of course, Queen E7, Rook E2, King E2, Queen C2, and take on.
how can you please? Oh, Rook C2, yeah. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Rook C2 has been played. Yeah.
Yeah, because the line goes on like Rook C2, Queen E7, Rook E2, King E2, Queen C2, maybe Bishop D2 here. Because if I play King E3, Queen B1, Queen E8 check, there is luckily Knight F8, but let's say Black had King H7, then Queen D7, Queen C1, and we would have taken the Bishop on F4.
Mm.
But that's why White will insert Bishop D2 actually.
Oh, nice. That's incredibly deep.
But after Queen B1, Queen E8, Black still has Knight F8, unfortunately, and B4 square is covered.
Yeah. But you know what our VD boy does, yeah? He just goes Rook C1 and neutralizes any counterplay before it begins.
You know that I would have played. Yeah, but makes sense because after Rook E1 there is Queen C4 and now D4 is hanging because the Knight on E2 is pinned.
How? Sorry,
Let's say imagine like instead of Rook C1, White would have played Rook E1.
1 second. Yes, Rook E1.
Rook E1 just avoiding this Rook E2 stuff, then Queen C4 anyway because Queen E7 runs into Queen into D4. But maybe we can just Queen D4, King G3, yeah?
Yeah, King G3 or King F1. Just get out of the pin and
yeah. And then the Knight on E8 is hanging and the Queen on D4 is hanging, right?
yeah.
Oh, so was it good, Rook E1?
Rook E1 is definitely a playable alternative, but again, Black does not have to rush in with Queen
Queen
C4.
C4. But
Like
what
there
does
are
he do?
other ways. Queen C6.
Queen C6 and Queen E7. You play Knight F. Queen G.
Yeah, Knight F8, Knight
Knight
E6.
F8
This is
and
the
Knight
defense against Queen
G6.
E7. Yeah, yeah.
And this D5 stuff still doesn't work because of Queen C5 check.
Yes. Queen
Maybe
C5 check, but
take.
here
Maybe take and
Black
Queen
can just
C5
play
check.
Knight G6 also, I think.
Oh.
Not that it wins or anything, but
Queen D8? Queen D8, the game
it's a
goes on,
way to
no?
keep it's a way to, you can take on A4, threaten F4. It's a way to keep the game going as Black if you want to.
Mm-hmm. Right. This is interesting though, Bishop E3. This is actually Bishop E3, maybe take on D5 and Queen H4.
Yeah.
Wow. This was cool stuff, but with it went Rook C1, Bishop C1, Knight F8. So Knight G6.
Yeah, Knight F8, Knight G6. This is a defensive resource for Black, which prevents this invasion onto E7. The game pretty much hanging in the balance. White has one extra pawn in this area. Black has one extra pawn in this area. So it's easier to create a passed pawn with Black. And with White, you have this bishop, which is usually a long range piece and always an asset to have in the end game. It's always a bit easier to play with the bishop in these kind of situations. With it just played Queen D3, but this allows Knight D6, Knight C4 coming. So I think Magnus might play Knight D6 now.
D3 allows Knight D6 and Knight C4.
Yeah, and I really find it
Yeah, he
lovely
does
how
play Knight D6. Kya
Magnus gets
fast.
these type of questions.
And he spots them really fast.
Oh
Like
yes,
Knight D6, he immediately played.
Magnus is incredibly fast in spotting strategical things like this. He's very fast actually. Again, I can't find an analogy quickly enough, but yeah, he's
But white can't try, is it? Like I'm just wondering if I can play Bishop F4 here. Bishop
Knight
F4,
C4.
Knight C4, and I play D5, you play E5, is it? Is that
D5.
your point?
Yeah, E5 is one option, but maybe not the only way to respond. Yeah, maybe I'll start with Queen C5 check.
Queen C5 check and wow. Now I have like options, right? Now I can play King G3. He plays
Yeah, now
D5
E5.
directly. And now E5. Okay.
Yeah, and then I start advancing my pawns, but maybe not as simple for you to do the same. So I waited for you to go King G3 and then played E5. So your Knight G3, Knight F5 is not that easy to execute. And this king can be exposed because if you move the knight, there is always Queen G1 check.
Yeah, so maybe this King G3 was the mistake. King G2 would have been better so that I have. But then again, after E5, where do I go? Again, after
Yeah,
E5.
E5 is one option, true. And I was also considering ideas with Knight G6 to.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Knight into
reason I
F4 and
didn't
Queen into
play King
G5 check.
G2 because it runs into all these checks.
Yeah, so black has a pretty flexible strategic position, yeah. And after D5, he went Knight C4. So I think Magnus is see again the thing is there's a huge difference in time, yeah, a 4-man difference. D5, Knight C4, Bishop E3, and yeah, I think Magnus is just simply faster. He's faster and he's able to anticipate better. But having said that, Vidit is still in control of this position. So I think draw is a likely result of this game. An even balanced fight with a likely drawn end. What do you think, Soumya? Do you have a prediction?
Oh, I don't have a prediction. I mean, I'm just curious to see how the game goes. Um, yeah, maybe draw. I feel like Magnus is feeling a little more comfortable here. somehow with the knight on c4. But yeah, draw makes sense. Draw makes sense. Maybe knight
Yeah.
g6 now and knight g6. It's a bit annoying, no? Knight g6 maybe f4, huh?
Yeah, knight g6 f4. Yeah. Yeah, so he plays b5. Understandable. For now, he won't commit this knight because he doesn't know where the knight wants to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he just makes an
And
improving move. Hmm?
yeah, and it makes sense to support the knight on c4 because now his queen is free. The queen was tied down to support the knight on c4, so b5 actually very good move. So now he can play queen h3 even. For example, right now he can play queen h3.
True, 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 true. He has more options. And depending on Vidit's reply, he will choose where he wants to.
I played knight d4. With it played knight ab knight d4 on the board.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, maybe not a great idea to give up that b5 pawn. So he plays queen b8 with the idea to play queen h2. Wow. So I guess, wow, this
Yeah, but as long as
is,
this bishop is there, white is never getting mated or anything. The
yeah,
bishop
maybe
will
just
defend.
f4, yeah.
Yeah, f4 or even knight c6. I was thinking, queen h2, king f1, and
Really? You would allow the queen to h2?
if I'm
I
happy with the draw, then I wouldn't mind.
Because I was thinking knight c6, queen h2, king f1.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe knight g6. Is it dangerous?
Uh, I
Maybe
was
not.
I was
Maybe just
thinking, yeah, no, it's not dangerous. Not dangerous for black.
maybe it's. But I just feel like allowing the queen so much within black white's territory. Yeah, f4 is such a logical move. He does play f4 because see, like with the knight queen on h2 and knight on g6 coming to h4, you would be uncomfortable, no?
True, true, true. What you're saying is absolutely right. I think your sense of danger on point. But for me, the thing is, as white, I'm trying to look for game ways to bail out because again, playing with like 19 seconds, white no longer is the one who's looking to win. So if I can find a concrete way to bail out, I would do so with white. But having said that, knight c6 clearly leads to worse position. So I think you are right. You're completely on point. Your sense of danger. So yes, king g3 played. This is the present
Right.
position that we have, and
Right. Yeah, this looks more like white has all his pieces together in one place, and not easy. What to suggest an idea for black? Let's say queen e8, then white has knight f5,
yeah, yeah,
for
yeah.
example.
These kind of situations, I just wait for Magnus to show me the way. Knight e7, no?
Oh, actually, you know what, Sri? Right now, knight f5, queen d4 is a threat from white in this
Mm-hmm.
position. Like
Yeah, but
white.
what if I just play queen e8, knight f5, knight e7, exchanging off a pair of knights because that would be really nice for me as black.
Oh yeah, and utilizing the fact that knight f5 is a check, so that's why queen e4 stuff doesn't work.
Yes, yes, yes.
Um,
So yes, this is what I want as black. If I can exchange a pair of knights, then if I can get this knight on f5, then as black I would be really really comfortable.
so
The
maybe queen
ideal
e8.
strategic scenario.
Yeah, so maybe queen e8. I have to play bishop f2 after all, huh?
Actually, with it looks tense and intense. Yeah, you can totally see it written all over his body language. He's yeah, queen eight on the board.
17 seconds, 16 seconds. Okay, bishop f2. He plays
Knight
knight
f5
f5.
also on the board,
Knight
but now
e7,
knight
huh?
e7. Yeah, yeah.
Knight e7, maybe bishop f2. Simple. Play
Yeah,
something simple.
I don't like the situation for Vidit against Magnus because again you can see Magnus kind of laid back, trying to set problems as black, and Vidit intends trying to solve the problems. It's probably ideal not to get into this equation, this kind of situation,
It's
and
knight e7.
I think Vidit should probably try and play a bit faster
Bishop
against
f1.
Magnus,
Or
try and
bishop
trust his
f2.
instinct a bit more.
Uh-huh. You
And
mean
now
for the
Queen
future
D7.
games or this games? For the future games.
Yeah, for the future games against Magnus in particular, because against Magnus he's able to get pretty interesting positions with white.
Mhm.
And then at some point he starts, I think, spending more time. But yeah, it's very hard to find that balance, because again, you have to play at an incredibly high level of accuracy. But yeah, here, Queen D7, still,
Yeah,
still,
he's
still
posing
some
so
problems
many
with white.
problems after knight d6, queen d7, queen h3 coming in, and after king g2, there is queen g4 check. Annoying for sure. Annoying.
Yep.
After queen
Yep.
g3, there is a move like queen d1, and but then white has queen f3, and maybe he can hold that position. He
Yeah,
plays
but this
king
is
g3.
yeah, he plays king g3, just preventing all these checks. Yeah, he doesn't want to allow the queen to h3,
Yeah.
and maybe
Uh,
maybe Magnus might play something like queen f5. But it's you have to, if the king was on e8, this would make perfect sense. But here the problem is, if you go into a position like this as black, then white just stops the king from ever coming into the game with bishop c5.
yeah, this is actually good for white, no? This position.
Yeah, but if the king was on e8, then it's good for black.
Right.
So
Because
he
the knight
Magnus
is
plays
also
b4.
completely
Magnus
dominated.
plays b4, bishop c5, and now queen f5.
But isn't the but then now king f3, b3, bishop
Bishop
a3,
a3,
knight
knight
d6.
d6.
What? Knight d6. What? Oh my god. That's dangerous.
Yes,
Is
but
he
but
is he
with it
losing?
is no, he's just on time, because after knight c4 there's d6, king e2, knight c4, d6.
King e2, knight c4, d6. Wow, this is beautiful. After knight a3, there is d7. After king f8, there is d7. After b2, there is bishop into b2.
Yes. So he plays king e2, knight c4, and now d6.
Oh, so it's a draw. After
Yeah, yeah,
b2,
yeah.
he will take bishop b2, or he can even play d7.
After
Both
b2 he can,
options.
yeah. So Magnus takes knight into d6, and after king d3, I think it's a draw basically. So
Yeah,
with it also laid back, you can see it in his body language. He's out of danger.
yeah, he
And
finds it. Cool. This was very crucial actually to find king e2 and this whole sequence.
yeah. And he also found it pretty quickly. And now Magnus will keep playing, of course. He'll play knight f5, king c3, king h7, king into b3, king g6. The king comes to g4. But the problem for black is he has too few pawns here. So still some minor issues to solve. But also he shouldn't just allow the king. Okay, he just goes king c4. Yeah, maybe
But I'm
it's a
actually
draw in any case.
now I'm wondering what if I play king h7, king g6 like you pointed out, and how does white hold?
He's just on time, yeah. The king comes on time. And since there is only one weakness to defend against, only the f4 pawn, the bishop will also defend this pawn. And black will not have enough ammunition to exploit this weakness,
No, for
because
example,
there is
he's
only,
play. For
yeah.
example, he's played knight d4 on the board, Shri. So
So
king
knight d4, knight e6, yeah.
c4,
Bishop
knight
d6, king
e6,
g6, king d3, king f5, king e3.
right. Knight e6,
So
bishop d6, king g6, king d3, king f5, king e3, and you're on time. Okay.
yeah, so I think it was
Wow.
a pretty good
Wow.
attempt by Magnus,
Yeah.
but not enough against with it.
Yeah. This is exactly like so precise. Yeah. So precise. I
Yeah,
mean,
so precise and just on time.
yeah.
F5 is maybe a more concrete way of making a draw. F5, which was played by Vidit, less suffering, and it's really hard for Magnus to get his king out now. And if one pawn gets exchanged, it's already a draw, because the position with king and knight versus king is a draw,
Mhm.
and the bishop can easily sacrifice itself to one of the pawns.
Right.
So that was a good game, yeah. That was a pretty instructive game. Good
Yeah.
strategic attempt by It's Magnus amazingly brought the game, brought some strategical complexity into the game, and he was playing so fast in a lot of these situations. He was masterfully creating winning chances for himself, and Vidit managed to defend quite well towards the end. Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
so I think he solved some pretty tough problems with less time there. And overall, he also showed a fantastic understanding to go toe to toe with Magnus. With that, with it stays unbeaten after 4 rounds, which is actually quite impressive if you ask me. This
absolutely.
is
It's a also, I think Magnus's idea of this whole 98 was which completely baffled me, was actually quite cool. Like, this 98 rook c6 queen c8 idea of doubling on the e file and getting both the knights on the last rank. At one point his knights, at one point his king was on g8, queen c8, knight e8, and knight f8. This was the position on the board. And it was still black who was posing problems for white in that position. So
yeah,
very
like
instructive
Jack in the
game,
box.
very instructive game indeed, and it's going to be a draw for sure. Let's stick to this game because we are expecting it to be a draw soon. While Pragyananda and Mamedorov have already made a draw in their game, uh, Prag did have a great position out of the opening, but Mamedorov managed to create some chances with some kingside attack and complicated the position completely. And
Yeah. Mamadiyaro is he's very good at creating complexities in worst position. So G6 is pretty much a draw of her. Bishop into E7 draws, F into G6 draws, anything draws, and with it moves on to 2.5 out of 4 with that. Uh, it's especially impressive considering the time at which the games are going on. If it was going at a more accommodative time for our circadian rhythm, then it's a totally different story. But playing chess at 2 o'clock, at some point you just feel tired in one of the games. It creeps in. So yes, amazing performance so far by both Vidit and Prag. Prag with 2 out of 4, Vidit with 2.5 out of 4, and only one loss between the two of them. And guys, do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't, so that we can bring more numbers to cheer and support our Indian players who are doing an absolutely amazing job. And uh, I think
yes,
Raja has also won his game. So if you count him as
yes.
an Indian, then he has 3.5 out of 4 and is leading the tournament. He for Johann Sebastian, the misery continues to be piled on. He has lost 4 out of 4 games,
Oh my
and
god.
this is exactly the kind of situation that is so dangerous for newcomers coming into tournaments like this. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It can happen to anyone, and he has many games to recover. So if he can just, keep trying in every game and not let it hamper his spirit, then he will surely collect some points. By the way, Raja is playing Magnus in the next game. Magnus on second place, sole second place with 3, and Raja on sole first place with 3.5 out of 4. And the next game is Raja versus Magnus. So that will be epic. And one game is still going on, Shri. Lee Kwang Liam making the most of his opportunity to play in this very strong tournament, still playing his game against Firuja. Um, Knight into h5 on the board. He's a pawn up. He's a pawn up.
Yeah, he's a pawn up,
But
but black looks set to regain that pawn pretty soon. Yeah.
yeah, I'm just wondering, how does black regain it? Because after king g6, you have knight f4 check coming in. And then you can even play
Yes.
knight e2 if you want, like just in case.
So you
And
probably start with. I think you can just take rook into a4, no? Because after rook into f7, there is king g6.
oh right, and after king f8, you can, after rook f8, you can also play knight h4 maybe.
Yes. Yes. So
No, but knight h4, there is knight f4 check. Sorry. Knight f4 check. You
Okay.
need
So
to be
you're onto
careful.
something here. Yeah, you need to be
Yeah.
careful. Ali Reza just plays king g6, and after knight f4 check, maybe
Knight
he just goes
f4.
back. Yeah, because g3 is hanging, a4
But
is hanging.
knight. Yeah, sure. But knight e2. I was just wondering knight e2.
Yeah, but then you just defend the f7 pawn. You have to be careful though. f6, yeah, f6 because rook d5 there's knight e3 check.
Oh, right. And after knight c3, maybe just rook a3, and then you
Knight
collect
c3
the.
hangs g3.
Yeah, with check. Oh, I didn't realize it's a check. I thought I'm
Yeah.
attacking the rook. So, but yeah, this should be okay.
He just was king f6. Interesting.
Oh, so they're taking a draw like this?
Maybe he goes king e6. Ali Reza only 17 years old. He has 2 out of 3 with 2 wins against Wesley So and Sergei Karyakin, and his only loss coming
Yeah.
against Mamadiyaro. Pretty impressive performance by him so far. A very good start.
Yeah.
And
They've
yeah,
repeated
knight h5 check.
thrice. So I think it's going to be a draw.
Yep.
maybe
Yep.
Ali,
Yep.
maybe Ali Reza changes his mind and plays king e6. Yeah, he's like, no. No, he does
No.
make a draw. He does make a draw. So the last game is over and it has ended in a draw. By the
Yes.
way, it seems that Hikaru again made the Berlin draw in this round as well against Linear Dominguez,
Yeah.
which went
I know.
unnoticed by all of us.
No, I
He
actually
sneaked in
noticed
that
it.
draw. He sneaked in that draw, It was so fast that we simply didn't notice it.
No, I actually did notice it, but I didn't want to bring it
Bring it
up
up.
when we were looking at such interesting things.
Wow, amazing. So in the fifth round, the pairings are Hikaru is facing Vidit. Hikaru will be white. Very definitely a very important game that we are looking forward to. And Prague is playing former World Championship challenger Sergei Karyakin, and Prague will be white as well. And Raja is playing Magnus Carlsen with black. So 3 epic games coming in.
One round.
Last
Absolutely.
round. Last round
Absolutely.
of the.
Prague's performance has been fantastic so far. A score of 2 out of 4 against an opposition which is all about 2700. Actually, 3 of them about 2740 and Gawain Jones 2615. But overall, his performance rating well about 2700. Brilliant beginning. Johann
Yep.
Sebastian is actually a teammate of mine for the Norway Gnomes team,
Oh,
which I played for.
so you know him quite well?
I wouldn't say so. Like we didn't play a lot of rounds together, but yes, I'm of course aware of him in general. I mean, I know an outline of him because he's also one of the young and exciting talents. Not as young as our super kids. He's not like 15 or 16, but around 20, which is also not too old in at a global scale.
Yeah, my last over the board tournament game was against him in the Aeroflot Open last year, which I lost. So I know him pretty well.
Interesting,
um,
interesting.
yeah, he's a very strong player for sure. I mean, he's under 20, I think. He's not more than 20, as you mentioned, and he's already 25, 50 or so. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's probably about 2600.
Oh, he's already about 2600 even, huh?
Yeah. Should be. Yeah, it's 2618. Yeah,
Oh,
he's quite ambitious. He was playing quite a bit of tournaments during the pandemic as well, and then there was a he was scheduled to play the qualifiers of the previous Champion Chess Tour, but he had a bout of illness, so he ended up having to go to the hospital. Not COVID related, but he had a bout of illness, and he couldn't play the He had to get a surgery, I think. So that was
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
unfortunate. But here he's back and back in action. But maybe I'm still not quite back to his previous shape. But in the fifth round, he's playing against Aryan Tari, his country mate, and Magnus Carlsen, Aryan Tari, and Johann Sebastian Christian. They are playing in the uh, Meltwater office, the title sponsors of the Champion Chess Tour. So that's where they are all playing from. And
Wow, nice. It's a very yeah, definitely a very nice concept that all three of them are playing from the same place, and that too from the office of the title sponsor of this tour. So everybody is happy, the sponsors, players, audience.
yes, true. Everyone is happy.
um, and we are waiting for the games to
So
begin.
the last time Hikaru and Vidit played, with Hikaru having white, do you remember which was the first move?
No, I don't. No, I was it in the February event? It was, right?
Yes. It was in the February event.
No, I don't
And
remember the.
one of our friends was quite excited at the first move.
Oh, he played B3.
Yes,
He played
yes,
B3.
yes,
Right, right,
yes.
right. You think we can expect a B3 here? I don't think he'll
I hope
repeat.
not.
I don't think he'll repeat it. No, like I mean, usually you try to play different stuff. No.
True. And also, I wouldn't be able to hear enough of it from AD. So that's strong self motivation for me, hoping that it won't happen.
It was a
Just one
draw,
minute to go for
right?
the last round.
What
Yeah, it
happened?
was a
It was
draw.
a draw.
Actually, in general, Vidit is reasonably comfortable against Hikaru in the rapid time controls.
Mhm.
In Blitz, Hikaru kind of bullies a little, but in rapid, usually Vidit is comfortable with Hikaru's style from what I've observed. So this would be such a fantastic day if Vidit manages to win the last round or even make a draw. He would finish the first day undefeated, and that would put him in a fantastic position for day two. And with it having played a couple of champion chess too, he has kind of got warmed up to this level, and I think he's much better prepared for this one, which is showing in his result. And in between, he also had a fantastic European uh,
Club Cup.
team championship, yes,
Yeah.
where he finished undefeated and played at a very high level.
I was thinking about something. Like, do you think these players use the CCT as a training for other tournaments, or do you think this is the tournament that they train for? Like, what do you think must be their attitude?
It depends on what tournaments they have, but I'm pretty sure this is the tournament they are training for. It's a serious tournament with serious prize fund and
Yes.
very high level of play.
Yes.
So uh, yeah. By the way, we have kickoff in one of the games, Magnus Carlsen against Teimur Rajabo.
Oh wow.
And before the candidates, there was this interview of Anish for the New in Chess magazine. So New in Chess magazine is maybe one of the best magazines in the world, and they are also the sponsor of this Champion Chess Tour tournament, the New in Chess Classic, which is also part of the Play Magnus group. And in the interview, Anish was talking about how the evolution of these rapid events. So initially, people were not playing the main stuff in the rapid events. They were, preserving it for the more serious classical events. And then these rapid events, they started having some pretty serious prize fund with the Grand Chess Tour and other elite events in rapid time control. And once this started, it made no sense for them to hide their preparation and their main weapons for the more serious events, because this themselves it became pretty serious. And
Hmm.
the Champion Chess Tour, it took it to a whole new different level.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, great point actually. And also I think it's so strong that you want to show your best against these players. So maybe even if you don't play like your main line in these tournaments, you still prepare and you still try to find some nice ideas and try to fight it out as well and as strongly as you can, because it also like the opportunity to play against such strong players, especially in a pandemic, is not something that everyone gets. So I'm sure the
Yes,
players really look forward to the tournaments every month.
definitely. And for someone like VD, this is the only tournament he gets to play. Yeah, it's not like he gets the OTB tournaments
No,
during the
exactly.
last
For
1 year.
most, no, for like I think that's the case for every player other than the ones who are playing in candidates. No, like
Yes,
maybe Tata
true. But
Steel, like
yeah,
yeah,
exactly. That was my point. They had some OTB events in between.
yeah, but like what 15 players in the world got a chance to play there. So
Yeah, but
it's
these are the 15 playing here. Yeah.
yeah, maybe, but I still feel like for every player who's playing here, like one, I mean, it's still a one-off tournament, no, Tata Steel. It's not like you are playing the whole year. So
True, true,
chess players
true.
are so used to a lifestyle where you're preparing and playing, and suddenly to stay at home and then to have this opportunity to actually have a tournament to look forward to definitely makes them feel like, okay, now let me get serious. Now let me like prepare and show my best, you know.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. And we have the kickoff for Hikaru with it. Hikaru with the white pieces. He started with knight f3, knight f6, g3, c5, bishop g2, knight c6. So with it going directly for the center. And he seems to be prepared here. So he's made the first few moves uh, reasonably quickly. And preparation is definitely one of the strong suits of Vidit. He's usually so fantastically prepared. And one of the things was in the earlier CCTs, he just didn't have enough time to get himself into shape. But in recent times, it looks like he has really found his balance, and he's back to his old self, his old well prepared self, and it's really showing in his last two events, which is fantastic to see personally.
Yeah. So we have the English opening here and Reti or English. What would you call this setup? I never know what to call this setup. Like, is it the Reti? Probably we call it the Reti with the G3 and
Probably
Bishop
a
G2.
bit more of the English opening,
Mhm.
but essentially this question is basically Sicilian reverse. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Sicilian reverse
dragon.
Maroczy-bind structure.
Yeah, accelerated dragon structure. No?
Exactly, accelerated dragon, which starts for white. It starts e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, c into d4, knight into d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, and knight goes here. So we are basically looking at this pawn structure, yeah. Maybe not knight c2, yeah. Well, in this, so yeah, let's just keep
Like,
this knight here, just for illustrative purposes. And yeah, essentially this position in reverse. If you see this pawn structure for white is the same as this pawn structure for black. The pawns on c5 and e5 controlling the d4 point and the center, and all the other pieces they're quite well placed. And Hikaru is not going for a pretty ambitious system. Yeah, he's just trying to get a game going.
right.
While I think with it, he's fully going for the most principled line. And I quite like his position, which he has got from black from the opening.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable position to play with many options for black. And that's a good sign, you know, when you have a comfortable position, it means that you have some choices to choose for rather than just one single forced variation that you need to enter, which might give you equality in the end. You know, if you are in a situation where you have some options to choose for and all of them look pretty decent, then you can assess that your position is comfortable. And here
Yeah,
white definitely has some options, like one option is to go queen d7, and one option I think would be to play f6. I think
Yeah,
black
queen
will
d7
anyway
played.
play. Yeah, he plays queen d7. I think he'll also play f6 at some point. Maybe he can play rook c8 and ace rook c8 maybe, and
Yeah, there are two ways of
b6.
placing the rooks in these type of structures. One is rook c8, rook d8,
Yeah, rook
and
c8,
other
rook
is
d8.
rook b8, rook f c8. So this is also another way black places the
Ah,
rooks.
yeah, that also makes sense with the idea to play b5.
Yeah,
Then the
eventually
rook
the
is
idea
on
is to
d8.
break with b5 and c4. White probably will try to look for an f4 break, but not such a pleasant position to play as white. So I wonder why Hikaru would try to get himself into this with white. But what I noticed with Hikaru in general, in these types of champion chess tour, he basically just tries not to lose. So he has a solid repertoire with black. He plays this Berlin and QGD, and he has pretty decent preparation there. And with white, he just tries to get random positions usually. And if his opponent gives him chances, he wins. Otherwise, he's quite happy with the draw. And if you basically don't lose, then you stay consistent, and usually you can get into the top eight for a player of Hikaru's caliber. So I think this has been his
That could
strategy in general.
that could be true, but Srinath, I feel like this edition will be slightly different because there are the mix is different this time. So I feel it will be like a high scoring event compared to the earlier ones, even the prelims. uh, I feel the
Uh,
average number of draws is going to be lower in this tour. It's just a feeling because there are a lot of new faces in the mix. So people are going to try and get some points against them and either overpress or convert.
yeah, pretty much in agreement with what you're saying. But yeah, again, Hikaru will pick those opponents, he'll pick those opponents where he fancies that he has a higher probability of scoring. He's probably not going to go full Mickey in all his games. He will pick and choose the games where he wants to exert effort. Other games, I think he'll be happy to, just try a bit. And if it's a draw, it's a draw. So he's pretty practical about it. And I think Vidit might be one of those opponents where I don't think he will mind a draw too much in general.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if he gets a advantage, he's going to go for it. But I don't think he will, risk something to try and make something happen. That's definitely what Hikaru is going to do against Vidit. It's not
So,
something he does generally. Also, I think against Vidit, he has a lot of respect for Vidit.
so let's have a look at Pragananda versus Sergei Karyakin. It was a Queen's Indian, and Sergey went for this bishop a6 line of the Queen's Indian with fourth bishop a6, b3, and bishop b4 check. Um, Bishop d2, bishop e7. I'm not very familiar with the theory here, but after knight c3, d5, cd, ed, bishop g2 looks logical. Castle, castle, bishop b7, knight e5. Looks like white has definitely gained something because the with the pawn on d5, usually you want to put the bishop on f5 and pawn on c6, but now with b6, bishop b7, and the pawn on d5, black can't be like very happy, but it's obviously some sort of theory. So bishop f4, rook e8, rook c1, knight f8, knight b5, knight e6. Sergey playing really fast. He has 16 minutes on the clock, by the way. Knight
Yeah, he's clearly in
c6.
his preparation. Prag has been caught in, I think, Karyakin's preparation because
Mm-hmm.
uh, he went into one of the main lines, which in these kind of lines, Queen's Indian is like Karyakin's bread and butter. He knows
Mm-hmm.
it really well
Mm-hmm.
and in quite a bit of depth. So what you said, it is true in general. So it looked like White just gets the C6 square
Mm-hmm.
and the control of it, which usually results in a good position for White.
Mm-hmm.
But in this specific instance, in this concrete situation, It's not a great thing because black immediately got white's dark square bishop, and in the end, black has a slightly better pawn structure, and black has solved all his problems. So I think black is pretty comfortable here, at least equal, but maybe a bit more.
But why would you say that? Bishop. Okay, wow. Sergey playing so fast and showing me exactly why he's more comfortable. A5, bishop a6 on the board. I was thinking some plan like bishop f3, king h1, rook g1, the one which Anish employed. Let's for example, or even Arjun versus Nihal, which was also similar pawn structure, and yeah, but maybe there's not much time. Like I was thinking h3, king h2 over here.
Yeah, but maybe black just starts with
The
c5
queen
at some
f5.
point. Yeah.
C5
So
even. Okay.
yeah, so rook d8 now.
I thought even queen f5 actually. Rook d8, queen f5, bishop d3.
Yes, queen f5, bishop d3, and bishop coming to e4. This is also a pretty valid idea. Might be, but you have to defend d5. Yeah, you have to strengthen it because even if you go
No,
bishop d3,
no,
white will
after
have this
rook
knight
d8.
into d. Ah,
Like,
even after rook d8. Yeah. Completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah, I think rook d8 is a useful general move. After which black has options. True. True. Completely agree with you. And it's a bit different from that Catalan position of Anish and Nihal Arjun because there, if you see, the pawn structure was, I think, quite a bit different. Yeah, black was not
yeah,
getting
yeah,
these moves like c5.
absolutely.
Black did not have that kind of free play that he has here. So one idea is to try and get the c5. Another idea would be to strengthen the d5 pawn with c6. Yeah, he has played rook d8. So yeah, another idea would be to strengthen the d5 pawn with c6 and try and do a maneuver like knight e8, knight a6, knight f5, and improves position this way. And it would not be difficult for black to expel to uh, counter a white's attack on the g5. It would take white a very long time to organize something like that, and black will be able to get counterplay in the meanwhile. So rook d8, rook c2 on board. We have it on the board. And now, what is Prag's idea? He wants to counter any possible c5 with rook d2. But yeah, Karyakin is probably not going to go
So
c5
fast.
immediately. Yeah. And he will keep his option flexible. But in general, Karyakin is also not the kind of player who, again, takes undue chances, So if
Exactly.
Prag is able to maintain a solid position, then I don't think he's in a big danger of losing this game.
I was thinking exactly on the same lines that even though Karyakin is so well prepared and he has so much more time than Prag, he's also the kind of player who is very, he's very objective about these things, about what is happening on the board and stuff. So if Prag manages to equalize, then this difference in time and everything is not going to tell so much in terms of the result.
Yes, absolutely. But Prag is also not the kind of kid who holds back. Yeah, he tries to create something in every game. He's never short of ambition.
Mhm.
So you won't find him just being content with just not doing anything. You
True.
won't find him playing that kind of game in general. But let's see. These things are not permanent. Our attributes are not permanent, and again, these individuals, they are constantly learning new things and adapting and changing themselves. So it's part of growing up to also find the right balance of your ambition. It's not always a great idea to over extend yourself. So queen d2, a nice and solid move played by Prag, and but then I start wondering what is the point of rook c. Okay,
No,
so
he
now he
wants to
wants to
double
bring
on
the
the
rook to c.
c5.
Yeah,
Yeah. He
so rook
wants to
c2
double.
had two purposes. Yeah, one was the d file and other was the c file.
No, but the problem is queen d2, now queen f5, and rook c1 doesn't work anymore because of bishop d3. I mean, you have bishop h3, but okay, bishop h3 is like so awkward after bishop h3, queen h3, queen d3.
Also, you don't want to
knight
give
g4.
up this bishop, yeah?
And actually, it doesn't work tactically because of queen h3, queen d3, knight g4 immediately. So,
yeah,
yeah, queen f5 is a very natural move as well in this position.
true. Completely agree. But maybe queen f5. Yeah, I think queen f5 is pretty logical, completely logical. Maybe queen f5. Maybe Prag wants knight e2. The idea of knight g3, and also opening up the c5 for himself.
Yeah, knight e2 is powerful, and after knight e4, you play queen c1. Is it?
Yeah. Maybe though, it's just a guess. So Karyakan going with h5. Also logical and a nice improving move. So
Looks
if
so dangerous, but can we just go back to that position 1 second, which we had on the board here? Bishop d3, for example.
if I take on c7,
yeah, you take on
that's what you want,
c7. Yeah, I take. And you take rook c8.
Queen
and now
into b6.
Now bishop into e2.
Okay.
Rook e2,
Now
rook
it's just
c1.
mate. Yeah.
Rook e2. Let's show the line to the chat. Rook c1, bishop f1, and queen g4.
Yeah.
Just checkmate. So this is actually so dangerous. I mean, you have to be very careful as white here.
True. Yeah, bishop d3, maybe rook c6. But yeah, live action has moved on a little
right
bit.
So what happened in the game?
h5, rook c1, h4, h3, queen f5.
Wow. Okay.
Present position.
Queen f5 anyway. So h5, h4 and h3 favors black, I suppose, but white is also fine. Like h3 is also like a useful move for white because it controls g4 square and you have this king h2 escape square for your king. So
yeah.
After h4, you have also prevented this knight g3 ideas forever.
True. These kind of pawn moves, it's very useful in gaining general control. And knight a4 played by Prag. So what is Karyakin's likely response going to be? How is he going to defend this? Rook d7. Yeah, rook d7 was what I was also thinking. And I was wondering if he might play g5 himself at some point. But let's see.
I'm so tempted to play bishop d3, bishop e4 at some point, but then f3. Black needs to be careful of f3 after bishop e4.
Yeah, true. The bishop getting trapped. Yeah, like an example variation.
Yeah,
this bishop is already trapped here.
So maybe he goes. Oh yeah. This is you. For example, just imagine in this position if black had the bishop on f5 and queen on e6. This would have been amazing. So that's the reason I want to I try to keep bringing my bishop on the king side. For the chat, I wanted to say. So, but okay, bishop on a6 is also useful. But if black can bring his bishop on the king side, then it would be like so powerful there.
Indeed. Meanwhile, what's happening in Vidit's game?
He does play king g7. Karyakin is so well prepared. Okay, let's go to Vidit's game now. A lot has happened. We left the position.
A lot has happened, and do you think Vidit is slightly better here?
In the end position, yeah?
Yeah, in the live position. It looks very, very interesting to me. Whereas Prag's game is a bit strategic. They're kind of dancing around, making improving moves, general improving moves, which could turn out to be interesting. But for now, they are like fainting with a sword. Whereas with its game, it's already opened up. Yeah, it looks explosive to me.
Yeah.
It looks a lot of imbalance.
Yeah, he basically gave up a pawn for activity, um, right? He did give up a pawn, right? On f5, he kept the f5 pawn for piece activity, and now after knight d5, I actually like with its position very much. I'm expecting
Mhm.
knight d5 here.
Yeah, 95 is certainly it looks strong. It's actually not looking comfortable for Hikaru. Yeah. Also, you can see it in the clock so far. Hikaru has only 6 minutes. He started with 15 minutes, so he spent 9 of those minutes. Whereas with it having a big advantage on time, he has almost close to double the time, and he
Yeah,
has
and
clicked
knight d5
95
on the
on board.
board.
And looking at the body language of the players, it also looks like Hikaru is pretty leaned in and trying to work out a way out of his trouble. Although the
Yeah.
evaluation bar shows close to equal,
What?
visually it looks a lot more comfortable for black.
Equal, I would have never guessed. I thought black is so comfortable because a sample line is e3, knight into c3, rook into c3, bishop d5, and maybe the only way to save white from getting checkmated here is e4, bishop e4, rook
No,
g3.
no, there's bishop g3.
Oh, there is bishop g3. Bishop g3 was missed. Bishop g3 was missed, and bishop g3 a very important resource.
Yes, and yeah, but nevertheless, we're just showing a sample line, yeah. But maybe with oh yeah, here's the F5 idea. This is what I was pointing towards. This F5 it kind of throws a spanner in Black's works, yeah, because now if you take Queen into F5, then there are some ideas with E4, yeah, E4, and after Knight into C3, Rook into C3. Black has regained the pawn, which was invested earlier, but in return, White gets some activity, yeah, some freedom.
Yeah, that's true. But the c4 pawn is actually quite dangerous. So black has things to play for here.
Definitely, but what White is probably intending is to play D5 and try to encircle this C4 pawn. So that explains the equal evaluation. Yeah, White had this resource.
How would you evaluate a position after, let's say, now white has placed queen c2, bishop f6, let's say black goes for, and let's say white gives up the exchange after rook c4, bishop c4, queen c4, king h8, and e5. Um, how would you evaluate this position? I think white is fine. Actually, white is
It
pressing
looks
maybe
so. It
after
looks so, but
e5.
the problem is White's assets are also his weakness. Yes, like you have
Yeah.
this strong pawns on d4 and e5, but it also doesn't roll forward that easily. It can very well be attacked by black, and this combines with the weakness of this king. With the queens and the rooks on the board. So let's say I continue with bishop.
Yeah, you have to be careful.
I would be a bit uh, cautious with white as well. I think
But
the
bishop
question is
c6
around
here, for
balanced.
example, because bishop g5 is actually probably the only move, because after bishop e7 there is d5.
Yeah. Of course, I want to keep your pawns under lock and key. Yeah, and bishop
Huh.
c6. Let's say I go rook f8.
And
For now,
here
I'm just
also, just here maybe rook c8 also exists instead of rook e8. But okay, it can be a little tricky after maybe bishop e1. Rook c8, bishop e1 is cute, right? No, instead of rook f8, rook c8, bishop e1.
Okay. I see what
So
you're coming
cute.
towards.
Yeah,
Now
with
I
the
see
idea.
it. Queen b6, you want to take bishop into e8. Yeah.
Right.
And rook into c4, rook f8 is checkmate.
But maybe
Nice,
bishop
nice.
e3, there might be some intermezzo. I don't know. It's little.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no, black can play queen a3.
Yeah,
He
queen
can
a3
go,
always. But bishop b4, no? And then
and
bishop
then queen
b4.
e3 check.
Then check. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but again, we are kind of getting lost in these forest of variations. Yes.
Right.
So with it, played bishop b4 and rook g3 is how the game continued. Rook g3, c3, d5. This is the present position with the game still pretty much in balance. Bishop g6 with the threat of rook into d5, exploiting the spin against the white queen. So white queen probably has to move here with something like queen b3 maybe, or maybe even yeah, no, not a3, but yeah, I think the queen simply moves for now. Either that or he finds a tactical refutation against rook into d5, which is a threat. But yeah, so queen b3 played, and then next the bishop comes to d4, and white tries to win this pawn on c3. So the game is still pretty much in balance, with it having a large advantage on time, but Hikaru capable of playing enormously fast if required, with his position easing off a bit. But for the most part, as I mentioned at the beginning, Vidit is comfortable against Hikaru's style of play. So that is one thing in advantage of Vidit.
Yeah. I'm actually expecting even a move like bishop c5 here. Would you play that as black here, Sri? He did play bishop. No, you are showing it
No,
only.
no, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I'm showing it. Bishop c5, I would definitely consider it, yeah, because you want to take on e4, right? At the end, you sacrifice c3 and you want to you want to take back e4, right?
Yeah. Of course. After queen c3, rook c3. Acha, king h8 also useful move actually. King
Yeah,
h8 is
it
a very
just
useful
keeps
move.
it keeps things more flexible. Just gets rid of any d6 related ideas, and it keeps things more flexible because maybe
a3.
getting rid of the c3 pawn, the passer. But for me, yeah, white has to try and keep these e4 and d5 pawns alive. This is essential for white. And with a3, I think white goes into a pretty safe position if black takes this,
I
because
think
yeah.
no. Please continue. Please continue.
Yeah, so you go into a position like this, rook into c3 attacks the bishop with tempo, and then this rook comes to c4, which also defends the pawn on e4 in the future. And if white can keep these two pawns alive, then this trade of the c3 pawn to the lowly a pawn, which is actually a very, very good trade for black if he can enforce this.
Yeah, and that's
So,
exactly the reason why I think he will not trade the a3 pawn for the c3 pawn, but try to trade the e4 pawn. So I feel he will anyway go bishop c5 here instead of taking on a3, because as we discussed earlier, taking on c5 is a check, of course, and queen into c3, rook into c3 runs into bishop f2, rook f2, and bishop into e4. And this is fine. This is completely fine for black. So
yes, this could very well be the direction of the game, and maybe it will continue with rook d2 and possibly draw in a few more moves.
also, by the way, bishop d6 is even possible because a3, bishop d6, queen into c3, queen c3, rook c3, and even now bishop e4. So bishop d6 also makes complete sense.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Yes, both these moves possible, and I think
No,
approximately equal. No, this final
and
position.
yeah, and the advantage of I think playing bishop d6 is we can even play bishop e5 if white doesn't take, and we can actually put some pressure after rook b8, rook b2, and stuff.
Bishop e5, when?
No, after bishop d6 on the 31st move.
Yeah,
And if
yeah, yeah,
white doesn't take on c3, let's
yeah.
say whatever, like maybe rook g4 or something, just
Mm-hmm.
for illustrative purpose, you can play bishop. Actually, now this you don't even need to play bishop e5, but let's say bishop e5 and next rook b8, and this
Yeah.
is actually dangerous for.
Yeah, no, Hikaru wants the c3 pawn for sure, for
Yeah.
sure. So I'm pretty sure he's not going to spare any expense in taking the c3 pawn if he gets a chance. So yeah, what do you think? I think it might kind of liquidate into this.
Yeah, I also think he will play bishop d6 and then they will play queen c3, and this is what we are going to see on the board.
Yeah. Do you want to check out another
Prague's.
game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's quickly have a look at Raja versus Magnus, and then we can have a look at Prague versus Sergey.
Mm-hmm.
So Magnus playing white against Raja, and they played this absolutely normal d3 Berlin game. And right now the position on the board looks very playable for both sides, no? Whom would you prefer here?
Complex strategical position. White has the
Yeah.
two bishops, but right now black has some concrete threats. Yeah, the c5 pawn hanging, the a4 pawn not too strong, and
Yeah.
if Magnus plays something like bishop e3, there are tactical moves possibilities like knight
Knight
f4, knight
h4.
e5, knight h4,
Yeah.
and
Knight h4
so
was like my first instinct in this position, and then I realized it's white to play. So, um,
yes. So I think White's position is better strategically, but he has these concrete problems to solve against. If he can find a good solution against this, then he has chances to press. Otherwise, I think
yeah, but
Raja is totally comfortable.
I'm not even sure what white is going to play because c5 is hanging, na, Abhi?
Yeah, exactly. I was also not sure how to solve the problem. That's why I gave
Yeah.
a general commentary.
Generic answer. Maybe there's like a concrete way to do it after bishop d2, queen c5, bishop c5, bishop into g6, pawn into g6, and bishop into a5, and just like equal, you know.
Yeah, I saw this variation, but in the end, there is rook a8 and the a4 pawn comes.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Just
so I
one move further.
consider this.
This
Yeah.
is actually a good. This is a good moment to tell chat how to improve your calculation. Whatever you see, guys, whatever, let's say you can see 2 moves further or 3 moves further, try to see 1 move extra, which Sri saw and I didn't. So that's why he outcalculated me here. And this is how you can outcalculate your opponents. Just see 1 move extra every time. And maybe you'll be like the king of calculation one day.
Yeah, so he took bishop into g6, h into g6, bishop e3, but now the position is strategically equal, yeah, because you no longer have the pair of bishops. And the
Right.
c6, a5 pawn, it's weak, but the pawns on c5 and a4 also weak. So they kind of mutually compensate each other, and concretely, black keeps having this counterplay, like moves like knight d5 or queen e4.
Knight e4 you wouldn't consider, yeah? It looks a bit loose, but I was just thinking if it's possible.
Knight e4, rook b1. I
Rook
thought.
b1, yeah, annoying, no? Rook b1. Oh, is it lost after rook b1? Sorry. Because you blunder the e4 knight. That's why, yeah. Just intuitively also knight e4 feels a bit wrong and doesn't work. So knight d5, yeah. Or even like a move like bishop d8 and rerouting your bishop on the right diagonal.
Yeah, true. This is also a pretty decent strategic move. White has this rook b1 idea, so you have to be careful about this rook b1 related concrete threats.
Yeah, but we always have queen e4, no? And then you attack c6. You attack c6.
So he played queen e4 directly, which is one of the ideas I was thinking. Yeah, I think this game is set to go towards a peaceful outcome.
So this might be a draw. And now let's have a quick look at Prague versus Sergey Karyakin, where Sergey he managed to neutralize most of the time. Prague, he has 3 minutes, Sergey has 4. So he did force Sergey to think at some point.
Yeah, no, I think Prague, I was having an eye on Prague's game when we were discussing the other games. And I think Prague has played very, very well during this game. He has played, he has strategically matched Sergey move by move. And I think he has a good position here. He's the one who's trying to create something. Sergey is just, he's just defending C7 with everything he's got. Whereas Prag is, trying to create a second front. He's trying to create a second weakness where he can break through. This is brilliant
True.
stuff by Prag. Very, very, very mature and fantastic play by him.
Yeah, very mature. That's actually the word that came to my mind as well, because he played so calmly the middle game.
Yeah, and he has been very smooth and fluent. It's not like his opponents were outplaying him and he's trying to hang on with tricks or something like that. He has properly shown that he can match them here in if he gets a position with equal footing. If he's not caught in their preparation. The one game he lost, that was a game where he was totally out prepared, but otherwise he's been right up there.
Yeah, and I wanted to like show a subtlety in this game, which I noticed just now. For
Mm-hmm.
example, after this H5, H4, H3 plan, like the whole plan,
Mm-hmm.
Black always has this idea of going knight E4, right? But Black, let's say the 26th move, Queen D1,
Mm-hmm.
White played Queen D1 after knight A4, Rook D7. So until here, it was almost forced, right? We followed the game as well, and the
Mm-hmm.
C7 pawn was hanging. So Black plays Rook D7, and White played Queen D1, and very subtle idea. The idea is after knight e4, I think White's idea was to play queen g4.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason White was not able to play knight e4 for a really long time throughout the game. For example, he played king g7, knight b2, king h6. He was just going around with his king. And only after 31st move, bishop f1, queen f1, when the queen finally moved from d1, that he played knight e4, so that this queen g4 is not so not possible, basically.
Yeah, and Karyakin has been doing not much but waiting, whereas Prag has, really, really tried to create something, and he has finally thrown the kitchen sink at Karyakin. He's finally got this knight e5, and he's trying really hard to break into Black's position, break into the Minister of Defense with this knight e5 with queen. So knight if the knight moves here, then queen into g6, queen into g6, rook into g6, probably likely, yeah.
Oh, I thought you'll take with the rook. You're taking with the queen?
Yeah, actually, taking with the rook also, taking with the rook
Yeah,
makes much
because
more
knight
sense.
e4,
Yeah, yeah,
rook
yeah,
g6, rook e6, I have even e6.
yeah, 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 yeah. This is a dangerous attack with the king exposed.
Yeah.
Completely agree. Completely agree. So what is Karyakin probably intending against d into e5? What's on his mind?
No, I think he
Can
has to
you
give up
read
the
his
knight,
eyes?
no? I mean, oh, this is actually so strong, man. I really like knight e5. The more I look at the position, it's so hard to defend. Now, maybe knight f7, then even then rook g6, rook g8, checkmate coming in. So I it's really hard to defend, but if anyone can defend it, then it's Sergei Karyakin, who is known as the Minister of Defense, as Srinath pointed out.
True. But Karyagan kind of got that title by defending strategically worse positions. Let's see how he does against a direct attack, and this is not pleasant to face. I had a look at some of the engine lines which it was defending, but these were not moves that occur naturally to humans. His knight e4 is the natural move, rook into g6, and maybe king d8 now.
King d8 is probably the only move, because any other move runs into rook g8, and rook f7 runs into e6, as we saw. Yeah, king d8 is the only move in this position.
Mm-hmm,
Is there
mm-hmm.
any tactic? Uh, what can White do to strengthen his attack now? Can
Chat, what do you think? What do you think, chat?
Can we play rook c6 here? Then White plays, the other rook. But then white plays king to c8 and he runs with the king to b7. So he has played
So
rook
he went rook
g8.
g8, rook e8. Far from
Now
obvious
rook
for Prag
c6.
to break.
Now rook
No, but
c6. Now rook
I really
c6.
like the spirit, Soumya. I really love the spirit of Prag.
Yeah,
Rook
yeah, yeah.
c6. You're
Actually,
totally excited by this question, aren't you?
yeah, I really like it. Okay, he has taken on e8, king e8, queen g8. So if queen f8, there is queen e6 or g6, queen
King
e6
d8.
check.
King d8
King
and
d8,
now
even
f5 or
f5,
what?
yeah? Yeah, even f5. Oh, but f5 rook e7
No, no,
doesn't
no,
work
no,
because
no,
of
no.
queen
Queen d.
d5.
Yeah, queen d5 check.
So f5.
Yeah, but f5, I thought I can attack you with the knight somewhere.
Queen c6.
Covering a8. He wants to go queen a8 check.
I'm surprised. Why didn't he play? Okay, he has no time. That's another reason. But
No,
why
f5, I
not
thought I
go
can
for
attack you
some?
with the knight, no? Knight c5. Queen g6, rook g7. It can turn around in one move, these kind of situations.
Rook g7.
Yeah, queen g6, rook
f5,
g7.
knight c5, queen g6, rook g7, and then queen g8 after
Yeah,
queen
yeah, yeah,
h5.
yeah, 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 yeah. And then the king gets safe here, and so it can easily turn around for white.
But then you have to be careful, no? Like queen h5.
Yeah, queen g8, queen into h4, king
Yeah,
c8.
f3.
Yeah, and now black is totally safe. Yeah, and black can start hunting white with.
Knight d3.
No, I didn't want to touch this knight, which is defending this. But I thought attack these pawns some way, like rook g5.
Rook g5.
Yeah,
f6.
f6 I can take the pawn.
So
No?
if you take, I'll play rook g2, and then I'm not sure. I feel good about my position. Rook g2.
Hmm. Yeah, but
Yeah,
queen
I mean, you can
e6.
always go knight d7 and
Yeah, these pawns start falling. Yeah, and uh, then what counter play will
queen
you have?
e6. Can I play queen e6? Queen e6. Queen e6. I can play queen h8 check and f7. Pretty,
You
pretty,
start with queen
pretty.
h8 check
Yeah.
because it doesn't work directly.
Yes, I know, I know.
Yeah, but even here, black has this knight d7. Yeah, and then
Yeah, unfortunately, you always have this knight d7. That's true.
yeah. There's some action happening in the live, by the way. Prag is winning with rook g8, missed by Karyakin, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay.
d2,
Wow.
d2, 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 and there is some way for the queen to get to d1. Yeah,
Queen g5 check, of course. Queen g5
queen
check.
g5, queen h5, and queen d1.
Yeah. Queen g5, king e6, I thought, then queen g4 and queen d1.
This is such a spectacular performance by
But
Prag,
then
no?
knight e4? No, I'm sorry, it's still not over, no? Queen d1, knight e4?
Yeah. It's still not over. It's still not over. For sure, it's not over. But why is the Karyakin thinking about d2? It's surely the only move he has, no? Like, what else can he play?
No, maybe there is a mate. That's why. D2 f5. D2 f5, Shri. D2 f5.
This is what Karyakin missed. Wow. Yeah, F5 is the move, yeah? F5 is the only move.
Yes,
Nothing
D2
else
f5.
works.
Oh
This is
my God.
brilliant. This is brilliant, and Prag spotted it in a few seconds. Oh wow. Prag has really improved so
Oh, this
much.
is so strong, right? Uh, anyway, f5. He played. Okay, so this is so cool. This game. Rook queen d8, queen g7, king e6, f5. Anyway, after king f5, there is queen f6 check and queen into d8. So king d5. Now e6. Wow. E2,
This
d2.
is
He'll play e7 also.
Yeah. He's winning. He's winning for sure. He's totally
Oh,
winning.
he'll play queen d4 as well. Wow, he'll play queen d4 as well.
Yes, it's game over. I think Karyakin has to resign here. This is such a brilliant play by Prague. He outplayed Karyakin in such a clean manner. Yes, he's won. He's won. It's officially out. So
Wow.
both Prague and Vidit, they finished with 3 out of 5 on day one. What a spectacular performance, no?
Wow, to outplay Karyakin like this, amazing, especially when Karyakin was so well prepared and it looked like he has to take a draw now. This knight e5, this whole maneuver with knight e5 and giving up the knight, creating chances for himself. Amazing. Just see how he conducted the attack. Like let's just have a look at it again. After knight
Mhm.
e5, f e5, d e5, knight e4, very normal human move. Rook into g6, king d8, rook
One
g8,
second, 1 second, 1 second.
so
Yeah.
beautiful.
94 normal move.
Then rook
Yeah.
g6, king d8 was the only move which we discussed. Then rook e8, rook g8 check, rook e8, rook into e8, king e8, queen g8 check, queen f8, queen e6, king d8, queen c6 with the idea to play queen a8 check, knight c5, and now rook c1, bringing the rook to g file, which is the only open file in the position. Black plays d4, which
Again, a very normal human reaction, yeah, because this is how you
yeah.
can get counterplay here.
Yeah, I
And
mean, maybe, but and the problem is if he plays rook g7, something like this, then queen into d5, white will take. So it's actually
true. No, actually, the turning point in this game, as you
set
said, it's this
d4,
f5, f6 idea, you know. I think that was missed by Karyakin. He
rook
probably
g1,
thought he was
d3.
safe. Yeah, so he probably thought he was safe because, you can never lose with this d pawn around. Even if white gets this queen d1, then knight c4 is coming. So you can never lose with this d pawn, except for this brilliant mate that
What
Prague
a
probably spotted.
beautiful, yeah, but and the reason he spotted all of this, Shri, is because he spotted everything before that as well. He spotted knight e5, he spotted rook c1, he spotted this rook g8 idea, this like he spotted everything basically that was there to spot in this game.
Yeah, and he really looks to go for the win. You know, he could have probably taken a draw at any point, and he could have probably taken a draw very early on in the game. But he looks to create chances somehow against any opponent. And I've noticed there's a lot with Prague. He just tries to create chances somehow. Sometimes it backfires, but it's a very very healthy attitude to have because. In chess, to reach the top, you have to beat the strongest players. You have to be able to win against them.
Yeah, that's very true. It's very well put.
Yeah, a lot of people, very strong players, very very solid, but they end up struggling to win a lot. They end up making a lot of draws when they get to the top because everyone plays well at that point, and they are also incredibly good at defense. So it's so hard to get chances. But Prague, with this amazing ability to create these chances, and he's only going to get stronger with the chess aspect. But in terms of his attitude, I think he's got everything in place. He's checking every tick mark out there.
Yeah. Brilliant play by Prague in this game. Really instructive game to study even later. Like all the tactics, all the maneuvering, so beautiful. On the other board, Vidit and Hikaru drew their game. So Vidit also finishes the first day on 3 out of 5. The other game that we were following, Magnus versus Raja, is also a draw. So Raja finishes the first day with 4 out of 5 points, still leading the tournament. Magnus on 3.5 out of 5. And Hikaru, Vidit, and Prag, all three of them on 3 out of 5, sitting very happily on 3 points in the third place. There are two games that are still going on, by the way: Firuja versus Dominguez and Aronian versus Gawain Jones.
Yes, and Alireza looks set to win this game because after rook into d4 he has h7. Yes, and after rook into g4 he just queens with a check, and he probably takes the c6. He probably takes some more material. Yeah, queen e5 check, and if the king comes on the f file, then after queen f5, the rook is lost. If the king goes to d8, then after queen d6, it looks like the rook is being lost in any situation. Yes, queen e5,
Yeah,
queen d6 check, and queen e6 check. He might
yeah,
as well pre-move this.
yeah. He won.
Yes. So Alireza also wins, and he finishes with 3.5 out of 5 in the second place, the joint second place, along with Magnus Carlsen. And in the joint third, we have three people: Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit, and Prag. What an illustrious company for Prag to be there, no? There's only Vidit, Hikaru, Magnus, Alireza, and Raja above him.
Wow. By the way, Aronian versus Levon, Aronian, very instructive endgame going on. Just have a look at the endgame. You know, he played Bishop G7, the last move.
Yes. We have it on the
What a
screen.
nice,
And
what a nice move.
yeah. If black
This.
takes, then white just wins the pawn in game, yeah, because the black king is too far away.
So, yeah, this game is winning for white because white will now pick up the b6 pawn with the bishop, and this endgame with same colored bishop is, I think, winning for white. Isn't it true?
Yes, Soumya, you're
But
absolutely
why is he
right. He's
coming back
setting
with
himself for
this?
bishop d4.
He's playing bishop d4. Yeah, I was so confused when he played king d5. I was like, bishop e5, bishop c7 bhi to aa raha tha. But he wants to keep it clean, yeah?
Yes. Yes, he wants to just go for the fastest way.
Fastest way.
And just to give you a perspective, chat, Johann Sebastian Christiansen, one of the top young players of Norway, fantastic talent. He ended the first day with 0 out of 5. That's how brutal this tournament can be. It's a tournament of the very highest quality with very, very strong players. Sergei Karyakin, one of the best elite players in the world, has 1.5 out of 5 after the first day. So imagine how strong this tournament is. And in this field, our players, they ended up with 3 out of 5. So I really hope that you understand this perspective, and you get a better picture of the appreciation that they deserve after the first day and the continued support. And again, I've made this point several times across several streams in Chess 24 India. With continued support over the years, we'll start dominating these events. Our Indian players, uh, with opportunities and the support, and with as chat, you can make a big difference in doing this with the numbers that you bring in, the likes and the subscribes, and this will create more opportunities for our Indian players. Over a period of time, we can definitely reach the global domination. So, yes, chat, we can do this together.
I don't understand what's happening on Levon's board. Isn't it winning for Levon? Why isn't he playing bishop d4, and why didn't he pick up the b
I
pawn?
think it's just gaining some time. Uh, I think
I'm just so confused
tiredness,
right
yeah.
now. So let's just show the variation to chat.
You want to show bishop e5, bishop c7, or bishop d4?
Maybe bishop e5, bishop c7, because the king is closer, no? After that.
Yeah. Bishop e5, maybe he just takes bishop into h6, yes. And king into b6 comes back bishop e3. King c6, king f7, bishop c7, king e8. This is actually a bit tricky. It's not as straightforward
Yeah,
as
it's not. It's not. So let's say bishop e5, bishop h6, uh, king b6. What did you want to play here, Shri?
bishop e3 check.
Yeah, bishop e3. Oh, this is actually not easy. No, after king c6, king f8, bishop d6, king e8, and now bishop c5.
Yeah, exactly.
So okay,
So
okay.
I think,
Let's
yeah.
keep the king on d5 and play bishop d4 instead of this.
Aronian is actually doing something else. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing, but he's taking the king to f5. No, I think he's just not figured out So you
No,
want to play
no.
bishop d4 here, yeah?
For example, let's say on here bishop d4, bishop h6, bishop b6.
Yeah, and bishop f4.
Bishop f4,
No,
king
bishop
c.
f4. I just allow you king c6, bishop c7. So I go king.
No,
At least
no,
I
that's
tried.
also okay. That's also okay. Bishop f4, king c6, king e7. You can play bishop c7. I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
bishop
yeah.
e3.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. This is the difference.
So after bishop c5, but this is draw, no? After bishop c5,
Is it?
or is it
I'm
winning?
not able
This
to.
is what we have
Yeah,
to
this looks
understand.
winning to me.
So let's say bishop b8, b6.
Maybe black should go king e8 instead of king e6 so that black retains his option.
Now bishop c5,
King d8.
but now b6.
King comes no to b8.
You're teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it a draw?
Yeah, and this is also interesting, because after king b8, now you can, if you can get the king to e6 and bishop e7 check, white can win. But after king b6, black has bishop e3.
Oh my God. So this
Yeah.
is a draw.
Yeah, that position is maybe a draw, but yeah, I think Aronian would find a way to uh, win this. Should be able to find a way to win this. Should be.
Sorry, can we go back a little bit? I'm sorry. Can we just go back a little bit in this endgame?
Sure,
King
sure, sure.
d5, the one which we saw.
Mm-hmm.
So what did we see here? Bishop d4.
No, we saw bishop d4 here. At this
Yeah,
point.
bishop d4.
Mm-hmm. Bishop
Bishop
into h6, bishop
h6.
into b6, bishop f4, king c6, king e8.
Okay. We need this position with the king on g8. That means, kya?
I'm, I'm not exactly sure. I need table basis, especially at 3:30 at night. I need table basis to answer this question with confidence. Either that or I need yeah, either that or I need a lot of time to move the pieces around.
Oh, okay. Let's go back to the king c6 position then. I'm just curious. Anyway, they are playing. No, we can also play.
Yeah. So this position you want to play king c6, yes? Bishop
Yeah.
e3.
So now bishop d6.
Yeah, this is what I'm also wondering. Why not just go the straightforward method?
Yeah. No,
So
maybe bishop h6 he'll take. No, he'll keep the
yeah,
king
maybe he'll
here.
take, but
So
so
king
it's probably the
b6.
same thing, yeah.
Probably, I don't know. King c6 and now king f6 or king f7. King f7 maybe.
Okay. King f7, king c7.
King c6. No, maybe. King c6.
Yeah, king c6 because
King
bishop e3
c6.
on bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop e3. I want to play bishop c5. So he'll play bishop e3 for sure.
Yeah, bishop c5.
So bishop c5, bishop f4, b6.
And now b6.
अभी king e8 को bishop d6 आता है. Bishop d6.
Yeah,
Bishop d6.
either because bishop b8, bishop a7 is there. Yeah, correct.
Bishop d6, bishop e3. Bishop b7, bishop a7, king b5. This is winning, no?
Yeah, this is winning. This is winning 100%. Yeah,
So
it
what
wins.
was
It
wrong
wins.
in our first variation? You remember?
Here the black king was an e8, so white just has this one tempo.
No. You remember we had checked this earlier also, but that time the king was nearer, is it?
I think so. I'm not.
Oh, so they have this position on the board. They have this position on the
Yes,
board.
finally, Aronian plays this, and now where does the bishop go to? Yeah, bishop c7, bishop f2, just repeating it once to gain 20 seconds. Bishop d6 and bishop c5 now. Yes, good going around. King
Good
f7,
going
bishop
around.
c5.
But bishop c5, bishop d6, b6, king e8, bishop
Yeah, this is the
g3,
position we
b6.
saw,
This
no?
is what we saw, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Dosa coin is complimenting you. Soumya's enthusiasm for the game, even at this hour, after hours of commentary as well. Wow. With
Oh, thank
Namaste.
you. But it's interesting, no? They are playing such good games, so it keeps my enthusiasm up also. If all the games were
Yes.
boring,
True.
some boring draws, then I think I would also be like, yeah, another draw, another day. But these are such nice games that you feel excited.
Yes. What? Bishop? Yeah, bishop c5. Why are these people playing so slow? Of course, I know the answer to that one, but again, at 3:30, these
This
are
bishop
the things.
e1 is a good defense. No, bishop e1. Bishop c7, bishop f2, and now he'll play bishop d6.
Where?
Sorry, I
Is it the
have
FN
a
question?
different position. Sorry, I have a different position.
Yeah, b6 has been played.
B6.
King e6 now. And now how does the game end?
But
b7.
this is different, no? This position than what we had.
Yeah, that was with the king on e8.
Right.
So the
So
king
now
on e6
BB6, bishop
and
C7.
bishop
Now
c7.
BB6, bishop
Yeah.
C7.
And then king b5, king
Now
e4.
bishop
The
G3
another method.
first. First bishop G3. Acha, anyway king B5, right? Anyway king
Yeah,
B5.
bishop king d7, bishop g3 or
Yeah.
whatever you. Oh yeah, just king a6 also wins. Yes,
Great.
yes. That sums up the day today.
Yeah,
That sums up a
amazing.
wonderful day one of the New Chess Classic with a lot of interesting games and very good performance by our Indian players. Pleasantly surprised considering that the game started at 10:30 at night.
Yeah. Amazing games by both the Indian players, Prag as well as Vidit. Really strong performance, finishing with 3 out of 5 on the first day of the New Chess Classic, Meltwater Chess Tour. And great games in general. Great games in general. Let's just have a look at the final standings before we sign off. Temur Rajabo leads the event with 4 out of 5 points on the first day of the prelims. Great start for him. And usually, Raja's strategy in the previous Champions Chess Tours has been like to be very steady. He makes a lot of draws, is usually unbeaten. And here he's just on fire, made 4 out of 5 in the first day itself. Then there is Ali
Yes.
Reza Firuja and Magnus Carlsen. Both are tied on 3.5 out of 5 in the second place. Vidit, Aronian, Nakamura, and Pragananda, 4 of them in the third place on 3 out of 5. Mamedero Shariar, Duda, Jan Christoph, Aryan Tari on 2.5 out of 5, Gawain Jones, Wesley, Lekwang Liam, Dominguez, all 4 of them on 2 out of 5. And Sergei Karyakin lost the last round against Pragyananda today. So he finishes the first day on 1.5 out of 5. And Johan Christiansen Sebastian having a tough event, but hopefully he gets to come back tomorrow. He's on 0 out of 5. He'll definitely go back and think about what he can improve tomorrow, and let's see how it goes.
Yes, let's see how it goes. So this is us signing off for today. Thank you so much for staying through with us and do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you. Bye bye. Good night and see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.